Chapter 619. Unfortunately, now that Xiao Qin had advanced to martial monarch, he could only use so many medial-grade spirit stones as currency. They were of no use to him. Martial monarchs could only cultivate with superior-grade spirit stones. The effects of medial-grade spirit stones were almost negligible. Everyone knew this principle. However, there were very few martial monarchs in the Qianwu continent who could use superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate every day. This was because superior-grade spirit stones were too rare in the Sky Dome realm. Regular martial monarchs could only use superior-grade spirit stones once in a while. They could only use medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate. This was the case for the gray-robed old man and the blue-robed old man. Otherwise, they would have exhausted all the superior-grade spirit stones in their rings long ago. Xiao Qin gained a deeper understanding of what old Feng said about the Qianwu continent not being able to support so many geniuses. At this moment, Xiao Qin understood that if he wanted to maintain his previous cultivation speed, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. Remaining in the Sky Dome realm would only be a waste of his talent. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin shifted his gaze to the netherworld flower in the universe ring. This was his greatest gain on this trip. If the lunar true flame consumed the netherworld flame seed after it matured, the lunar true flame's origin flame would definitely improve rapidly. The pile of lava in the universe ring occupied half the space. He could see the netherworld flower's core withering at an extremely slow pace. If I cannot find an immortal spirit ring in 1 year, this netherworld flower will probably die, Xiao Qin muttered as he withdrew his gaze. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Although an immortal spirit ring is precious, unless it is a peak immortal spirit ring, you will definitely be able to handle it." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not bother with this matter. He looked around and found a suitable empty space to start cultivating in. There was a huge difference between quintessence and essence. The former was more than 100 times stronger. This was the first time Xiao Qin grasped such a strong force. He needed to cultivate for a while before he could control it perfectly. Otherwise, when he fought, his quintessence would leak out uncontrollably, and he would not be able to control it properly. There were also some martial techniques that he could bring out after advancing to martial monarch, such as the blue dragon cloud soaring art, the dragon subduing slash, and the battle sage's origin strength character formula. He needed to comprehend these properly before he could execute them as he wished. The sun rose and set one day at a time. Xiao Qin cultivated alone on the desolate island. Xiao Qin slowly familiarized himself with his control of quintessence. The might of the small perfection azure dragon cloud soaring art reached perfection. He could already use the first move of the dragon subduing slash, his quintessence to himself, and King Chen's much more. Chen's sovereign Chen's SS, Tian. The Chen's many Chen could to. To the King now that the much to the spirit King. Chen's many to Chen that. He King many spirit he that he spirit that Chen's Chen to the spirit had now. Many with kings. The sequelae of the dragon subduing slash's 4-season saber technique were much better than before. When Xiao Qin used his quintessence, his might was several times stronger than before. When Xiao Qin used his quintessence, the peak Earth-ranked 4-season saber technique's 4-season saber technique increased the various mysterious phenomena of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The most powerful was the battle sage's origin strength character formula. Once he used it, it could increase the combat prowess of any martial technique by 33 times. However, the quintessence that it exhausted was too heaven-defying. Even the vast 99 drops of quintessence in Xiao Qin's body were insufficient. Xiao Qin used it once and it even overdrew on his body. Furthermore, this was only for an ordinary martial technique. If he used it on the dragon subduing slash, it would suck out all his flesh. No wonder Ao Jiao said that no one under martial monarch would be able to execute the strength character formula. The quintessence required was simply too horrifying. It could only be used as a trump card. After Xiao Qin advanced to martial monarch, all the accumulations that he had accumulated before becoming a martial monarch erupted out 10-fold or even 100-fold. With Xiao Qin's current strength, he could truly be called a king-grade true dragon genius. He was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, a king among martial monarchs. Xiao Qin could casually squish a regular inferior-grade martial monarch to death. He would need to put in some effort to deal with a medial-grade martial monarch. If he ran into a peak medial-grade martial monarch, his chances of victory were at least 70%. He might even be able to hold his own against a superior-grade martial monarch. Of course, this only referred to the martial monarchs of the Qianwu continent. As for the situation in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qin did not know, so he could not comment on it. When facing the geniuses of the other 3,000 great realms, the situation might be different. Their accumulations and talent might not be weaker than his. Furthermore, the situation would be unpredictable for the native geniuses of the Kunlun realm. Hence, Xiaoqin did not feel arrogant or complacent about his current strength. He still had a long way to go. This was just the beginning. On this particular day, Xiaoqin woke up from his cultivation. He casually tossed aside the 2 exhausted superior-grade spirit stones and opened his eyes. A purple flame burned in his right eye, burning endlessly. A white light flickered in his left eye, giving off an overwhelming cold chi. In the depths of his eyes, there was a speck of purple light and a speck of white light. They gave off a light that was even more dazzling than the stars. For the past few days, Xiaoqin had been trying to recall how he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the space of desire. Now he finally had some ideas. So, he decided to execute it and test it out. Xiao. The purple origin flame in his right eye flew out first. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiaoqin only drew out a portion of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. After that, the lunar true fire's origin flame also flew out. It stood side by side with the purple origin flame in the air, separated by about 1 centimeter. Even though only half of the lunar true fire's origin flame was gone, it was still larger than the lunar true fire's. However, the lunar true fire's grade was higher than the purple thunder true fire's. If it could reach the size of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame, its might would definitely surpass the lunar true fire's. The extreme of Yin was the lunar true fire, and the extreme of Yang was the solar true fire. Only the solar true fire could match the lunar true fire. Although the purple thunder true fire was the purest of Yang, it was still inferior in grade. The solar true fire was too far away. It was not something that Xiaoqin could think about for now. So, he looked at the 2 clumps of origin flame in front. Xiaoqin started to carefully test the might of the 2. He had to achieve an absolute balance. Yin and Yang intersected. Neither was stronger than the other. They could not reach a state where Yin and Yang could not coexist. Bang, bang, bang. The purple flame and white flame crashed into the ground repeatedly. Xiaoqin patiently checked the destructive power of the 2. Repeating this, Xiaoqin increased and decreased the purple origin flame's power. After thousands of tests, he finally confirmed that the 2 reached the absolute balance that he wanted. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The night sky was dark and the sun could not be seen. Only 2 clumps of light could be seen in the pitch-black night sky. Yin and Yang move. Xiaoqin shouted. His spiritual sense controlled the 2 clumps of origin flame, and they moved quickly between the 2 clumps of light. 1 purple and 1 white, the 2 clumps of light chased each other like fishes. However, there seemed to be an invisible curve between the 2 separating them. Even if they chased each other for 10,000 years, neither would catch up to the other. Xiaoqin's face lit up in joy. Slowly he found a feeling. Everything that he experienced in the space of desire appeared in his mind, guiding him on what to do next. Yin and Yang merge. Xiaoqin shouted again and a ring appeared around the 2 chasing fishes, tightly encircling them. Finally, a Taiji diagram appeared. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and felt even more at ease. His sea of consciousness surged as he infused even more mental energy into it. Boom. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams appeared around the ring. 2 gentle tornadoes appeared around Xiaoqin, chasing each other and rushing into the clouds. Yin and Yang break. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram finally took shape. Xiaoqin shouted and pointed at the mountain in front. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram flew over. The Taiji diagram moved quickly and pressed down on the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The mountain exploded from top to bottom. When the entire Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram landed on the ground, it completely flattened the mountain. Boundless dust quickly scattered in all directions. Joy flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. The might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram far surpassed his expectations. Although it could not achieve the effect of severely injuring a peak martial monarch in the space of desire, the current Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram still had a lot of room for improvement. If the purple thunder true fire and lunar true flame improved further one day, killing a peak martial monarch might not be a dream. Withdraw. Xiaoqin gently waved his right hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram on the ground returned to Xiaoqin with a xiao sound. The purple and white origin flames swam around happily. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions appeared around the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. As the light circulated, the mental energy in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness drained quickly. Aside from the energy of the 2 flames, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram drained mental energy as well. However, it was still within Xiaoqin's limits. With his surging mental energy, he should be able to execute this Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram 10 times in one day with ease. Xiaoqin, why does your Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram have the shadow of an immortal technique in it? Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, asked doubtfully. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao replied, "Disregarding the martial techniques of the few body-tempering cultivators, the creation of any martial technique uses quintessence as a foundation. Only immortal techniques use mental energy as a foundation. Of course, the mental energy of immortal cultivators is refined. They call it magic energy." A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. He recalled what Leng Yu had said about immortal techniques. He asked, "Ao Jiao, are there people in the Kunlun realm who cultivate immortal techniques?" "There are, but there are very few of them. Immortal techniques are a cultivation system from the previous epoch. After the destruction of the previous epoch, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It is no longer suitable for cultivating immortal techniques. The complete cultivation system for immortal techniques has already lost its inheritance long ago. Now the cultivation system reigns supreme over the martial Tao. Furthermore, immortal techniques are not something that just anyone can cultivate. They are very profound and depend on one's immortal affinity." Since Xiaoqin asked, Ao Jiao told him what she knew. However, what she knew was limited and Xiaoqin did not learn anything useful. However, there are many immortal sect remnants in the Kunlun realm. I think you are someone with an immortal affinity. You might be able to gain something if you go there. Xiaoqin smiled embarrassedly and avoided this topic. He said, "Ao Jiao, come out and help me test the defense of this Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. See how strong it is." Compared to the offensive capabilities of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, Xiaoqin valued its defense more. Although his physical body was strong, he lacked a strong defensive martial technique. Chapter 620. Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and looked at the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of Xiaoqin. She said interestedly, "I am now as strong as a peak martial monarch. How much of my strength are you going to use?" Xiaoqin muttered, "Use half first." A peak martial monarch? That kind of person had refined their quintessence to the limit. Xiaoqin could not underestimate them, nor did he dare to be careless. Right after Xiaoqin spoke, Ao Jiao charged over. Her petite figure flickered in the air and punched the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Bang! The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. Shock waves surged out, kicking up a strong wind in all directions. Amid the light, Ao Jiao somersaulted 3 times in the air before she managed to dissipate the force of the rebound. When Xiaoqin saw the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram glowing brightly with the 8 trigrams and 4 divisions, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Her playful attitude from earlier diminished significantly. Xiaoqin felt somewhat dizzy. After enduring half of Ao Jiao's strength, only half of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness remained. "Use your full power," Xiaoqin said with a grave expression as he clenched his teeth. Ao Jiao nodded, and her aura soared for some reason. She was clearly petite and cute, but she gave off a vast and majestic aura. This time Xiaoqin's eyes did not capture Ao Jiao's figure. Her attack landed on the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded with light. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions shattered one after another. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiaoqin's mouth. The shockwave from the fist force knocked him back 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiaoqin's qi and blood surged, and his internal organs trembled. However, he revealed a joyful smile. "I succeeded. Peak martial monarch, only half a step away from martial sage." This was the cultivation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Shin Manjun. A newly advanced martial monarch was able to block the full power strike of a peak martial monarch and suffer only minor injuries. No one would believe this. Ao Jiao, who was in the air, had an unsightly expression. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded. The force of the rebound was doubled, which was equivalent to her taking on twice the force of the punch alone. Xiaoqin hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" Ao Jiao regulated her breathing for a while and smiled. She said, "It's fine. If you had endured an attack twice as strong, you would have died for sure. The endurance of a peak martial monarch is greater than you think. So, if you meet a peak martial monarch, even if the other party is severely injured, do not let your guard down." The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could attack and defend, advance and retreat. Xiaoqin finally had a trump card that belonged to him. It did not originate from the Blue Dragon martial technique, nor did it originate from the Bai Clan's 4-season saber technique, nor did it originate from the various secret techniques of the battle sage origins. In the 3,000 great realms, only Xiaoqin knew the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. In the future, if he could collect both the silver titanium flame and the sun flame, this move would definitely become famous in the Kunlun realm. After resting on the small island for a few more days, Xiaoqin started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On the way here, he still needed to use the Scarlet Throne. On the way back, Xiaoqin directly used Quintessence to travel. His speed was even faster than the Scarlet Throne. However, it exhausted Quintessence. The Scarlet Throne did not exhaust much, so it could be used in many situations. 5 days later, the undulating Lingyun mountain range appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. The moment Xiaoqin landed at the foot of the mountain, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on guard immediately recognized him. "Senior brother Xiaoqin, you finally returned. The first elder is looking for you everywhere," 2 disciples said respectfully when they saw Xiaoqin. By now, Xiaoqin was already a legendary figure in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As word of mouth spread, he became someone who surpassed the Thunder King. Previously, Xiaoqin wanted to explain himself. However, the more he said it, the more ridiculous it became. He could only smile bitterly and accept it helplessly. Why is the first elder looking for me? Under normal circumstances, the first elder would not be in such a rush to look for him. The 2 disciples shook their heads and said, "I'm not sure. Go directly to the main hall of the heaven viewing platform. I heard that an incredible person is coming." Xiaoqin nodded gently. He no longer hesitated and flew to the heaven viewing platform. Xiaoqin stood on a blue dragon image and moved up and down in the air. Then he disappeared from the eyes of the 2 disciples on guard. As the 2 disciples watched Xiaoqin leave, an envious look flashed in their eyes. "Senior brother Xiaoqin is becoming more and more powerful. I feel like his aura is no different from those supreme elders. There is nothing to be envious about. When we cultivate in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, senior brother Xiaoqin's king's luck will more or less be affected. In the future, while we might not reach senior brother's level, there is no doubt that we will surpass the others." That's right. King Grade True Dragon Luck. Right now, there are many people fighting to enter our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiaoqin landed outside the main hall and walked in. When he looked around, Xiaoqin discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the main hall. All the supreme elders who were martial monarchs of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were gathered here. Shin Manjun, who normally did not care about worldly matters, was also seated on a wooden chair. Everyone had a cautious expression on their faces. They all focused their gazes on a middle-aged man in purple robes in the main hall. That purple-robed man's aura was unfathomable. His aura was even stronger than Shin Manjuan's. He was a martial sage expert. "Xiaoqin, you are back." When Jiang Qi saw Xiaoqin, he quickly stood up to welcome him. He could feel Xiaoqin's aura. When he felt Xiaoqin's aura, Jiang Qi revealed an extremely joyful smile. The other supreme elders all revealed faint smiles as well. However, there was still worry lingering on their faces. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "First elder, why are you in such a rush to find me?" Jiang Qi looked carefully at the purple-robed man and said, "That is the great Jin Nation Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong. He has brought a challenge letter challenging you on behalf of Sima Lingxian." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "I will accept the challenge letter. Just come." Sima Hong stood up and looked at Xiaoqin. An oppressive aura pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled faintly and said, "Not only do you have to accept this challenge letter, but I also want you to lose to Lingxian. Remember, you must lose. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed because of your decision, suffering the rage of a martial sage." The aura of a martial sage pressed down on Xiaoqin. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back, forcing him to bend his back and lower his head. Xiaoqin clenched his teeth and remained silent. He stored up the aura of a king-grade true dragon genius to resist the aura of a martial sage. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the floor under Xiaoqin's feet and spread out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The martial sage had already misunderstood the power of the world. The pressure of his aura was already a formless attack. The floor of the hall cracked with a rumble. Broken rocks soared into the air and crashed into the ceiling. A surging shock wave spread out. Aside from Shin Manjun, all the martial monarch supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were forced back a few steps. "Don't yield, don't bend." Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqin's mouth. He refused to bend his back as he stared at Sima Hong. At this moment, the satisfaction he felt from advancing to martial monarch vanished. It turned out that a so-called martial monarch was so weak before a martial sage. Even though the other party was just an inferior-grade martial sage, just his aura alone was not something Xiao Qin could resist. Xiao Qin, you absolutely cannot agree to this old thing. He is so shameless. Your king-grade true dragon luck will vanish if you lose to someone of the same generation. It will become an ordinary true dragon luck. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, said angrily, at worst I will fight it out with him. He is just an inferior-grade martial sage. Don't be rash. I have a way to deal with him, Xiao Qin said calmly to himself as he stopped Ao Jiao. Not bad. Under my pressure you can still last for a long time. Sima Hong laughed loudly and withdrew his aura. You better think it through. Do you agree or not? The strength that Sima Hong displayed horrified the surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even if all the martial monarchs in the hall worked together, they would not be a match for him. It would even be difficult for them to injure him. The pressure on Xiao Qin lessened significantly. However, he did not relax. He said sullenly, I will accept the challenge. However, I cannot lose without fighting. Sima Hong smiled coldly and tossed out a spatial ring. He said, Sima Lingxian will be here 10 days from now. There are 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in here. I will not let you lose for nothing. It is just a show. Not only will you not suffer any losses, but you will also gain a large sum of superior-grade spirit stones for nothing. I believe you will change your mind. After saying that, Sima Hong laughed and strode out of the palace with his head held high. Xin Manjun walked over and said, Xiao Qin, don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not make things difficult for you. One martial sage is not enough to scare us. Currently, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any martial sages. If Xiao Qin really offended Sima Hong, he would not be exaggerating. Actually, Xin Manjun was not very confident in her words. Xiao Qin wiped away the blood on his lips and said softly, Senior, there is no need to say that. Xiao Qin is in Qingyun Peak. Naturally, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is threatened. I will write a letter to the Haotian sect. In at most 7 days they will definitely send out a martial sage to hold the fort. At that time this Sima Hong will not be able to do anything. Because the noble clans had produced martial emperors before, the quality of their bloodline geniuses was higher than that of the 10 great sections. However, in terms of overall strength they could not compare to the 10 great sections. Furthermore, the Haotian sect had an even stronger main sect in the Kunlun realm. With the Haotian sect supporting them, the Sima clan would not dare to act recklessly. When the other supreme elders in the hall heard what Xiao Qin said, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The worry on their faces disappeared. When Xiao Qin saw this he did not say anything. Sima Hong's strength was clear for all to see. It would be too much to ask them to help him. The strong reigned supreme. Since ancient times, this had been the only rule in the Tianwu continent. Xiao Qin was already very satisfied that these supreme elders did not make things difficult for him under Sima Hong's pressure. Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryue's courtyard. Smoke spread everywhere. Xiao Qin and Lu Ryue sat at a tea table drinking tea and chatting. As the peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryue already knew everything that happened in the hall. Worry appeared on her face. Chapter 621. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he smiled faintly and grabbed the other party's hand. He said, Don't worry. Sima Lingxian is definitely not a match for me now. The martial sages of the Haotian sect should arrive in 7 days. That's right. Xiao Qin thought of something and took out 10 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring. He handed them to Lu Ryue and said, You are now a half-step martial monarch. When you break through to martial monarch you can use these spirit-gathering pearls. When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Qin's strong confidence in his words, she did not say anything more. As for the spirit-gathering pearls, she did not take them. Lu Ryue revealed a smile on her charming face. She said, There's no need. It will not be difficult for me to break through to martial monarch. It is just a matter of time. The spirit-gathering pearls will probably be precious even in the Kunlun realm. You should keep them. When Xiao Qin mentioned the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qin revealed a sad expression. He had to go to the Kunlun realm. However, once he went, if he could not become Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult for him to return. After parting like this, he did not know how many years it would be before he could see Lu Ryue again. Lu Ryue was in her prime. She was very pretty and in the prime of her youth. This was the best time of a girl's life. She placed all her love on him, whom she might never see again. The bitterness was hard to describe with words. Lu Ryue could tell what Xiao Qin was thinking. She smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming. She gently grasped Xiao Qin's right hand and said softly, Don't overthink for me. When I first saw you many years ago, I knew that this insignificant Qingyun peak would not be able to hold you back. You're lying dormant here just to fly higher. To me, the further you can go, the happier I'll be. Just don't forget about Qingyun Peak. There is Lu Ryue waiting for you. A tender feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He enunciated every word clearly. I will never forget in this life. I will definitely become a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm and return. The two of them stared at each other, speechless. In the remaining days, Xiao Chen did not immediately enter bitter cultivation. Sima Lingxian was no match for him. If they fought again now, even if the other party had reached the martial monarch realm, he would only be humiliating himself. He was collecting some ingredients for alchemy. In the compendium of cultivation, there was an alchemy recipe called the beauty retaining pill. It could ensure that a woman's appearance would not change for 1,000 years. The ingredients required for the pill recipe were extremely complicated. Xiao Chen planned to use the remaining half a year to refine this pill and give it to Lu Ryue. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On this day, as Xiao Chen was taking inventory of the countenance-halting pill ingredients, he suddenly felt a strong aura flying towards the heavenly saber pavilion without any fear. Xiao Chen, come out and fight. A loud shout resounded, spreading throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It startled all the disciples in the heavenly saber pavilion. Due to the other party's intentional support, sound waves spread out. The sound traveled further and further. All the cultivators within a radius of 250 kilometers heard this shout. Who was Xiao Chen? He was the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, someone who stood at the top of the younger generation. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to challenge him at this moment. All sorts of busybodies immediately became interested. Many figures flew towards the heavenly saber pavilion. When the elders of the heavenly saber pavilion heard Sima Hong's voice, their expressions turned unsightly. The martial sages of the Haotian sect would arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who would have thought that Sima Hong would arrive at the heavenly saber pavilion 5 days in advance? He was not mentally prepared at all. Bang, bang, bang. Sima Hong casually broke the restrictions in front of the gates. He brought the finely dressed Sima Lingxian and arrived before the heaven viewing platform in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen put away the ingredients and leaped out of the window. He stood on a blue dragon image and arrived a kilometer in front of the two. Xiao Chen looked forward. Indeed, Sima Lingxian had already advanced to martial monarch. His aura was as strong as a peak inferior grade martial monarch's. Xiao Chen, there is no need for me to tell you what to do, right? If you do not lose, the heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed because of you, Sima Hong said coldly to Xiao Chen using his voice. Xiao Chen ignored him. He looked at Sima Lingxian and said, there are many people here. Come with me to the heaven ascending platform to fight. Sima Hong looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure and smiled coldly to himself. I hope you are more tactful. After destroying the luck of my Sima clan for 500 years, I do not mind taking the heavenly saber pavilion down with me. Father, I'm going, Sima Lingxian said to Sima Hong after taking a deep breath. Recollecting his thoughts, Sima Hong smiled faintly and said, go in peace. You have already advanced to martial monarch. The accumulations of a martial king will allow you to burst out with tenfold combat prowess. You will definitely win this battle and reclaim the king-grade true dragon's luck. Then, you will enter the Kunlun realm in your most perfect state. The Sima clan will not fall because of you. Sima Lingxuan's eyes flickered with heavy confidence. He nodded gravely and said, wait for my good news. Sima Lingxuan's figure flickered continuously in the air as he chased after Xiao Chen. Eventually, he arrived at the huge drill grounds of the heaven ascending platform. Xiao, Xiao. The two landed on the drill grounds, one in front and one behind. Then they each stood in a corner, facing the wind. The taller buildings of the heaven ascending platform were already filled with heavenly saber pavilion disciples. They had never seen Xiao Chen make a move before. They also did not know that Sima Hong had pressured Xiao Chen. Their gazes were filled with excitement. They were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chen to display his might and defeat the great Jin nation's genius swordsman once again. Senior brother Xiao Chen, do your best. His father was rude. Teach his son a lesson and beat him up until he scrammed back. Right, that's right, scrammed back. Scram back. Scram back. Instantly, the entire mountain was filled with chants of scrammed back. The voices merged together, causing the air to tremble. As of now, Xiao Chen was like the sun in the sky in the heavenly saber pavilion. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the idol of all the disciples. However, the moment that Sima Hong arrived, he chased Xiao Chen out. There was no lack of hot-blooded youths among the mountain disciples. Who cared if you were a martial sage or not? This was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Great Qi Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was Xiao Qian's home ground. If they did not help Xiao Qian regain his dignity, who would? Sima Lingxuan's expression turned sullen. Even though he was only ranked third on the True Dragon ranking, no one in the Great Qi Nation dared to speak to him like that. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Boom. After Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, his strong aura erupted together with the rage in his heart. A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. The sword in Sima Lingxuan's hand hummed and infused with quintessence. He pointed it at Xiao Qian, and the sword qi made of quintessence shot out, tearing thin cracks in the air. Before Sima Lingxian made a move, he had already displayed his strength. When some of the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion saw this, they felt fear in their hearts. Just based on the strength that Sima Lingxian had displayed, some of the inferior grade martial monarchs among them would not be a match for him. Some of the medial grade martial monarchs would not have more than a 60% chance of defeating him. No one had seen Xiao Qian make a move after he advanced to martial monarch. They could not help but feel worried for Xiao Qian. Sima Lingxian said in a cold voice, "Xiao Qian, the accumulation of my cultivation as a martial king is beyond your imagination. Back then you defeated me in 10 moves. Today I only need 1 move to defeat you." Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "You are wrong about one thing. It is not that you force me to defeat you in 10 moves. Rather, it is that I am willing to defeat you in 10 moves. If I really wanted to defeat you, why would I need 10 moves? Let's see what ability you have to boast. The mandate of heaven is with me, the ruler of the world, the sword of kings." Sima Lingxian soared into the air. Winds blew behind him and the sky changed color. It materialized a scene of all living things killing each other, 100 armies fighting, and a chaotic war between dynasties. Sima Lingxian was the one who would end this chaotic world. He had come with the mandate of heaven, using the sword of kings to command the world. He used the power of a dynasty to transform the state on his sword to resist Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian felt excited. No wonder Sima Lingxian was so confident this time. His state of kingship had improved by another level. Not only did it not stop because of his previous defeat, but it even improved further. However, this was still not enough. A dynasty would eventually fall. A true king would not use the power of a dynasty to fight an enemy. This was because he himself was an unrivaled king. There was no need for external help. If it were any other time, Xiao Qian would be interested in exchanging 100 moves with Sima Lingxian. After all, Sima Lingxian had his own unique side. If Xiao Qian fought with Sima Lingxian, he would definitely gain something. However, it was different now. There was an even more horrifying Sima Hong standing behind Sima Lingxian. As for losing without a fight, Xiao Qian had never thought about it. How could a king-grade true dragon lower its head and bend over in fear? If Sima Hong wanted to bury the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with him, then even if Xiao Qian had to risk his life, he would make Sima Lingxian suffer a few layers of skin. He would let Sima Lingxian know what regret was. After Xiao Qian made up his mind, 2 resplendent star-like flames, one purple and one white, flashed in his eyes. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The purple lightning origin flame and the lunar origin flame flew out and turned into 2 Yuenin chasing each other in the air. The mental energy in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness drained continuously. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. When the Taiji diagram formed, Xiao Qian shouted ferociously and pushed his right hand forward. The Yin and Yang flames formed a beautiful Taiji diagram. They intertwined and merged, turning into an unparalleled energy of primal chaos. Who cares about the mandate of heaven, materializing the power of the dynasty, or the everlasting Yin and Yang? I will break it with force. The Yin and Yang flames actually merged. How did he think of this? How did he do it? Jiang Qi and the other elders exclaimed in shock. What exactly is that diagram? How come I have never seen it before? Unexpectedly, the 2 extreme energies of Yin and Yang can merge in such a strange manner. The people of the Tianwu continent had never seen the Taiji diagram before. This was an eye-opener for Shin Manjun and the others, finding it incredible. Bang, bang, bang. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram moved very quickly. It used absolute force to break the quintessence mysterious phenomenon of Sima Lingxuan's sword strike. The new dynasty formed by the state of kingship behind Sima Lingxian fell back into the flames of war. Miserable cries resounded everywhere as the state of kingship completely crumbled. Wuxia. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram crashed into Sima Lingxuan's body, and a surging energy erupted. Sima Lingxian vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew back uncontrollably. The energy far surpassed everyone's expectations. When it exploded, shock waves surged and clouds appeared. The horrifying energy knocked Sima Lingxian off the heaven-ascending platform. Chapter 622. Sima Lingxian tumbled down the slope. His entire body was pierced by the strange rocks and shrubs. It was a tragic sight. Sima Lingxuan's internal injuries were worse than his external injuries. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame burned his internal organs. The quintessence from his dantian could not protect his internal organs at all when the two flames spewed out. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the various buildings on the heaven-ascending platform saw this scene, they could not react. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. What was more, they did not expect the casual words they shouted at the start to turn into reality. Sima Lingxian really rolled back in a sorry state. He won. Senior brother Xiaoqin really won. He used only one move to send Sima Lingxian rolling back. How powerful. I did not dare to imagine it. Ha ha ha. Serves them right. How delightful. Let's see if they still dare to show off their might in our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After a long time, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, resounding endlessly. Their gazes toward Xiaoqin became even more respectful. Such an outstanding talent was a disciple of their Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This made them feel a sense of pride that was hard to swallow. In the future, when they went out, they could say that Xiaoqin was their senior brother and that they had personally seen him fight. The disciples of the other sects in the Great Qin nation would probably die of envy. Xiaoqin, you actually dared to make a move. No words could describe the rage in Sima Hong's heart. He had not expected Xiaoqin to really dare to defeat Sima Lingxian in front of him. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had defeated Sima Lingxian in one move. Even when Sima Hong wanted to save Sima Lingxian, he discovered that there was no chance. Sima Hong was a bona fide martial sage, one of the people at the top of the pyramid of the Qinwu continent. To him, Xiaoqin was like an ant. He could crush him easily. However, today he was slapped in the face by this ant. Furthermore, it was such a heavy slap. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. If he did not kill Xiaoqin, he would not be able to vent his anger. A sword appeared in Sima Hong's hand. It flashed in the air as though he teleported. Then he sent a quintessence sword chi containing the power of the world at Xiaoqin. It's over. Sima Hong actually disregarded his status and made a move against a junior. All the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled. They thought to themselves in a panic, how could Xiaoqin, an inferior grade martial cultivator, survive the sword strike of the martial sage? The sword energy that Sima Hong released looked ordinary and without any fancy moves. Even a medial grade martial monarch could casually send out a sword chi that could pierce space and shine with sharpness. However, this strand of sword chi, the sword chi of a martial sage, did not pierce through space. Not even a tiny crack appeared in space, giving off an inconceivable feeling. The sword chi was long and narrow, dazzling. It seemed to glide along a unique trajectory between heaven and earth. As it approached, the light on the sword chi became more and more condensed. With the support of the power of the world, the sword light was traceless. The might of the sword chi increased with every passing second. Xiaoqin's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be slow. He quickly raised his left hand, and the lunar yin-yang flame diagram on the ground appeared in front of him with a shio sound. A vast and surging mental energy poured into the Taiji diagram in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness. The beautiful Taiji diagram instantly gave off a dazzling golden light. The 8 trigrams yin-yang and 4 divisions appeared as the Taiji diagram circulated. When Xiaoqin stood on the ground, he seemed to be one with the world. Bang! The sword chi that Sima Hong sent out in rage crashed into the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang flame diagram instantly exploded, and a horrifying energy spread out. The huge drill ground was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless rocks and boulders flew up from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust that was blown away by the wind. A strand of sword chi shot out from the dust cloud at an even faster speed at the chasing Sima Hong. Dang! Sima Hong's expression changed slightly. He held his sword horizontally and blocked with his quintessence. Bang! There was another sound that was even more horrifying than the previous one. The dust cloud spread out again and a vast, deep pit appeared on the ground. It extended at a visible rate. All the other buildings on the heaven ascending platform collapsed. Using this strand of sword chi as a shield, Xiaoqin's figure flickered. He stood on the blue dragon image and soared into the air. His complexion was pale and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiaoqin's complexion did not look very good. Only his eyes were filled with vigor, not showing any signs of fatigue. The instant the sword chi containing the power of the world shattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the shock wave struck Xiao Chen's body, instantly shattering the quintessence in his body. The sword chi was unblockable. It was of a much higher grade than Xiao Chen's quintessence. Just the shock wave inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, this shock wave would have severed all the meridians and shattered all the internal organs of a regular cultivator, killing them on the spot. He is not dead. When the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion saw Xiao Chen leaping out of the dust cloud, they all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Martial sages had already comprehended the power of the world. Although it was not much, as long as a trace of the power of the world was infused into their quintessence, its might would increase by several times. Unexpectedly, with Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he was able to receive this sword strike. Furthermore, it seemed like he could still fight and was not at the brink of death. Shen Manjuan's expression sank. Xiao Chen cannot fall here. The luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already linked to his. If he dies, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed. Jiangqi, I order you to immediately gather the Divine Saber camp and use the full strength of the sect to fight against Sima Hong. We cannot let Xiao Chen die here. Jiangqi did not hesitate and said, "Disciple obeys." After Shen Manjun spoke to Jiangqi, she soared into the sky and flew away. She had a sullen expression as she shielded Xiao Chen. All the quintessence in her body surged wildly. Sima Hong, how old are you? Do you not care about your status at all? Unexpectedly, you made a move against a junior, Shen Manjun said expressionlessly. Sima Hong let out a long whistle, and a strong wind blew in all directions, dispersing the dust and revealing the dilapidated drill ground. Sima Hong stared at Shen Manjun and said coldly, "Scram. I hate people who do not want face when I give them face. I already said it 6 days ago. As long as he loses to Ling Xian, everything will be fine. Today this brat does not know what is good for him. Don't blame me for being merciless." There were already many cultivators in the surroundings of the heaven ascending platform. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Sima Hong actually ignored his status and threatened Xiao Chen to admit defeat. This was too shameless. Shen Manjun said sullenly, "Have you thought of the consequences of killing someone in my Heavenly Saber Pavilion?" Sima Hong laughed loudly and said, "What is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Do you think you are one of the 10 great sects? I really do not care about you. Since you are not leaving, I will kill you first." Uchi. Uchi. A sword light surged and 2 strands of sword chi intersected, forming a cross-shaped sword light as it flashed towards Shen Manjun. A slender saber appeared in Shen Manjuan's hand. She brought out her 300 years of cultivation at full power. The saber light tore space apart. The cross-shaped sword light carried the might of heaven as it surged over. It broke all the saber techniques Shen Manjun executed, forcing her back 100 steps. Shen Manjun breathed out slightly. In the end, she managed to block the sword light of a martial sage. "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Sima Hong snorted coldly and appeared before Shen Manjun, who had just blocked the sword light. He brandished his sword and a chain of sword techniques spread out. Da, da, da. The sound of sabers and swords clashing resounded in the air. With every step Sima Hong took, heaven and earth seemed to take a step forward. That boundless aura was not something Shen Manjun could block, no matter how high her cultivation was. Every time Shen Manjun blocked a sword strike, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled even more. Scram. After 9 sword strikes, Sima Hong shouted ferociously. His sword gave off a bright light and its might increased. The sword light shot out and knocked Shen Manjun back. Shen Manjuan's figure shot back like an arrow. She could not retaliate at all as she crashed into a mountain peak. The peak exploded and rocks fell. When Xiao Chen saw Shen Manjuan's death, his eyes turned completely cold. He rushed forward and hacked down with his saber. Blue dragon goes to sea. 99 pillars of water shot out from the vast sea behind Sima Hong. The blue dragon leaped out of the water, and a 3-kilometer-long saber light flickered as it tore through the air and hacked down. Sima Hong's expression was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chen to not flee and even dare to attack him. When the saber light arrived before him, he had no choice but to execute a screen of swords to block it. Sword chi hummed, and the power of the world surged out continuously. They intertwined and formed an indestructible screen of light. It contained the might of the world and seemed eternal and inextinguishable. Battle Sage Origins, Strength Character Formula, 33 times Combat Prowess. Xiao Chen roared wildly. He did not care about the consequences and exhausted all the quintessence in his body in that instant. The moment the might of the saber light approached Sima Hong, its might soared until it reached a frightening level. Bang! The screen of swords containing the might of the world and eternally inextinguishable shattered before this blue dragon goes to sea infused with the strength character formula. The saber light knocked Sima Hong back with a schwa sound. Sima Hong's clothes were torn and his flesh was mangled. There was no place on him that was unscathed. He appeared to be in a sorry state. When he fell from the air, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Unexpectedly, he managed to knock back an inferior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is so injured. The onlookers who sensed this were extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine it. Sima Hong was a martial sage. Unexpectedly, a martial monarch's killing move knocked him back. Shio. Sima Hong only retreated 100 meters in the air before he regained his footing. The wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. An extremely sinister look flashed in Sima Hong's eyes. Earlier, Xiaoqin managed to block his sword strike. That was already embarrassing enough. Now Xiaoqin even injured him in front of everyone. Originally, given Sima Hong's strength, even if Xiaoqin executed the strength character formula and the blue dragon goes to sea, he would not have been able to injure Sima Hong. However, Sima Hong had misjudged. He had used only half his strength to defend against the blue dragon goes to sea. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin was able to increase the might of the blue dragon goes to sea by 33 times in an instant. Since Sima Hong was caught off guard, he ended up in such a sorry state. Once again he lost to Xiaoqin. Chapter 623. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret technique. It can instantly increase the might of one's martial technique by 33 times. If it were a regular peak martial monarch, they would have been killed by this attack. After Sima Hong calmed down, he thought with some fear in his heart, I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise there will be endless trouble in the future. If I let him mature, the Sima clan will fall. Seeing Sima Hong stand up again, Xiaoqin, who was lying weakly on the ground, could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Using the strength character formula to activate the blue dragon goes to sea was already the strongest killing move that Xiaoqin could execute. Once the strength character formula was activated, any fist or leg martial technique would instantly increase its might by 33 times. The first time Xiaoqin executed the strength character formula, it was Lu Ryue's father who activated it. At that time he was forced to execute it and could only use it. He did not know the principles behind it. After Xiaoqin advanced to martial monarch, he barely managed to learn this secret technique with Ao Jiao's help. Right now, Xiaoqin was not very familiar with it. His quintessence was not surging enough. When he executed it like this, not only was his quintessence drained, but his stamina was also completely drained. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, he would not be able to recover. When Xiaoqin saw Sima Hong slowly walking over like the Grim Reaper, he calmed down. Even if Xiaoqin had to choose again, he would not choose to lose without a fight. He would rather die than lower his head. One only had one breath left to live. Why should one let oneself live in such a sullen manner? That kind of life was not what Xiaoqin wanted. There was no point in living there. Xiaoqin sheathed the lunar shadow saber and prevented Ao Jiao from appearing. He did not intend to let her fight to the death. Xiaoqin had promised the Thunder King that he would not let the lunar shadow saber break again, even if he died. When a cultivator advances to martial sage, his body will be infused with spiritual energy for a long period of time. In the instant he comprehended the world, his physical body will become a sage body. He cannot look at it like a regular cultivator. A regular light injury can recover in a short time. His physical body's defense is also several times stronger than a peak martial monarch's. Although Xiaoqin managed to injure his opponent, he didn't injure his foundation, so it's all in vain. Even so, he can still be proud of himself. He's probably the only one in the past thousands of years who's managed to injure a martial saint as a martial emperor. Unfortunately. Outside the heaven ascending platform, some of the cultivators who had rushed over to watch the show revealed expressions of regret as they sighed. Now, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could stop Sima Hong. One could easily imagine Xiaoqin's fate. Sima Hong crossed the distance of 1 kilometer and arrived before Xiaoqin in less than 100 steps. As he looked at the weakened Xiaoqin on the ground, there was no emotion in his eyes. You should be proud to die at the hands of a martial saint. With a flip of his hand, Sima Hong thrust his sword at Xiaoqin's chest at lightning speed. Bang! Just as Sima Hong's sword was about to touch Xiaoqin's chest, a strand of scarlet saber chi descended from the sky. It carried a boundless state of massacre as it pierced towards Sima Hong's forehead. That saber chi contained a surging energy. It was like the energy of thousands of people gathered together. There was even a trace of the power of heaven and earth in it. When Sima Hong felt a threat, he sheathed his sword and sent out a sword light to meet the saber chi. Dang! The sword and saber chi clashed and Sima Hong took 3 steps back. When he looked up, he saw that Jiang Qi had finally arrived with the 2,000 elites of the Divine Saber Camp. These 2,000 bladesmen wore tight robes and held scarlet sabers in their hands. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Sima Hong. There was no fear in their gazes, only a boundless state of massacre. Under Jiang Qi's lead, the 2,000 people formed the blood-slaughtering formation in midair. Everyone's aura merged and formed a vast aura. That strand of saber chi earlier was the result of these 2,000 people working together. This was the first time they truly forced Sima Hong back 3 steps. Jiang Qi said sullenly, "Sima Hong, leave now. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion fights to the death, we will make you pay a price." Sima Hong smiled coldly and said, "Ignorant. How can the insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion make me pay a price? Today I will show you the true strength of a martial sage." Bang! Sima Hong pushed off the ground and arrived before Jiang Qi. He brandished his sword and sword lights filled the sky. Every strike infused the power of heaven and earth into the sword technique. The 2,000 Divine Saber Camp disciples drew their sabers at the same time. Relying on the energy of the formation, they focused all their energy on Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi did his best to block. However, when facing Sima Hong, who used his full power, he paled in comparison to the vast power of heaven and earth. Dang! 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 Sima Hong's gaze was calm as he executed all sorts of sword techniques. His speed became faster and his strength became stronger. He forced Jiang Qi to retreat in midair. Unexpectedly, the blood-slaughtering formation formed by 2,000 elites was unable to block the martial sage Sima Hong. "You dare to be so impudent with such a dog's-hit formation? Break!" Sima Hong lost his patience. He gathered all the sword lights together and thrust his sword forward. Jiang Qi's saber technique shattered, and the saber in his hand was knocked away. The sword lights entered Jiang Qi's body and all the accumulated injuries erupted in one breath. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell weakly from the sky. The 2,000 Divine Saber Camp bladesmen, who had been sending energy to Jiang Qi, could no longer hold on. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell from the sky like rain. After breaking the blood-slaughtering formation, Sima Hong landed once again. Then he walked toward Xiao Chen with a boundless killing intent. Fight it out with him. The Supreme Elders, who originally feared Sima Hong's strength, saw Jiang Qi and the other 2,000 fall miserably from the sky. Their eyes filled with hatred as they executed their strongest moves. They released multicolored saber lights in the air and chopped at Sima Hong. Sima Hong revealed disdain as he said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless." Dang! Dang! Sword lights flickered. Sima Hong's footsteps did not stop. Even when facing these people's attacks, he did not stop. With each step he swung his sword. With one sword strike, Sima Hong broke the martial techniques that these Supreme Elders had spent their entire lives researching. He knocked back the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders like they were sandbags. They could not retaliate at all. Is this the strength of a martial sage? This is too horrifying. No wonder he is at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. Even the strength of a sect cannot stop him. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is probably going to suffer a calamity. The cultivators who rushed over to watch the excitement revealed gloating expressions. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a good thing for them. Stop him. We cannot let him kill senior brother Xiao Chen. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples gathered around the heaven ascending platform saw Sima Hong getting closer to Xiao Chen, their blood surged. They could no longer hold themselves back and launched themselves at Sima Hong, all for the sake of stopping Sima Hong and winning a chance for Xiao Chen to survive. "You are not even comparable to an ant. How dare you block my way?" Sima Hong revealed an impatient expression. He could not even be bothered to swing his sword. Instead, he waved his left hand gently. Wind blew from all directions, forming a strong gust of wind. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples flying over were knocked back a kilometer by the strong wind. The sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Sima Hong arrived before Xiao Chen once again. He looked at Xiao Chen and said in a cold voice, "I never boast. Now, do you know the consequences of your wrong decision?" Xiao Chen's pale face was expressionless. He only said coldly, "If I don't die, I will wash the Sima clan in blood in the future." "Ah! Who can save you? When Sima Hong heard this, it was like he had heard a joke. He laughed arrogantly. Who dares to offend a martial sage to save you? You are still dreaming even at death's door. Go to hell and destroy my Sima clan. Arrogant. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the horizon. The person who spoke seemed to be far away. However, the voice sounded like it was right beside Sima Hong's ear, speaking softly. These two conflicting feelings merged together. Sima Hong's expression immediately changed. He felt an extremely dangerous aura and quickly turned his head to look. However, before he could react, a wooden box seemed to have traveled through time and space. It suddenly flew over and crashed into Sima Hong. Wuxia. The small wooden box seemed to contain an unparalleled force. Sima Hong vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The wooden box landed in front of Xiao Chen with a shio sound. The words, like the emperor descending personally, were written on the front. No one dared to look at them directly. Sima Hong wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and shouted angrily, acting all mysterious. The Qinwu continent no longer has Emperor Wu. After Sima Hong spoke, he launched himself at Xiao Chen in an even more ferocious manner. Kasia. The 4 wooden boards of the wooden box fell off one by one. A simple and unadorned saber floated quietly in the air. A horrifying aura spread out from the saber like it could topple mountains and flip seas. Before this aura, Sima Hong was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, unremarkable. The aura was like the vast ocean and as heavy as a mountain. When Sima Hong crashed into this aura, he bounced back in a sorry state. He rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Divine weapon. Sima Hong's eyes filled with horror. Then he thought of something. Without saying anything else, he picked up Sima Lingshuan's unconscious body and flew out without looking back. Come, saber. An aged voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw a gray-robed old man flying over. He casually waved his hand and the divine weapon came out of its scabbard. The heavenly saber pavilion's divine weapon, which had not been drawn for many years, finally saw the light of day again. While in the air, the gray-robed old man waved his hand and grasped the divine weapon, heavenly universe saber. In that instant, the world seemed insignificant under his feet. If a martial sage of the same cultivation steeled himself to run, it would be hard for the other party to stop him. At this moment, Sima Hong had already carried Sima Lingshan 10 kilometers away. In the eyes of the crowd, they were like a black dot in the distant sky. It was so hazy that they could not see the other party's movements. The old man held the divine weapon and swung it at Sima Hong. The divine weapon immediately gave off a bright light, completely covering the light of the sun. Everyone saw an unimaginable scene. Night fell quietly and countless stars twinkled. The boundless universe seemed to have formed a scroll, and at this moment, it was unfolding. Normally, the most dazzling sun in the eyes of ordinary people was just an unremarkable star among the many stars. Compared to the vast universe, it was extremely insignificant. Chapter 6:24. Only the beam of light on the divine weapon remained eternal. At this moment, the gray-robed old man holding the divine weapon became the center of the sky dome realm. Shio. A miserable shriek resounded, and the light scattered. The various mysterious phenomena vanished, replaced by the blazing sun high in the sky. However, the shocking scene just now had left an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. At the end of the horizon, everyone could see the black dot that Sima Hong had turned into. He was like a broken kite on the verge of falling. The saber chi of the divine weapon severely injured him from 10 kilometers away. Come back. The gray-robed old man shouted ferociously. He spread open his left palm, and a huge suction force formed in the center of his palm, which contained the power of the world. A horrifying whirlpool formed in the air. Sima Hong, who was 10 kilometers away, was covered in blood as he was pulled back uncontrollably. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Sima Hong and Sima Lingshan both landed on the heaven-ascending platform. Under the vast might of the divine weapon, Sima Hong knelt on one knee. His severely injured body could not help but tremble. There was a horrifying wound on his chest from which blood flowed. When Jiang Qi and the other elders below saw the old man arrive, they became very excited. However, because of the might of the divine weapon, they could not go forward to speak with him. Kasie. The old man casually waved his hand, and the divine weapon returned to its scabbard. The wooden box returned to its original position and quietly stood beside Xiao Chen. Sima Hong's aura suddenly relaxed and he fell heavily to the ground. The old man's figure flashed and landed beside Sima Hong. After injuring so many of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's disciples, do you think that is possible? Sima Hong bowed and said in dissatisfaction, Lung Tianyun, you are just relying on the might of the divine weapon. What capabilities do you have? If you were truly capable, the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Pavilion Master would have been yours. So, it is him, the younger brother of the previous Pavilion Master. Unexpectedly he returned. 40 years ago, for the sake of vying for the position of Pavilion Master, he lost to his elder brother and left in a huff. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 40 years, he actually stepped into the threshold of martial sage. Upon hearing Sima Hong's words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all guessed the gray-robed old man's identity. 40 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. Furthermore, two absolute geniuses appeared at the same time. Furthermore, they were brothers. Unfortunately, one mountain could not contain two tigers. Lung Tianyun lost to his brother in one move. He had no choice but to give up his position as Pavilion Master and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the demonic calamity 20 years ago caused the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose all its elites. The genius Pavilion Master also died. Since then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. Otherwise, Sima Hong would not dare to behave atrociously here, boasting that he could destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion by himself. Now, at the most critical moment for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Tianyun finally rushed back. Using the divine weapon, he defeated Sima Hong in one move. When Lung Tianyun heard Sima Hong's words, he snorted coldly, "Ignorant fool. Even if your father were here, he would not dare to say such words. Junior brother Jiang, send someone to hang him at the gates of Saber City. When the Sima clan's people come to pick him up, the Sima clan will have to compensate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion 100-fold. A bona fide martial sage, someone at the top of the pyramid of the continent, was actually going to be hung at the city gates. Just thinking about it gave everyone a headache. Sima Hong got up and leaped forward. He shouted angrily, Lung Tianyun, you dare? Why would I not dare? Lung Tianyun kicked Sima Hong back. The force in his right leg was boundless, scattering the last bit of Sima Hong's quintessence. When Jiang Qi and the other elders heard Lung Tianyun's words, they quickly ordered people to capture Sima Hong. Then they cuffed him up and dragged him away. Lung Tianyun looked up and saw the other cultivators who had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in. He immediately came to his senses and quickly fled. Normally this was a forbidden land. Now that the chaos was over, if they did not leave, it would be problematic if they pursued the matter. When Lung Tianyun saw that this group of people were rather tactful, he withdrew his gaze and ignored them. Senior brother Lung, fortunately you arrived in time. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have been destroyed, Jiang Qi and the others quickly said respectfully. Lung Tianyun muttered, there is no need to say anything more. Although I have left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed. Lung Tianyun waved his hand to stop Jiang Qi and the others from continuing. Then he turned his head and looked at Xiao Qin, who had already stood up. His eyes revealed deep interest. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and said, many thanks for senior's help. Lung Tianyun smiled faintly and said, you saved yourself. You were able to resist the temptation of the divine weapon and hand it over to me. Back then you sowed the seed of today. If not for the divine weapon's warning, I would not have rushed over. This is the result. If you could let go of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and go directly to the Haotian sect, Sima Hong would not have dared to play such tricks. In the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is a burden to you. However, this will never happen again. I will compensate you for today's matter. Based on Lung Tianyun's words, he was planning to stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The surrounding elders all revealed excited expressions, clearly very happy. With such a martial sage guarding the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and able to use the divine weapon, no one in the Sky Dome realm would dare to offend the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. After that, Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian had their cultivations sealed and were hung above Saber City's walls. The commotion caused by the duel between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian came to an end just like that. Sima Hong, who had a ferocious aura and valiant strength, lost his reputation. He did not even gain any sympathy. When dawn arrived the next day, the Haotian sect's Old Feng arrived as well. When he saw Sima Hong above Saber City, he smiled faintly. However, he did not enter the mountain and just left. Actually, Old Feng was not particularly worried about Xiao Chen. He was a king-grade true dragon genius with great luck. In the Sky Dome realm, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. All sorts of things would happen. It was like heaven was looking after him, allowing him to escape from death's door. The result was as Old Feng expected. The hanging Sima Hong was the best proof. Who could have imagined that a martial sage who attacked a martial monarch would end up in such a state, becoming the joke of the world? But it was this unbelievable thing that really happened in front of everyone's eyes. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Qin was the bearer of luck. He would not die so easily. Only in the Kunlun realm, where there were many geniuses with great luck, would Xiao Qin run into some fatal danger. 10 days later, the Sima clan's old clan head, who had already retired, personally came to apologize with 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Only then did he bring back the Sima father and son. When facing Leng Tianyun, who possessed a divine weapon, and the Sima clan being in the wrong, no matter how dissatisfied and sullen he felt, he did not dare to show it. Otherwise, even if Leng Tianyun said to kill the two, the old clan head would not be able to do anything. Comparing 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones to a martial sage, the old clan head could still differentiate which was more valuable. Leng Tianyun used half of the 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones for the reconstruction of the heaven ascending platform and for the treatment and rewards of the many disciples. The remaining half, 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones, were all given to Xiao Qin. Furthermore, Leng Tianyun also refined the inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls and gave Xiao Qin 100 of them, fulfilling his promise. Compared to superior-grade spirit stones, the effects of spirit gathering pearls were much better. Not only were there more of them, but they were also pure. Given this, Xiao Qin now had 200 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. It would not be enough for him to use them for cultivation every day. He would use them all in a few days. Xiao Qin intended to use the spirit gathering pearls to break through bottlenecks or use them for emergencies. For example, when he suddenly ran out of essence and needed to replenish it. If he had spirit gathering pearls, it would be much easier. In the battle with Sima Hong, Xiao Qin felt a sense of danger. He was still too weak before a martial sage. In the future, when Xiao Qin went to the Kunlun realm, his luck would not be as strong. He could not wait for others to save him at all times. He needed to have his own trump cards. The physical body of a martial sage had already become a sage body. If he did not truly injure the other party, it would be hard to deal any damage to them. Xiao Qin temporarily gave up on severely injuring a martial sage. That was not realistic. Xiao Qin's goal was to be able to leave easily when he met a martial sage. At the very least, he needed to be able to protect himself. Xiao Qin could only raise his blue dragon cloud soaring art to great perfection and see if he could snatch a chance of survival from a martial sage. If the other geniuses of the same generation knew what Xiao Qin was thinking, they would be greatly astonished. They were still thinking about how to break through to martial monarch and how to deal with a medial grade martial monarch. However, Xiao Qin's gaze was fixed on martial sage. He was much stronger than them, leaving them far behind. There was a waterfall at the back of Qingyun Peak. Below the waterfall was a lake 3 kilometers wide. In the past, when Xiao Qin was here, he had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to consummation. The blue dragon was of the water attribute. Cultivating the blue dragon cloud soaring art in this lake would definitely be faster. While cultivating, time would pass strangely quickly. Perhaps the last time he looked up was the morning sun. In the next moment, he comprehended something and the sun was already setting. When he looked up, the day and night changed. Loneliness flooded his heart like the tide. The surroundings were silent, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. However, no matter how lonely it was, he had to endure it. In his fight with Sima Hong, Xiao Qin had suffered too much. He had nearly lost his life. If he didn't want the same thing to happen a second time, he would have to endure all of this. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Above the lake, Xiao Qin shouted, and a dragon roar resounded endlessly in his chest. His figure flashed and 9 identical clones appeared on the water. Whoosh, whoosh. Compared to the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, these clones did not look any different. However, if one observed carefully, one would discover that each clone had an ethereal dragon-shaped aura surrounding them. This made the clones seem more realistic. Not only were they made of flesh and blood, but they also had a physical form and spirit. Their expressions did not appear dull. Among the small tricks of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, the roaming dragon's 9 transformations was Xiao Qin's favorite. This move could be used to advance or retreat. When attacking, it could confuse the opponent. When leaving, it would be hard to distinguish the real from the fake. However, it was far from sufficient to deal with a martial sage. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly, and the 9 clones merged together. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him, causing a pillar of water to surge into the sky. Blue dragon tail whip. Uchi. A strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body seemed to have turned into a dragon's tail, drawing a long arc on the water surface. As his figure flashed, he created a crescent moon-shaped pillar of water. Chapter 625. In a breath of time, Xiao Chen moved 5 kilometers. Everywhere the strong wind blew, waves splashed. After he stood still, the lake water fell to the ground like a pattering rain. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, "The explosive power of the blue dragon tail whip is already comparable to Sima Hong's speed. However, it is not enough to increase the explosive power. The most important thing is to raise my basic speed." Time flew by. Xiao Chen stayed on the small lake for 2 months. He cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art at every moment. He felt that he was not far from great perfection. Now he circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. As he soared into the air, the blue dragon image under his feet could exist. It would not be like before, where it could only exist for a short period of time, flickering. Xiao Chen's speed increased by another 20%. However, it was still far from the result he wanted. According to the secret manual, after the blue dragon cloud soaring art reaches great perfection, I can materialize another 2 blue dragons to aid in flight. When cultivated to the limit, I can materialize 18 blue dragons. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. He felt somewhat frustrated. 2 months had passed, and he was still far from his goal of shaking off an inferior-grade martial sage. He had only taken a small step forward. His goal was still very far away. He stomped heavily on the surface of the water, and 18 pillars of water shot up into the sky from the calm lake. When they landed, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. When they landed, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and allowed the water to drench his clothes. He slowly calmed his frustrated emotions. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, the spirit herbs you wanted are all prepared." Just at this moment, a melodious voice entered Xiao Chen's ears. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun arrived quietly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and circulated his quintessence. A mist rose from his body, and his clothes immediately became very dry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and walked over to Chu Xinyun. 2 months ago, Xiao Chen had asked Chu Xinyun to look for the other ingredients for the beauty-halting pill. Jade Maiden Peak did not have many spirit herbs. Xiao Chen did not have much time, so he could only find someone to help. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art had reached a small bottleneck. He needed to go out and exercise for a while, so he decided to refine the beauty-halting pill. Chu Xinyun handed a spatial ring to Xiao Chen and said, "I have already found the 99 herbs and spirit flowers that you wanted. They are all in here. Check if there are any mistakes." Xiao Chen accepted the ring and checked it. When he did not find anything wrong, he said happily, "Many thanks, junior sister Chu. You have helped me a lot." Chu Xinyun smiled faintly and said with some envy, "If I am not wrong, you should be refining the youth-halting pill. It can preserve your appearance for 1,000 years. Elder sister Ryue is really fortunate." Compared to men, women placed more importance on their appearance. They were afraid that time would be merciless and they would lose their youth. Being able to preserve one's appearance for 1,000 years was undoubtedly the dream of every woman. Naturally, Chu Xinyun was no exception. However, she knew that these 99 ingredients would cost a lot of spirit stones. Furthermore, it would not be easy to refine them. Wanting Xiao Chen to help her refine one was too much of an extravagant hope. "I will take my leave first. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer." Chu Xinyun stopped thinking about this matter and prepared to take her leave. Xiao Chen called out to stop her. "Wait a moment, this is the alchemic recipe for the youth-halting pill. If you have time in the future, you can refine it yourself." Xiao Chen could tell what the other party was thinking. However, some of the ingredients were not suitable. In a few months, Xiao Chen would be leaving. He would not be able to help her refine another one, so he gave the alchemic recipe to her. Chu Xinyun looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. The alchemic recipe for the youth-halting pill was worth cities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that its price was astronomical. However, Xiao Chen actually gave it to her so casually. After handing the alchemic recipe to Chu Xinyun, Xiao Chen immediately returned to his residence and started to prepare to refine the youth-halting pill. 99 kinds of herbs were arranged neatly on the wooden table. After counting them, Xiao Chen finally took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Looking at the blue dragon medicine cauldron with overwhelming spiritual energy, Xiao Chen became somewhat distracted. The image of that otherworldly girl who liked to dress up in men's clothes appeared in his mind. "I wonder how she is now. I will be leaving the Sky Dome realm soon. After I refine the youth-halting pill, I should make a trip to the imperial capital." Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and muttered to himself. He still owed the other party a promise. If there was an opportunity, it would be best if he could repay it before leaving. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Xiao Qin prepared to refine the pill, a series of knocks on the door made him stop what he was doing. Who could be knocking at this time? Before he came, Xiao Qin had instructed Lu Suifeng not to let anyone disturb him. Xiao Qin waved his long sleeves and put away the herbs on the table, as well as the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Then he went to open the door. A fragrance wafted over, and a girl in a red dress stood at the door. She looked very pretty, capable of causing the downfall of nations. Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and asked, "What wind blew princess you here?" The person who came was the very popular Princess Ingyu of the Great Qin nation. Ingyu said softly, "Is it because you obtained the top rank of the True Dragon ranking that you dare to speak to me so rudely?" Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "How could I dare? One does not come here for no reason. Princess, just get straight to the point." Ingyu withdrew her smile and said sullenly, "Do you still remember the agreement you made with Feng Feishue?" Xiao Qin was stunned. He nodded and said, "Naturally I remember. Back then, outside Mo City, she gave me the blue dragon cloud soaring art and I made a promise to her." Ingyu said, "She is in trouble. She is currently under house arrest by her clansmen." Xiao Qin frowned and said, "House arrest? What?" Most of the Feng clan's businesses were personally managed by Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue held great authority in the Feng clan. How could she be under house arrest for no reason? Ingyu organized her thoughts and said, "The Feng clan is the second-ranked merchant association in the world. Do you know that the first-ranked merchant association is the Wan Clan Merchant Association?" Xiao Qin indicated that he understood. Of the 5 great merchant associations, the Great Qin Nation's Wan Clan Merchant Association was the strongest. Xiao Qin had seen this before in Dragon Sealing City. Aside from ignorance of tea, all the businesses in Dragon Sealing City were managed by the Wan clan. Although Dragon Sealing City was only open for a month, the 1 million people qualified to go were the strongest cultivators in the entire continent. The Wan clan definitely did not lack spirit stones. Just this 1 month of business would be sufficient for the Wan clan to earn a large sum. Xiao Qin obtained some information about the Wan Clan Merchant Association from Kim Taeho. It was a very strong faction. The Wan clan had accumulated a lot of wealth. However, he had never heard of anyone extorting the Wan clan. It was impossible for the other party to do so without some accumulations and strength. Otherwise, such a fat sheep would have been eaten up by some strong sects and martial sages long ago. Ingyu continued, 4 years ago the Wan clan's young master fell in love with Feng Feishue at first sight. He got the Wan clan's elders to propose marriage to Feng Feishue. The Wan clan is much stronger than the Feng clan. If the Wan clan offended the Feng clan, it would be very difficult for the Feng Clan Merchant Association to do business. Furthermore, many people in the upper echelon of the Feng clan wanted to use this opportunity to build connections with the Wan clan. Thus this marriage was set. 4 years ago. Xiao Qin recalled some past events. The first time he met Feng Feishue in Mo City seemed to have been 4 years ago. Could it be that back then, Feng Feishue came to Mo City because of this? Did she anticipate this day? Xiao Qin remained silent for a long time before saying, "Princess Yu, what is the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Feng clan in Mo City?" Given the relationship between Ingyu and Feng Feishue, as well as the intelligence network of the Great Qin Nation's royal court, it was impossible for Ingyu not to know about this. Xiao Qin could not help but ask about the doubts that he had been hiding in his heart. Ingyu revealed a stunned expression. She asked in surprise, "Did your father not tell you?" Xiao Qin shook his head, indicating that he did not. Ingyu muttered, "Even so, I cannot tell you. I only ask you if you will fulfill your promise and bear this responsibility, preventing this marriage. Bearing this responsibility would mean becoming enemies with the strongest merchant association in the continent. Although Xiao Qin was strong now, it would be like striking a rock with an egg when facing a superpower. Xiao Qin did not think for too long. He said calmly, "Since she has spoken, I will naturally do my best." Ingyu smiled gently, "Feng Feishue did not misjudge you. Just because of these words of yours, it was worth it for her to bear it for 4 years. I need to make some preparations before I can follow you to the imperial capital." Ingyu nodded, "In that case I will wait for you in Saber City. Feng Feishue's father will be there as well. The main thing is that the old man of the Feng clan just passed away. Her father is not able to hold on much longer. Otherwise he would be able to drag things out for a while longer." "I understand." After Feng Feishue left, Xiao Qin went to the small tree in the courtyard and sat down. Then he took out 2 medallions from the universe ring and fiddled with them slowly. He revealed a pensive expression. Of the 2 medallions, one was the minor Haotian medallion of the Haotian sect, and the other was the heavenly fiend medallion of the myriad fiend palace. Either medallion could help Xiao Chen ask for a favor from a martial sage at a crucial moment. The favor from 2 martial sages was also the reason why Xiao Chen did not fear the other superpowers when he traveled the world. Martial sages stood at the top of the pyramid of power in the continent. They were not people that any sect could afford to offend. However, it is probably impossible to get them to help me deal with the Wan clan. However, they should be able to keep me alive. The 2 medallions floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen. Finally Xiao Chen made up his mind. Xiao Chen put away the Haotian medallion and grasped the heavenly fiend medallion tightly with his right hand. I should keep the minor Haotian medallion for when I go to the Kunlun realm. In the end, the Wan clan is just a merchant association. 1 martial sage is sufficient to keep me alive. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and stood on a blue dragon image. He moved up and down in the air, moving at a speed that far surpassed that of a martial monarch of the same cultivation realm, heading for the ancient desolate land. 10 days later, Xiao Chen arrived at the Myriad Fiend Palace at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. After he presented the Heavenly Fiend Medallion, he was received by Bai's father and Zixuan. After Xiao Chen stated his purpose for coming, and Zixuan received the Heavenly Fiend Medallion and smiled faintly. I thought that you would never be able to use this Heavenly Fiend Medallion. Xiao Chen asked somewhat uncertainly, Senior, will you approve of my request? And Zixuan put away the medallion and said softly, although the Wan clan is strong, they are still businessmen in the end. I can still protect your life. However, I also have something that I need your help with. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, Speak your mind. This junior will do his best to do it. Chapter 626. And Zixuan smiled and said, Bai Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya have already taken the Kunlun realm. If you go to the Kunlun realm, if you have the opportunity, please take care of them. Xiao Chen said in surprise, I remember that the 3 of them did not make it into the top 20. They did not meet the requirements of the Bushan Palace. And Zixuan did not explain further. He said, The Bushan Palace is only the Bushan Palace of you humans. It is not the Bushan Palace of our fiend race. Xiao Chen understood a little. He said, Definitely. The 3 of them are my friends. Even if Senior did not say so, I would have done so. After leaving the Myriad Fiend Palace, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he headed for the headquarters of the Great Tang Nation's Golden Rock Merchant Association. Xiao Chen did not understand the strength of the Myriad Clan Merchant Association. He needed to find someone he could trust to understand the other party's strength. Of all the people that Xiao Chen knew, only Kim Taeho understood the Myriad Clan Merchant Association the best. Xiao Chen stood on an azure dragon in the air, flying continuously towards the Great Tang Nation's capital, traveling at his fastest speed. Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art showed signs of making a breakthrough. This was a pleasant surprise. 10 days later, Xiao Chen arrived at the Great Tang Nation's capital. However, Kim Taeho's whereabouts were unknown. Xiao Chen did not see Xiao Chen immediately. He only found Xiao Chen on the 3rd day after he spread the news. Xiao Chen did not like to speak nonsense. He got right to the point and told Xiao Chen why he was here. After Fatso heard that, his eyes narrowed. He laughed loudly and said, To think that this little girl would have such a day. Damn it, she usually snatched away a lot of business from this fat lord. Seeing Xiao Chen's unfriendly expression, Kim Taeho quickly said, I was too excited and could not control my emotions. Brother Xiao Chen, don't blame me. I will tell you about the strength of the Wan Merchant Association. Kim Taeho took a sip of wine and said, Now that you have advanced to Martial Monarch, the Martial King experts of the Wan clan are not worthy of your attention. I will not talk about this. I will focus on the Martial Monarch experts that the Merchant Association hired. The Wan Clan Merchant Association had a total of 18 large branches in the Tianwu continent. Each branch had 2 Martial Monarch experts. Their cultivations ranged from peak inferior grade Martial Monarch to medial grade Martial Monarch. After all, the Wan Clan's Merchant Association was rich in resources. It would be difficult to find an early-stage inferior grade Martial Monarch. Just the branches already had 36 Martial Monarchs. They were several times stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chen heard Fatso's explanation, he was slightly astonished. The peak combat power of the Tianwu continent was the Martial Sage, but there were very few Martial Sages. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Sky Dome realm. The boundless sea, the ancient desolate land, and the Qinwu continent had more than 100 martial sages. Compared to the vast Sky Dome realm, there were very few martial sages. Furthermore, martial sages were busy comprehending the heavenly Tao. Very few of them would bother with mundane matters. When it came to disputes between ordinary people, martial monarchs were already the peak. To most people, martial sages were legends. Most people only heard of martial sages and rarely saw one. In their hearts, martial monarchs were already peak experts. However, although the 36 martial monarchs were strong, Xiaoqin did not care too much about them. As long as they were not superior-grade martial monarchs, it would be fine. Kim Taeho continued, "These are just the strength of the branches. The truly strong ones are the Wan clan's headquarters. The headquarters has what they call the 8 great guardian deities, superior-grade martial monarchs. The 8 great guardian deities are the nicknames of 8 superior-grade martial monarchs. They are very famous and extremely strong. Once, there was a peak martial monarch bandit who wanted to rob the Wan clan's headquarters. When the 8 great guardian deities worked together, they destroyed the bandit within 100 moves. The 8 great guardian deities. Xiaoqin made a mental note of them. Then he looked at the other party and said, "They should not be so weak. Otherwise your Jin clan would not be suppressed by the Wan clan." Kim Taeho took a big gulp of wine and said, "That's right. Rumor has it that the Wan clan has a martial sage as well. That is their greatest trump card." After hearing Kim Taeho's explanation, Xiaoqin gained a better understanding of the Wan clan's merchant association. Everyone only knew about the 8 noble clans and the 10 great sections. Unexpectedly, the Great Jin nation had a merchant association that was comparable to a noble clan. In terms of overall strength, many of the noble clans could not compare to the Wan clan's merchant association. 36 martial monarchs, the 8 great guardian deities, the martial sages at the top of the pyramid. The Wan clan's accumulations were truly horrifying. Seeing that Xiaoqin was about to leave, Fatso hesitated for a while before telling him about Wanfeng's matter. He said, "Little brother Xiaoqin, the welcoming envoy this time seems to be related to the Wan clan. You'd best be mentally prepared." Xiaoqin paused for a moment, but he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. One martial sage was already enough of a headache for him. Unexpectedly, there was another welcoming envoy now. However, since Xiaoqin had already made a promise, there was no longer any chance to go back on it. Even if there was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he had to continue forward. Kim Taeho watched as Xiaoqin left. He squinted slightly and revealed a contemplative expression on his chubby face. He muttered to himself, "The Wan clan is not that easy to deal with. Just Xiaoqin alone will not be enough." After a long time, Kim Taeho seemed to have made a decision. He said to the manservant beside him, "Gather all the martial monarchs that the Golden Rock Merchant Association can use in the shortest time possible. Also, invite the Heavenly Craft Manners Miss Sue over. Damn it, this fat lord will make a bet as well." Roar, roar. As the blue dragon roared, Xiaoqin soared into the air. He stood on the blue dragon image and rushed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion without stopping. Ancient desolate land, Great Tang Nation's capital. Traveling back and forth took close to a month. Xiaoqin did not want you to take too long. Xiaoqin flew quickly in the air. 10,000 meters in the air, cultivators with good eyesight could see a blue dragon moving up and down in the clouds. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, scattering the clouds in front of it. The white-robed Xiaoqin stood on the dragon's head, facing the wind. No expression could be seen on his delicate face. Suddenly, Xiaoqin felt that the blue dragon cloud soaring art was about to break through from small perfection to great perfection. This feeling was very miraculous. There was no need for him to circulate the energy of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His quintessence was like water, slowly flowing through his meridians. Some of the smaller meridians that he would not normally pass through also flowed through. Xiaoqin could clearly feel the azure dragon image under his feet roaring with all its might. Its speed increased explosively, tearing small tears in space. Brr. A resonant dragon roar resounded. The blue dragon cloud soaring art had finally reached great perfection. The quintessence, which had completed a small cycle, returned to his dantian and started to circulate according to the great perfection meridian diagram. Xiao, xiao. Aside from the blue dragon image below Xiaoqin, 2 more blue dragon images appeared beside Xiaoqin. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, reaching Mach 8. Xiaoqin had not been able to break through his bottleneck after 2 months of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would break through so naturally while flying at his limit. This astonished Xiaoqin. However, without those 2 months of bitter cultivation, accumulating a large amount of experience, he would not be able to make such a breakthrough. In the end, it was just a matter of time. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Qin revealed a joyful expression as he executed the Blue Dragon Tail Whip. In that instant, 3 blue dragon images moved at the same time. As the dragon tails swung, they struck Xiao Qin heavily. Hu Qi. In that instant, a resplendent azure light streaked across the sky. Everywhere the azure light passed, Xiao Qin moved 10 kilometers in one breath. When Xiao Qin looked back, there was another Xiao Qin standing in the air 10 kilometers behind him. That was an afterimage he left behind because he was moving too fast. After 3 breaths of time, the afterimage slowly faded until it disappeared. Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, "In an instant, I moved 10 kilometers to face a martial sage. I finally have a chance to leave." However, the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art exhausts too much quintessence. Normally, I only need 1 blue dragon to assist me in battle. After Xiao Qin returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he headed straight for the courtyard where Leng Tianyun was. When he found Leng Tianyun, Xiao Qin bowed respectfully and told him why he was here. "Senior, can you lend this junior the divine weapon?" If an ordinary person said this to Leng Tianyun, he would have slapped the person away. How could a divine weapon be lent so easily? However, the one who spoke was Xiao Qin. Leng Tianyun could not help but enter deep thought. After a long time he slowly said, "I can sense a holy seal in your mind. Since Lu Qianyu promised you this opportunity, I will not reject it." Oh. Leng Tianyun casually waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew out. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught the wooden box. He said softly, "Many thanks, senior." With the divine weapon, Xiao Qin felt more confident on this trip. However, he still hoped that he did not have to use it. He just needed to deter the other party. Finally, Xiao Qin took out the superior-grade inner vest that the Haotian sect had given him from the universe ring. This was a defensive superior-grade secret treasure. It could increase his defense by 20%. The favor from the Heavenly Fiend Palaces in Zixuan, the information from Kim Taeho, the defensive superior-grade secret treasure, and the divine weapon Heavenly Universe. Everything was ready. Xiao Qin covered the wooden box containing the divine weapon with a black cloth and carried it on his back. Then he took a deep breath and headed for Saber City. In an inn in Saber City, the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming, and Yingyu had already been waiting for Xiao Qin for more than a month. At this moment, the two of them sat down at a tea table. There was an ancient tea set on the table. An incense burner sat in the upper right corner of the table. Smoke wafted out, refreshing the mind. Feng Tianming wore luxurious clothes and withdrew his aura. He took a sip of tea and said, "Princess Yu, we have already waited for so long. Could it be that Xiao Qin is not coming?" Feng Tianming could not help but feel suspicious. Right now, Xiao Qin had a great future ahead of him. He stood at the top of the younger generation and was a king-grade true dragon genius. After he entered the Kunlun realm, he would be able to advance to martial sage at the very least. If Xiao Qin's luck was good, he might become a second Thunder King if he was not careful. Xiao Qin did not want to offend the strong Wan clan over something he said 4 years ago, seeking trouble for himself. After all, he had not truly matured yet. Yingyu put down the teacup in her hand and revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. She said, "Don't worry. I understand him. Fei Shua understands him as well. Otherwise, she would not have endured for 4 years for him." Chapter 627. Feng Tianming sighed and revealed a helpless expression. He muttered, "If only I could be like great-grandfather and become a martial sage, Xuan'er would not have to suffer like this." "You don't have to look for Xiao Qin at this time. Our Feng family owes him too much." From the bottom of his heart, Feng Tianming did not want to trouble Xiao Qin. However, the old man had passed away. The huge Feng clan was no longer something that he could control alone. Many people who were eyeing the position of clan head started to use Feng Feishua's marriage as an excuse to attack him. If Xiao Qin wanted to get those people to shut up and not let Feng Feishua suffer, he could only get Xiao Qin to make an appearance. There was no other way. Yingyu said softly, "It's fine. Even if Xiao Qin knows why your cousin left the Xiao clan back then, he will not go back on his promise. He is a man of his word. Xiao Qin is such a person. He doesn't make promises, but once he does, he will do his best to fulfill them." Dong dong dong. As the two conversed, someone knocked on the door. Feng Tianming went to open the door and discovered the waiter. "Dear guests, there is a white-robed bladesman downstairs. He says he wants to see you." Yingyu and Feng Tianming exchanged glances and revealed expressions of joy. Xiao Qin finally arrived. It would not be difficult for Xiao Chen to find out where Ing Yu and Feng Tianming were in Saber City. The city lord's residence would definitely know the whereabouts of such important people. Xiao Chen followed the waiter and carried the black, squarish wooden box on his back. Soon he arrived at Ing Yu's booth. "I'm sorry. I've prepared too much and made the two of you wait." Xiao Chen cupped his hands and apologized. When Feng Tianming felt the dense quintessence aura from Xiao Chen's body, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. There was also a complicated feeling in his heart. Ing Yu stood up and said, "It's fine. Let's go now. This is the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. He is also Feng Feishue's father." Feng Tianming recovered his wits and said seriously, "Many thanks for your help. Right now it is very urgent. We can talk about some things on the way. Let's fly back to the imperial capital first." Above the 9 heavens, a huge golden bird stretched out its huge wings, which had a wingspan of over 300 zhang. It soared through the clouds at 6 times the speed of sound, breaking through the sky. 8 people stood on the back of the bird. Aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3, there were 5 of Feng Tianming's bodyguards. These bodyguards were all peak inferior grade martial monarchs. Together they were a strong force. Feng Tianming explained the situation to Xiao Chen. The martial sage of the Feng clan had passed away, and Feng Tianming's elder brothers had fought for the position of clan head. Using Feng Tianming's rejection of the marriage alliance with the Wan clan as an excuse, they worked together to make things difficult for him, forcing him to fulfill his original promise, allowing the Wan clan's young master to marry Feng Feishue as soon as possible. Feng Tianming respected Feng Feishue's opinion and did not agree. This caused the group of people to reach a stalemate. Furthermore, for some reason, the Wan clan's attitude had become abnormally unyielding. With the secret support of the Wan clan, those people placed Feng Feishue under house arrest, not allowing her to go out. After Xiao Chen heard everything, he entered deep thought. Then he said, "You mean that if I go over, they will not dare to force Feng Feishue to marry Feng Feishue?" Feng Tianming remained silent for a while before replying, "That is indeed the case. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Xiao clan and the Feng clan had always been connected by marriage. This was the ancestral teachings which only ended during your parents' generation. Because the blue dragon martial spirit disappeared and the Xiao clan declined, the Feng clan ended the ancestral teachings. Now you possess the blue dragon martial spirit and are the top ranker of the true dragon ranking. If you say that you want to marry Feng Feishue, that group of people will not dare to say anything." After saying this, Feng Tianming carefully observed Xiao Chen's expression. After all, his cousin Xiao Chen's birth mother had been Feng Feishue's cousin. Because she had looked down on Xiao Chen's father's cultivation and the marriage was arranged by the elders, she had no feelings for him. After giving birth to Xiao Chen, she had left the Xiao clan. To Xiao Chen's father, this was a great humiliation. He was afraid that this matter would upset Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, great waves surged in his mind. No wonder when Feng Feishue came to the Xiao clan, his father did not even want to see her. No wonder his father was unwilling to seek help from the Feng clan during the Xiao clan's most critical moment. It turned out that he had suffered such humiliation in the past. For the sake of getting rid of him, a woman had even abandoned the son she had just given birth to. This was a huge blow to a man's pride. Xiao Chen calmed himself and said, "Let's talk when we get there. The matters of my father's generation have nothing to do with me. It will not affect my decision." When Feng Tianming heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and did not say anything more. 5 days later, after passing through countless cities, the group finally arrived at the bustling imperial capital. Then they landed in front of the huge Feng clan residence. "Greetings, clan head." "Greetings, clan head." The 2 rows of guards in front of the residence bowed respectfully and greeted Feng Tianming. The doors to the residence opened, and a person who looked like a housekeeper came out. Feng Tianming quickly led the group into the residence. The Feng clan residence occupied a large area. As the group passed through several gardens and corridors, they met countless servants along the way. Several people paid attention to Xiao Chen, whispering to each other. They wondered if he was the genius king-grade white-robed bladesman on the true dragon ranking. "Uncle Fu, call my big brother and the others to the great hall. I have something to say to him," Feng Tianming said to the old man who looked like a housekeeper. "There is no need to look for him. I'm already here." Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with an overbearing aura led a large group of people around a bend in the road in front of Feng Tianming and the others. This was Feng Tianming's big brother, Feng Tianhua. He had a sinister smile on his face and a sword hung at his waist. His gaze was cold, like a venomous snake in the dark night. Feng Tianming ignored the other party's attitude. He raised his hand and said, "You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you." Feng Tianhua chuckled and said, "I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. Tianming, you came at the right time." Feng Tianming frowned slightly. He did not know what the other party was planning. He said, "Come with me to the Great Hall first. Later I will gather all the elders of the clan. You can speak then." "Aha! There is no need for you to gather the elders." Feng Tianhua smiled sinisterly. 3 days ago, niece Feishue and her aunt were brought to the Great Jin Nation by the Wan clan. 7 days later, the Wan clan will hold a wedding ceremony. At that time, all the famous people of the continent will attend the wedding. The moment Feng Tianhua said this, Xiao Chen and the others were stunned. Feng Tianming shouted angrily, "Feng Tianhua, who is the clan head? Do you want me to beat you up and send you to the clan's disciplinary hall?" "Beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall?" Feng Tianhua smiled coldly and retorted, "What qualifications do you have to beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall? Do you know the relationship between the welcoming envoy of the upper realm and the Wan clan? How foolish. The Feng clan nearly died because of you. Do you know that? The welcoming envoy is the grandson of that major character of the Wan clan. 3 days ago, it was that welcoming envoy who personally brought niece Feishue away." Feng Tianhua spat out these 3 sentences at an extremely fast speed, causing the atmosphere in the air to freeze. Feng Qianming's expression could not help but change. He had not expected things to become so troublesome. He muttered, "There were rumors long ago that the Wan clan's martial sage spent a lot of effort to send his grandson to the upper realm through Dragon Sealing City 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, the other party managed to make a name for himself. For Wan Feng to be able to become the welcoming envoy of the Bushin Palace, his strength in the Kunlun realm was definitely not to be underestimated. His connections were also very extensive. With this trip, the Wan clan had probably established a connection with the upper realm. In the next 1,000 years, the Wan clan's position in the Tianwu continent would be even more unshakable." Feng Tianhua smiled coldly as he shouted, "Now, do you know who the true sinner of the Feng clan is? A marriage alliance with the Wan clan will only bring benefits to our Feng clan. Unexpectedly, you keep making excuses. You are simply trying to push the Feng clan into a dead end. You only care about your own personal interests. What qualifications do you have to be the Feng clan's clan head? The Feng clan's vast business concerns the interests of tens of thousands of people. What face do you have to cling to the position of clan head?" With the support of the Wan clan, Feng Tianhua did not care about Feng Tianming at all. Using the resources that the Wan clan provided, he managed to bribe several of the upper echelon of the clan. Right now, Feng Tianhua wanted to take advantage of the situation to remove Feng Tianming from the position of clan head and become the clan head himself, fulfilling his dream of several decades. Feng Tianhua took another heavy step forward and pointed at Feng Tianming's nose. He said, 30 years ago, when the old man chose you to be the clan head, I was already unconvinced. Look at the current Feng clan. It is nearly suppressed by the great Tang nation's Jin clan. What capabilities do you have to be the clan head?" Chapter 628. There were many people behind Feng Tianhua, all of whom were his supporters. They also stepped forward and pointed out Feng Tianming's faults. The other party's aura surged, suppressing the enraged Feng Tianming in an instant. Then the other party pressed on. Feng Tianming's heart burned with rage. Not only had Feng Tianhua sold his daughter, but he had also turned around and accused him of all sorts of wrongdoings, wanting to remove him from the position of clan head. It was simply unreasonable. However, his brothers of the same generation were all standing on the other party's side at this moment, making it impossible for him to defend himself. He couldn't even come up with an argument. "Feng Tianming, I'll give you some face. Step down from the clan head position now. Otherwise, we will hold a general assembly of elders to publicly accuse you of your crimes. Not only will you lose the clan head position, but you will also be sent back to the disciplinary hall." Feng Tianhua revealed a sinister smile. He appeared very confident. The clan head position was already in his bag. No one could change that. "Elder brother Tianming, since ancient times the clan head position has always belonged to the capable. Since you are incapable, you should step down. In any case, even if we hold a general assembly of elders, we will still vote for big brother Tianming. Whether you step down or not, the result will be the same. Step down as soon as possible. If you are incapable, then stop clinging onto the position." The people behind Feng Tianhua all spoke up, putting a lot of pressure on Feng Tianming. Feng Tianhua's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked at Feng Tianming, quietly waiting for his answer. How boring. Xiao Chen was no longer interested in listening to such an argument. He did not know what Feng Tianming was hesitating about. The other party clearly wanted him dead, so what was the point of being so wishy-washy? Feng Feishua had already been taken away. Right now, the most important thing was to rush to the Great Jin Nation and bring her back. Xiao Chen did not have time to waste on this bunch of unscrupulous people. He was a man, he should be decisive. Brr. A dragon roar came from his body. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on Feng Tianming. Suddenly he executed Berserk Dragon and charged at Feng Tianming. The dragon roared, and the image of a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. As it moved up and down, it carried an intense wind with it. The tyrannical dragon head surged forward. This punch was incredibly powerful, and it came without any warning at all. Feng Tianhua, who was still waiting for an answer, was given a fright. He had never expected that someone would attack him in public at this time, and in such a ruthless manner. Caught off guard, he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. Taking a step back, Zhang Xian punched out with his right fist. Jinyuan surged in his body, intending to block the punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and a berserk chi exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave that forced some of the people in the surroundings to retreat. Cracks appeared on the sturdy stone pillars on both sides of the corridor, as if they would collapse at any moment. Feng Tianhua felt a sweet taste in his throat and blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His opponent's chi had actually directly shattered his true essence and injured his internal organs. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the Feng clan? Are you tired of living? Feng Tianhua shouted angrily. Xiao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense with Feng Tianhua. The other party was a medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen needed to take advantage of the momentum of this punch to take him down. Otherwise, if Feng Tianhua recovered his wits and stabilized himself, he would be in big trouble. The blue dragon image under Xiao Chen's feet roared ferociously. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chen arrived before Feng Tianming in the blink of an eye. Then he circulated all his vital qi. Even without infusing his quintessence, Xiao Chen's punch and claw contained 500 tons of force. His attacks were incredibly fast, and the circulation of his vital qi was faster than his quintessence. Bang! 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 Feng Tianhua only had time to circulate half of his quintessence to deal with Xiao Chen's attacks. Then Xiao Chen forced him to retreat. A strong wind blew and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Damn it! Scram! Forced into such a sorry state by a junior before everyone, Feng Tianhua finally flared up. His quintessence burned on the surface of his body. Tianhua was forced to burn his quintessence. The people who had retreated from the winding corridor were astonished as well. Feng Tianhua had been a medial-grade martial monarch for a long time already. Unexpectedly, he was forced to burn his quintessence so quickly. What was even more shocking was that when Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, punched at Xiao Chen, he did not manage to knock Xiao Chen back. Facing Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He had expected this. He merged his vital qi in quintessence and his attacks did not stop. The surging shockwaves exploded with a loud rumble, causing the air to reflect blurry traces. Feng Tianhua took 10 steps back, but Xiao Chen only took 8 steps back. Boom! The winding corridor could no longer endure the shockwaves of the two's attacks. With a loud bang, it collapsed, turning into rubble. Bang! 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 The two exerted their strength at the same time, blasting the falling rocks into powder and scattering them with the wind. When Feng Tianhua saw that he could not gain the upper hand even after burning his quintessence, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Then he placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. Elder brother Tianhua is going to draw his sword. That brat is finished for sure. That's right. Elder brother Tianhua's sword intent has reached 40% comprehension long ago. When he draws his sword, he will be able to defeat this person in 10 moves. This brat has to die. Even with Feng Tianming protecting him, it will not work. Feng Tianhua's cousin spoke in a few words. Clearly, they were frustrated with the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen drew his sword, and a surging sword intent spread out. The entire sword trembled continuously. In that instant, all the swordsmen felt their swords tremble uncontrollably. Feng Tianhua leaped up and his gaze turned sinister. He focused his quintessence on his sword, combining it with his 60% comprehended sword intent to form a sharp sword light. The group of people all revealed joyful expressions. After defeating this brat, Feng Tianming would have another crime to bear. Chong, chong. However, before these people could withdraw their smiles, the lunar shadow saber at Xiao Chen's waist had already been drawn. The 60% comprehended saber intent, combined with the quintessence in his body, formed a dazzling purple saber light. Cassia. When the saber light and the sword light clashed, there was no chance at all. The sword light was like a piece of wood breaking in half. When the light faded, only half of Feng Tianhua's sword remained. The other half shattered in the air, turning into a rain of swords that shot out in all directions, creating tiny cracks in space. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, he chopped the other party's sword in half, defeating his opponent miserably. Such strength not only rendered Feng Tianhua's group speechless, but it also shocked Feng Tianming to the point of gaping. This sword had followed Feng Tianhua for several decades. His mind was already connected to it. After the sword broke, he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. Feng Tianhua revealed an expression of disbelief on his pale face. He asked sullenly, "Who exactly are you? You are already about to die. Why ask so many questions?" Xiao Qin stomped on the ground and sent out a barrage of saber lights. Feng Tianhua, who did not have a weapon in hand, was reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chen's saber intent enveloped Feng Tianhua's body. Based on his stance, he intended to kill Feng Tianhua, not even giving him a chance to flee. The expressions of Feng Tianhua's group immediately changed. They all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chen, trying to save Feng Tianhua. However, these people were only half-step martial monarchs. After all, martial monarchs were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. The essence attacks could not break Xiao Chen's quintessence shield. There was no need to worry about them. All he needed to do was dodge some of the killing moves. After severely injuring Feng Tianhua with one saber strike, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the other minor characters. He executed the Thunder Shadow Chop, and afterimages flickered. Xiao Chen instantly sent out 7 saber strikes, knocking down the people who had been harassing him. All of them had pained expressions on their faces. Feng Tianhua and his group of people who had come with surging auras had all been defeated at Xiao Chen's hands. At this moment they no longer had their earlier grandeur. No one dared to say anything. Yingyu watched as Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. A look of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Mr. Feng, are you still unable to make up your mind? They have the Wan clan as their backer. You have the great Qin nation's royal court as well. The royal court will not sit idly by and watch as the Wan clan swallows up the Feng clan's businesses." Feng Qianming's heart turned cold. He knew that there was no room for negotiation. He instructed the 5 people behind him, "These people colluded with outsiders and are up to no good. Leave none alive. Kill them all." Xiao Chen ignored the 5 people who killed Feng Tianming. He walked straight to Feng Tianming and said, "Prepare the best warship. We should be able to rush back in 7 days." Feng Tianming shook his head and said, "A regular warship will not be able to reach the Great Jin Nation in 7 days. That Wan Feng will definitely be using the Bushan Palace's warship." Yingyu said, "Use our Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship, the Imperial Dragon. Although it cannot compare to the Bushan Palace's warship, if we plan the route well, we should be able to rush back in 5 days." Feng Qianming's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Many thanks, Princess Yu." Yingyu smiled gently and said, "I cannot leave the Great Qin Nation. I will not be able to accompany you this time. I will lead people to support you at the border." On the surface, the Great Qin Nation's royal court could not afford to offend the Wan clan. Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming both understood this. Yingyu being able to send the Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship was already a great help. After Feng Tianming used his lightning-fast methods, the chaotic situation finally stabilized. As for the Elders' Assembly, Feng Tianming was no longer in the mood to convene it. Inside the Great Hall, Feng Tianming held a map as he discussed the route of travel with his 5 bodyguards. There was no way to travel in a straight line in the sky. For example, there would be many horrifying high-ranked flying spirit beasts blocking the way. In some places there would be spatial storms. Anything that entered would be shredded to pieces. There were also places controlled by ancient clans. Without permission one could not pass. Going by a regular trade route, even with the Imperial Dragon, it would take 7 days to travel from the Imperial capital to the Great Jin Nation's Wan clan's headquarters. Hence, Xiao Chen had to choose a place that he normally avoided and forcefully break through to save time. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box wrapped in black cloth on his back on the table. Then he sat at the side and closed his eyes to rest. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaoqin, we have already chosen the route. We intend to directly break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. That way we can save 2 days. Chapter 629. Feng Tianming walked over and said to Xiaoqin. After seeing Xiaoqian's strength, Feng Tianming could no longer ignore his strength. So he came over to seek his opinion. Xiaoqin knew a little about the Black Smoke Mountain range. A rank 7 flying spirit beast, the Black Smoke Condor, rested at the highest peak of the mountain range. They were not high in rank, but there were many of them. Each time they moved, there would be at least 10,000 of them. Regular merchant groups would circle around the vast Black Smoke Mountain range, taking a long journey. Although it was time-consuming, it was safe. There are 3 places we can break in. We feel that the Black Smoke Condor is the easiest. The other 2 places are much more troublesome. Then Feng Tianming explained the situation of the other 2 places to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed to make his breakthrough in the Black Smoke Mountain range. Feng Tianming glanced at the wooden box wrapped in black cloth. He felt somewhat curious, but he did not ask anything. An hour later, the enormous golden warship, Imperial Dragon, flew over. The few of them didn't waste any time and directly walked up to the bow. When the Imperial Dragon flew at full speed, it could reach Mach 7, much faster than a regular martial monarch. Furthermore, it did not need to stop to rest. It was perfect for traveling. Around the hull of the ship, there was a faint layer of protective shield, blocking the air outside. Feng Tianming stood on the warship's bow with an extremely grave expression. The Wan clan had a martial sage. If the other party was not willing to hand over Feng Feishue, they would be at their wits' end. Feng Feishue had not gone willingly. Without Feng Tianming and the others' help, Wan Feng would not have been able to bring her away. If Feng Tianming had killed this person earlier, things would not have been as difficult as they were now. Feng Tianming blamed himself. Xiaoqin, what cultivation realm has your combat prowess reached? Now that things had reached this point, there was no point in overthinking it. Feng Tianming collected his thoughts and started chatting with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, he had beaten the medial grade martial monarch, Feng Tianhua, to the point where he could not retaliate. Feng Tianming wanted to know Xiaoqin's true strength. Based on the standards of the Sky Dome realm, a regular superior grade martial monarch would not be a match for me. As for the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs, I cannot say much about them, Xiaoqin said directly, not hiding anything. Feng Tianming felt startled in his heart. Despite such shocking strength, Xiaoqin spoke of it so casually. However, the other party no longer used the standards of the Sky Dome realm to measure him. Such a mentality was understandable. The spiritual energy in the Kunlun realm was several times denser than in the lower realms. Although they were both inferior grade martial monarchs, the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs had much more essence than the lower realm martial monarchs. There was even a rumor that the bottlenecks of cultivators in the Kunlun realm were even harder to break through than in the lower realms. However, once one succeeded in breaking through, the benefits of the body were not something that the lower realms could compare to. There were many more high-ranked cultivation techniques in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. The quality of martial monarchs was not something the lower realms could compare to. Along the way, the two did not run into any trouble. Soon, the Black Smoke Mountain range appeared before their eyes. A long stretch of pitch-black clouds lingered in the sky above the many peaks. After the Imperial Dragon appeared, the dark clouds quickly drifted over. One would only notice them when they got close. The so-called dark clouds were actually formed from numerous black smoke eagles, and they covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Merely this impetus caused one's heart to palpitate without end. Feng Tianming said somewhat anxiously, "The energy barrier will not be able to block all the black smoke condors. The beaks of those black smoke condors are extremely sharp. They can easily pierce through any metal. You and I need to kill all the black smoke condors that barge in quickly. Otherwise, the ship will be pecked through and we will be forced to land." The situation was dire. Xiaoqin understood that the other party was not lying. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and waited quietly for the black smoke condors to attack. There were no royal clan members on the Imperial Dragon. Feng Tianming's 5 personal guards controlled the warship. They could only rely on Xiaoqin and Feng Tianming to defend it. Bang, bang, bang. Black shadows covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked. Everywhere they looked, they were all sturdy black smoke condors, their bodies emitting thick black gas. The black smoke condors' beaks were like iron hooks and their claws were even harder than frost iron. They continuously struck the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier. At this moment the huge warship seemed as small as an ant. It swayed left and right, rocking continuously. Xiaoqin stood on the deck and closed his eyes, not moving at all. He only used his spiritual sense to scan every corner of the warship, not missing a single spot. Feng Qianming's expression turned even graver. If not for the fact that he was in a rush for 2 days, he would not have taken this risk. There was a crisp sound and a small crack appeared in the energy barrier. Soon a hole appeared and a black smoke condor let out a shrill cry as it entered. Xiao. However, before the black smoke condor could move, a saber light flashed, and the huge black smoke condor was chopped in half. When Feng Tianming saw Xiaoqin kill a black smoke condor at lightning speed, he calmed down. He leaped up and arrived before the hole. Then he placed his hands on the energy barrier. Xiaoqin's quintessence flowed out from his hands and quickly mended the hole. The warship's defensive formation provided the energy barrier. As long as the formation did not break, it could be mended in an instant. This was why Feng Tianming dared to choose this place as his breakthrough point. A few more holes appeared and 10-odd black smoke condors flew over from all directions. Their ferocious auras spread out. These black smoke condors were crafty. They did not clash head-on with Xiaoqin. Instead, they flew to the sides of the warship and the deck, trying to destroy it. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiaoqin soared into the air, and a blue dragon image moved under his feet. He took 7 steps in the air and killed a black smoke condor with one saber strike. Then the 7 afterimages merged. Xiaoqin swung his saber and instantly killed the remaining 3 black smoke condors, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Xiaoqin, do you need help? Feng Tianming asked as he mended the hole. Xiaoqin replied sullenly, there's no need. Just focus on mending the hole. The two split up the work. Xiaoqin was responsible for killing the black smoke condors while Feng Tianming focused on mending the hole. Under the intense fluctuations, the warship moved forward, wobbling. At the most dangerous moment, more than 100 holes appeared. Xiaoqin executed the Thunder Shadow Chop 5 times in a row. However, he still could not clear out all the black smoke condors in a short time. When a black smoke condor landed on the deck, it pecked ferociously with its long beak. A deep crack immediately appeared in the tough deck. At the critical moment, Xiaoqin used the purple thunder arrow and veritable flame to kill the black smoke condor, avoiding a calamity. After flying like this for 4 hours, the Imperial Dragon was 500 kilometers away from the Black Smoke Mountain range. Only then did the black smoke condors slowly leave. When the dark clouds scattered and they saw the sky again, the two heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Tianming said somewhat joyfully, fortunately we managed to pass. The warship's spirit stones are almost depleted. If we had held on for another 15 minutes, the energy barrier would have failed. The energy barrier around the warship had already dimmed significantly. Its defensive capabilities were at least 10 times weaker than before. Feng Tianming was not lying. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin suddenly frowned. He quickly said, there is danger. Quintessence, protect yourself. Feng Tianming's face sank. Although he was astonished, he still did as Xiaoqin said. Quintessence spread out from his entire body, forming a nearly solid light barrier. Bang, bang, bang. 10 dazzling beams of light shot out from 10 kilometers in front. In an instant, they struck the dimmed energy barrier, not giving the Imperial Dragon any chance to turn around. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and the Imperial Dragon exploded in the air, turning into a clump of light. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Xiaoqin and the others quickly fell to the ground. 10 warships stood in the distant sky. A person stood on the bow of the leading warship. As he looked at the Imperial Dragon, which had turned into a clump of light, he smiled faintly and said, you can't even withstand a single blow. Let's go. The 10 ancient demonic energy cannons had exhausted a total of 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even if the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier was intact, it would still be somewhat lacking. Now that the energy barrier was practically useless, it would be even worse. Xiaoqin and Feng Tianming had used their quintessence to protect themselves in advance. Furthermore, the warship had blocked some of the shockwaves from the ancient demonic energy cannons. Hence, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although the other 5 had not received any warning, they had been inside the warship. Hence, the shockwaves were much weaker and their injuries were not that serious. However, now that the warship was destroyed, it would be impossible for them to rush back before Feng Feishue's wedding. After the group landed, Feng Tianming said hatefully, the Wan clan's people are too ruthless. Unexpectedly, they ambushed us here in advance. With the warship destroyed, there was no way for them to rush back in advance. By the time the wedding was over, everything would be settled. What was done was done. No one would be able to salvage the situation. Xiaoqin remained calm and collected as he glanced at Feng Tianming's bodyguard. Then he pulled off the strip of cloth covering his forehead and said, "Take my throne and rush over." Although it is slower than the Imperial Dragon's warship, it is still faster than a cultivator over a long distance. The explosive speed of a cultivator was faster than a regular warship. However, it was troublesome for a cultivator to replenish their quintessence. Traveling for a long time would not be as efficient as using a secret treasure. A light flickered, and a mysterious scarlet throne floated quietly on a clump of red clouds in front. Xiaoqin took the lead and landed on the throne. He said calmly, "Come up quickly. If I use my full power, we should still be able to make it." Feng Tianming's group of 6 stood on the clump of red clouds in shock. Clearly they found this secret treasure very miraculous. Xiao. A scarlet light flickered as Xiaoqin operated the scarlet throne. It turned into a scarlet arrow high in the sky and quickly headed for the great Jin nation. Feng Tianming smiled happily and said, "Xiaoqin, it is fortunate that you have this move. Otherwise we would have to return empty-handed." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and did not deny it. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to observe the expressions of Feng Tianming's 5 bodyguards. After a while, Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense. He had a rough idea of what was going on. The headquarters of the Wan Clan's Merchant Association was an independent city in the Great Jin Nation called Wan Clan City. This city was several times larger than Mo City. 3 days later, the group arrived outside Wan Clan City. The city walls were filled with red lanterns. There was a festive atmosphere at the city gates. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. Haha. The wedding of the Wan Clan's young master is really grand. I heard that the disciples of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans are all rushing over to offer their congratulations. Chapter 630. That is natural. The Wan Clan is as wealthy as a nation. The 10 great sects and 8 noble clans all have business dealings with them. Now that the Wan Clan's young master is getting married, we have to give them some face. I heard that the bride is also a top-notch beauty. She is the female head of the Flying Snow Merchant Association. With this strong alliance, the Wan Clan will become even stronger in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in quickly. Tomorrow is the official wedding. No matter what, we have to go and join in the fun. As Xiaoqin, Feng Tianming, and the others stood not far from the city, they heard the discussions of the passers-by. Feng Tianming sighed and said, "At least we are not late. If we were 1 day late, we would not have been able to do anything." Xiaoqin said calmly, "Let's enter the city and find a place to sit down first. During the wedding tomorrow, we just need to clarify things with the Wan Clan's people." Xiaoqin's group concealed themselves a little. After they handed over the wedding gifts, they successfully snuck in. Although it was deep into the night, the Wan Clan city was brightly lit and bustling with activity. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere looking very festive. Xiaoqin was in his room, cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and his lips curled up. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally revealed your tale." Using his spiritual sense, one of Feng Tianming's bodyguards sneakily opened the door and looked around to make sure no one was around. Unfolding his body, he quickly slipped out of the inn and flew out of the city. Xiaoqin opened the window and left behind a strand of spiritual sense to follow. Then he followed from a distance. His gaze was cold and emotionless, and a faint killing intent spread out. Aside from Xiaoqin and Feng Tianming, only the 5 bodyguards knew the route Xiaoqin's group took to break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. Feng Tianming would not doubt this. Xiaoqin, the trusted aide who had followed him for many years, would. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Coincidentally, the Imperial Dragon warship's energy barrier was weakened to its limit, and it received 10 shots from the peak demonic energy cannons. There was definitely a traitor. After releasing the Scarlet Throne, Xiaoqin had been observing the expressions of the 5 guards. The fluctuations in the expression of the guard called Heng did not escape his notice. As expected, Zhang Heng could no longer hold himself back the moment the group arrived at the Wan Clan city. This person was extremely cautious. He seemed to have sensed that someone was following him, and he released his perception force several times to search the surroundings. He even set up a misleading formation to draw out Xiaoqin. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin's divine sense could track him from 5 kilometers away. With his perception, he couldn't detect Xiaoqin at all. After a few fruitless attempts, Zhang Heng felt that he was being a little paranoid, so he began to rush at full speed. After a while he arrived at a remote pavilion. In front of the pavilion, there were cultivators dressed in the attire of the Wan clan standing guard. Zhang Heng stepped forward and handed over a token, and the guards in front of the pavilion immediately let him in. The pavilion was heavily guarded, and it was obvious that it was an important place of the Wan clan. However, Xiaoqin had his spiritual sense and did not need to barge in. He gently landed on a roof and followed Zhang Heng's line of sight to see the situation inside clearly. Zhang Heng arrived at a wing of the pavilion. Two people had been waiting there for a long time. Xiaoqin recognized one of them. This person was the welcoming envoy of the Bushin Palace, Wan Feng. The person beside Wan Feng was a handsome youth dressed in magnificent clothes with a decorative hat on his head. Compared to Wan Feng, this person was also a rare and elegant youth. However, he had a worldly air to him. In comparison, this person's aura was much weaker. From the conversation between the two, Xiaoqin found out this person's identity. This person was called Wan Shan, and he was the one who married Feng Feishua. Wan Shan looked at Zhang Heng with some surprise. He said, "I received news that you were shot down near the Black Smoke Mountain range. How did you arrive at my Wan clan city so quickly?" Zhang Heng did not hide anything as he said, "Xiaoqin has a strange throne secret treasure. It does not consume spiritual energy to fly, and it is extremely fast. Without that throne, Feng Tianming would not have been able to rush over." Wan Shan frowned slightly and asked, "The king-grade true dragon genius, the white-robed bladesman Xiaoqin?" Zhang Heng nodded and said, "That's right, that's him. The Xiao clan seems to have a marriage agreement with the Feng clan's ancestor, so Feng Tianming invited him over. Here are 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and a void-breaking pill. Tell me where they are staying and you may leave." Wan Shan had not expected this matter to involve Xiaoqin. He felt a headache coming on. He took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Zhang Heng before waving his hand. Zhang Heng had obtained the benefits that he wanted. He revealed an excited expression and withdrew in satisfaction. "Cousin, this Xiaoqin is not easy to deal with. The last time Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, he did not even last one move against him. I have no idea what his limits are." Wan Shan looked at Wan Feng and said, "Furthermore, it is probably not convenient for my great-grandfather to make a move. Xiaoqin possesses the luck of the Sky Dome realm. If a martial sage makes a move against him, there will be dire consequences." Wan Feng smiled faintly and said, "How strong can a lower realm martial monarch be? You can rest assured and go hug your beauty. Leave this Xiaoqin to me." Seeing that Wan Shan still seemed worried, Wan Feng said softly, "According to the Sky Dome realm, that Zhang Heng is a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I am also only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, I will not even use 10% of my strength to deal with him." "Not even using 10% of my strength to deal with a peak inferior grade martial monarch?" Wan Shan exclaimed, "Really?" Wan Feng withdrew his smile and said with a grave expression, "The Kunlun realm is a great realm that you cannot imagine. What does a martial monarch count for there? Don't worry. If Xiaoqin comes to cause trouble, I will be the first to stop him. Remember to act quickly and swallow up the Feng clan as soon as possible. This time, I need to bring back 1 million superior-grade spirit stones. There are too many people to bribe." Wan Shan nodded and said, "No problem. Given the wealth that the Feng clan has accumulated over 1,000 years, they will definitely be able to take out 1 million superior-grade spirit stones." Up on the roof, Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed an expression of contemplation. It turned out that the Wan clan had already made up their mind to swallow up the Feng clan. The Wan clan probably had a special channel to send some of the resources they plundered to the upper realms Wan Feng. Otherwise, the Wan clan would not have risen so quickly. Xiaoqin casually glanced around and found Zhang Heng. Then he smiled faintly and collected his thoughts. "Xiao." Under the full moon, Xiaoqin gently moved. His white robes were like a specter in the night as he silently landed in front of Zhang Heng. "Young Master Xiao, why are you here?" Zhang Heng had obtained more than 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones out of nowhere and the void-breaking pill for breaking through his bottleneck. When Xiaoqin saw Xiaoqin suddenly appear, he was startled and exclaimed loudly. Xiaoqin stared at the other party and did not say anything. He withdrew his killing intent and silently placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Zhang Heng felt guilty. When Xiaoqin looked at him, he felt goosebumps. Under the huge mental pressure, he could not help but tremble. A deathly silence spread out in the surroundings. Xiaoqin said calmly, "Break your meridians yourself. Don't force me to make a move." At this moment, Zhang Heng could already guess that his whereabouts had probably been exposed. At first he wasn't just being paranoid. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he suddenly attacked. His quintessence surged and a fist wind tore through space, punching at Xiao Qin. However, when Zhang Heng was about to attack, he suddenly changed his move and retreated. It turned out that this was just a feint to confuse Xiao Qin and create an opportunity for him to escape back to the pavilion. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. However, reality was cruel and merciless. The fist wind only shattered the afterimage that Xiao Qin left behind. As for Xiao Qin, he moved in an arc and instantly attacked. Kaxie. A resplendent purple saber light lit up the night. Zhang Heng cried out in pain as his right arm was chopped off. The explosive speed of the Blue Dragon Tail Whip was not something that Zhang Heng could dodge. When Zhang Heng attacked, he did not even have an opportunity to defend. Bang! Bang! Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and punched with his right hand, shattering this person's dantian. Then he struck the back of this person's neck, knocking him out. Everything happened in an instant, as fast as a spark. Zhang Heng did not even feel the pain before he fainted. Casually carrying this person on his back, Xiao Qin returned to the inn and tossed him into Feng Tianming's room. When Feng Tianming saw Zhang Heng's body, shock appeared on his face. He asked, "What's going on? Did you get ambushed?" Xiao Qin told Feng Tianming everything he saw and heard. Then he took out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and void-breaking pills from Zhang Heng's spatial ring. Ungrateful dog. With a witness and material evidence, Feng Tianming had no choice but to believe the facts before him. He immediately felt enraged and sent a palm strike at Zhang Heng. Xiao Qin stopped him and said, "Keeping him alive is still useful. This place is no longer safe. We have to change places." Feng Tianming thought for a while and understood. He instructed the remaining 4 to carry Zhang Heng and quickly leave this place. 10 minutes after the group left, the Wan clan elders immediately led a large group of people to this place, surging with killing qi. However, they did not discover anyone, so they could not help but feel disappointed. "We are too late. Continue searching. We absolutely cannot let them appear during the day," the elder leading the group said sullenly. If no one knew about it at night, they could still kill these people. However, killing the bride's father in front of the guests during the day would not work. Early the next morning, before the sky had even brightened, the entire Wan clan city was already bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people walking the streets. The drifting snow sword sex people are here as well. The top 10 of the true dragon ranking Lu Xiaoyin is here as well. The 8 noble clans by Qi is here as well. The scions of the Qian clan and Wang clan are here as well. Sima Lingxian is here as well. The Haotian sects Yu Chenxi is here as well. Nearly all the 10 great sects and 8 great sects are here. The Wan clan's reputation is indeed great. On the second floor of an inn in the city, many cultivators gathered by the window. They looked at the people passing by below. When they saw these famous people, they would occasionally exclaim in surprise. Xiao Qin, who was in the inn, wore a conical bamboo hat as he looked at the crowd below. He felt it was strange as well. He had not expected the Wan clan to have such influence. Nearly all the famous sects and noble clans in the entire Great Jin nation had rushed over. Many of their scions were here as well. Feng Tianming, who was also wearing a conical bamboo hat, sighed softly. Originally, with the Wan clan's reputation, it would not be necessary for the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans to come personally. However, the welcoming envoy this time is actually related to the Wan clan. Chapter 631. For Wan Feng to be the welcoming envoy, he definitely had a significant background in the Kunlun realm. He was definitely not some random nobody. Everyone understood this point. By relying on Wan Feng's hard work in the Kunlun realm, the Wan clan would definitely prosper in the future. There would be no harm in establishing a good relationship with them. On the other hand, if they offended the Wan clan and their geniuses went to the Kunlun realm, they would definitely be suppressed by the faction behind Wan Feng. There would be no benefits at all. Under the conical bamboo hat, Xiao Qian's expression appeared extremely calm. After receiving a favor, he made a promise. Since he had already agreed, there was no turning back. If he did not agree to a promise, then he would do his best. The two slowly left the crowd and went to a private room of the inn. Then they quietly waited for news, not saying anything. After a while, one of Feng Tianming's personal guards carefully pushed open the door and entered. Feng Tianming, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stood up and asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" "The wedding will be held in the Wan clan's castle. It will start at noon," that person answered respectfully. Feng Tianming pushed open the window and looked up at the sky. Then he said, "There is still an hour before it starts. Let's go. We have to explain everything to everyone before the wedding." The Wan clan's residence was heavily guarded, with countless experts. If they tried to barge in, not only would they have to pay a high price, but they might even endanger Feng Feishua's life. Last night, they discussed all night and decided to explain everything clearly in front of all the guests in the world. Given Feng Tianming's status and the bride's father, his words were the most persuasive. No matter how shameless the Wan clan's people were, they would not go to the extent of making a move in front of everyone. The Wan clan's castle was vast and majestic. With one glance it looked like a small city. It occupied a large area and was heavily guarded. This was the core of the Wan clan's headquarters. When the group arrived before the castle, they removed their conical bamboo hats and followed the invited guests to the castle's entrance. Halt. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Without an invitation you are not allowed to enter. The guard said coldly as he blocked Feng Tianming's group without any expression on his face. Feng Tianming took out his identity medallion to prove his identity. He said angrily, "What do you mean? I am the bride's father. Why do I need an invitation to enter?" The guards in front of them had obviously received instructions from their superiors and had no intention of letting them pass. A group of guards quietly surrounded them, using the human wall to cover their figures, so that the other guests did not know what was happening here. On top of the wall, the Wan clan's family head, Wan Baolu, Wan Feng and Wan Shan, looked coldly at Feng Tianming and the others below. Behind them stood 8 martial monarchs with high cultivations. They were expressionless and had withdrawn their murderous intent. These 8 people were the Wan clan's famous 8 great guardian deities. When they worked together they could easily kill a peak martial monarch. Wan Feng smiled gently and said, "Uncle, go and greet the guests. Cousin, go and receive the bride. Leave this place to me. With me here, I guarantee that they won't be able to enter." Wan Baolu tactfully rejected the other party's request and said with a smile, "You worry too much, honorable nephew. There's no need for honorable nephew to do anything about guarding the door. 8 great guardian deities, all of you guard this place. If they want to barge in, just show them what you're made of." Wan Feng glanced at the 8 great guardian deities behind him and did not say anything more. These 8 great guardian deities knew a combination technique. Even if they fought head-on, it would be difficult to deal with them. With these 8 people here, they would be able to keep Xiao Chen and the others at the door. At the very least, they would be able to last until the wedding was over. At that time, it would not matter whether the other party entered or not. The 3 chatted and laughed as they left, leaving only the 8 great guardian deities coldly staring at Xiao Chen and the others below. Xiao Chen raised his head and glanced at the castle, at Wan Feng and the others leaving. Then he projected his voice to Feng Tianming and said, "We can't get through here. Don't waste your time here." Feng Tianming felt very sullen. His daughter was getting married and he, the father-in-law, was blocked outside, not even able to enter. Scram. Is the Wan clan a place where you can behave atrociously? I don't care what your status is. Without an invitation you cannot enter. The leader of the guards did not even bother to look at Feng Tianming, directly chasing him away. This was the headquarters of the great Jin nation's Wan clan. In this place the Wan clan was the king. With the orders of the clan head, these guards did not care about the 6 martial monarchs before them. Even if Xiao Chen barged in, he did not fear the other party. It was just 6 martial monarchs. All 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches had arrived long ago. Furthermore, there were also the 8 great guardian deities who did not leave the headquarters for long periods of time. Unless a martial sage came, it would be impossible to knock on the door. After receiving Xiao Chen's instructions, Feng Tianming was infuriated. However, he endured it and did not flare up on the spot. Instead, he led the group away. The leader of the 8 great guardian deities, Tuoba Yun, smiled coldly and said, "At least you are tactful. I have not truly stretched my limbs for many years." Someone at the side smiled and said, "The person in the middle seems to be the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, the king true dragon ranked first on this true dragon ranking." Tuoba Yun said in disdain, "A king grade true dragon? Wait until he matures. Now. Aha. If he dares to behave atrociously here, I do not mind teaching this little fellow a lesson." After Feng Tianming led the group far away, he could not help asking, "Xiao Chen, why did you call us out? The wedding is about to begin." After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen said, "The Wan clan's 8 great guardian deities are watching us from the top of the wall. They can't wait for us to make a move so that they can delay us here." When the group heard the name of the 8 great guardian deities, their expressions changed involuntarily. The 8 great guardian deities were very famous, and their methods were very sinister. The Wan clan's headquarters had been in closed-door cultivation for so many years, and the martial sages had not dared to do anything to them, all because of the ferocious reputation of the 8 great guardian deities. Even in the Great Jin nation, where experts were as common as the clouds, the 8 great guardian deities were peak characters. When the 8 of them executed their joint martial techniques, they could even kill a peak martial monarch. What should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as they snatch Fei Shui away? Feng Tianming asked, feeling depressed. Xiao Qin said, I have a 50% chance of dealing with the 8 great guardian deities. The more difficult one to deal with is that person called Wan Feng. However, that is not the main point for now. I'll go and see where else we can enter. The Wan clan's fortress occupied a vast area. Xiao Qin did not believe that any other place could maintain the same level of defense as the main gate. Xiao Qin circled around the airtight fortress from a distance. He meticulously observed the defensive strength of the fortress's outer perimeter. He discovered that although the walls were vast, there were guards at every certain distance. The guards were made up of 10 martial saints and 1 martial king. They were all very strong. As long as there was any movement anywhere, they would be able to respond with a single call. The entire group of guards would quickly assemble, not giving the enemy any opportunity to attack. I can only kill them by force. I can kill 7 of them in an instant. Leave the other 3 to Feng Tianming and the others. It should not be a problem. After a while, Xiao Qin had an idea. He called Feng Tianming and the others over to a wall at the back of the fortress. There are 11 guards. I will deal with 7 of them. As for the remaining 4, can each of you deal with 1? Xiao Qin pointed to a pair of guards patrolling the wall and said, furthermore, you have to do it within 1 breath of time. We cannot startle the people in other places or give them a chance to activate the alarms in their hands. Feng Tianming and the others were all martial monarchs. If they attacked suddenly, it would not be difficult to kill 4 people in an instant. On the other hand, Xiao Qin wanted to kill 7 people in 1 move. This worried Feng Tianming. He asked, Xiao Qin, will you be fine? I'm fine. I'm very confident. Feng Tianming did not say anything more. He said, if you are all fine, then let's make our move on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Xiao. 5 figures soared into the sky, each of them pouncing on their opponents. They gathered quintessence in their hands and with a bang, the opponents of Feng Tianming and the others fell silently. The horrifying nature of quintessence was not something the essence of these martial saints and martial kings could withstand. Feng Tianming turned his head to look, wanting to understand Xiao Qian's situation. He wanted to see if he had made any mistakes so that he could salvage the situation. With Xiao Qian's strength, there was no need to doubt that he could deal with 7 martial saints. However, Feng Tianming was still worried about silently dealing with his opponents in an instant. However, the instant Feng Tianming turned his head, he did not manage to catch Xiao Qian's attack. He only saw 7 afterimages quickly merging together in the air. The many afterimages merged together. When Xiao Qin sheathed the lunar shadow saber in his hand, it gave off a dreamlike feeling. The 7 Wan clan guards behind him all had a faint scar on their necks, and they slowly fell to the ground without a sound. Put on their clothes. It should be easier to sneak in later, Feng Tianming said after thinking for a while. The group changed into the clothes of the guards. Xiao Qin used the purple flames to burn the corpses. After he destroyed the corpses, they jumped down together and officially entered this heavily guarded fortress. The moment they landed, they heard cheerful music. It sounded very festive. The place where the music came from must be where the wedding was taking place. Feng Tianming's face sank. Without saying anything, he quickly rushed over. Along the way there were many bright red flower pots on both sides. With one glance, it looked very beautiful. There were many people coming and going in the fortress. It was clearly very busy. It looked like the Wan clan had put in a lot of effort for this wedding. Relying on the Wan clan guards' clothes, the group arrived safely at the place where the music came from. It was a huge plaza. The plaza was filled with neatly arranged wine tables. A rough count would give at least 1,000 tables. Those who could sit at these tables were all famous people of the Great Jin nation. This was especially so for the ones at the front. All of them were honored guests of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans. The entire place was filled with laughter. Amid the music, it was peaceful. The Wan clan's clan head, Wan Baolu, sat in the middle of the tall platform with a smile on his face. Occasionally he toasted the people who came to congratulate him. Wan Feng sat beside Wan Baolu. He had a faint smile on his face. As Wan Feng looked at the people who came to congratulate him, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. It seemed like he looked down on the people of the Sky Dome realm from the bottom of his heart. Old brother Wan, for your wedding this time, My evil moon pavilion offers a 5,000-year-old heavenly mountain snow ginseng as a token of our sincerity. The evil moon pavilion's vice pavilion master stood up and offered a brocade box. Wan Baolu smiled widely and said, "You are too polite. Anything will do." Chapter 632. This pair of moonlight treasured lotuses will be my Wang clan's congratulatory gift, the Wang clan elder of the 8 noble clans said as he stood up. Following that, the 10 major sects and 8 major clans stood up one by one and presented their gifts, although they were not particularly valuable. The 8 noble clans and 10 great sects were willing to give face to his Wan clan. This was something no other faction could do. Wan Baolu felt very pleased. He knew that this was all thanks to Wan Feng. If Wan Feng had not been the welcoming envoy, he would have made a name for himself in the Kunlun realm. He estimated that even half of the people from the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans would have come. When the Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi saw all this, her lips twitched. This Wan clan is really impressive. Isn't it just a welcoming envoy? Is there a need to praise him like this? The Haotian sect elder at the side quickly said, "Chenxi, speak softly. That Wan Feng is not as simple as you think. He broke through to martial monarch in the Kunlun realm. He is even stronger than us old fellows. His talent is also stronger than that of a regular genius with luck. However, these are not important. The main thing is that his master, the extreme old man, is one of the martial sages with the highest chance of becoming Emperor Wu in the past 100 years. The extreme sect behind him is even stronger than our Haotian sect. Don't offend him now. Otherwise, when he returns to the Kunlun realm, you will gain a terrifying enemy for no reason." When Yu Chenxi heard this, she did not say anything more. Just at this moment, Wan Feng looked over with a strange expression as if he had heard the conversation between the two. Immediately Yu Chenxi felt a huge pressure. She had just broken through to martial monarch 7 days ago. Her cultivation now rivaled that of several of the elders in her sect. However, under the pressure of Wan Feng's gaze, her aura could not resist much. Even the circulation of her quintessence became very difficult. When the elder at the side saw this, he quickly released his aura to bear this pressure. Wan Feng smiled disdainfully and withdrew his aura. He picked up his wine cup and slowly took a sip. He muttered to himself, "Someone who is not even in the top 3 of the lower realms dares to gossip about me?" However, she did look pretty good. Xiaochen wondered if she was still a virgin. If she was, when he went to the Kunlun realm, he could use her as a cultivation cauldron for his senior brothers. Yu Chenxi felt a lingering fear in his heart. The other party's gaze contained an extremely cold aura. Coupled with the pressure of his aura, his entire body was bone-chilling, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Are the geniuses of the Kunlun realm all this strong? A random inferior-grade martial monarch actually makes me feel like I have no chance of victory. The Haotian sect elder at the side consoled, "Don't underestimate yourself. He is only so strong because he went to the Kunlun realm a few years earlier than you. His accumulations are deeper than yours, and his talent is not much stronger than yours. As long as you work hard, you will catch up to him sooner or later." Yu Chenxi nodded and said, "I wonder what kind of great realm the Kunlun realm is." Although the clash of auras between Wan Feng and Yu Chenxi was short and did not cause a large commotion by Qi Lu Xiaoyun, Gong Yangyu, Nangong Ziyue, and the others who were seated in front, saw it clearly. The shock in their hearts was no less than Yu Chenxi's. From the end of the 5-nation youth competition until now, these people had used their luck to break through to martial monarch. When they saw that the older generation experts of their sects were not as strong as them, they all felt proud and satisfied with their own strength. However, when they saw Wan Feng's strength, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Bai Qi muttered, "This fellow is already so terrifying even before he makes a move. If he makes a move, how horrifying will his strength be?" Gong Yangyu, who was not far away, thought even further. Wan Feng's talent was not the most outstanding in the Kunlun realm, yet he could easily suppress everyone. If that was the case, when they went to the Kunlun realm, the glory of the past geniuses would immediately vanish, like an unremarkable drop of rain falling into the vast ocean. Gong Yangyu clenched his fist tightly and said to himself, "However, even so, I still have to go to the Kunlun realm. I would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. I will do my best to catch up in this great age." "Old brother Wan, isn't it time to invite the newcomers up? It has been so long already," someone at the table said to Wan Baolu with a smile. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the time. Then he smiled faintly and said, "The auspicious hour is almost here. It is time to come out. Man, invite the 2 newcomers up." A group of pretty maids immediately appeared behind them. Amidst the ceremonial music, they brought in Wan Feng, who was dressed in long red robes, and Feng Feishue, who was wearing a red veil. Feng Feishue's footsteps were very unnatural, like she was under some kind of restriction. However, with the support of the maidservants, she still walked forward step by step. With the appearance of the two newcomers, the atmosphere of the place immediately reached a climax. All sorts of praises for them, like they were a perfect match made in heaven and earth. Wan Bao's face flushed red, feeling very carefree in his heart. Marrying Feng Feishue would be equivalent to obtaining half of the Feng clan's assets. As long as Feng Tianming died, Wan Shan would be able to become the Feng clan's son-in-law and take over the entire Feng clan's business. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he stood up and smiled. The auspicious hour is here. After bowing to heaven and earth, the Feng clan's young miss will officially enter my Wan clan. The noise at the scene gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two newlyweds. After 3 bows they would be officially married. Suddenly, an extremely abrupt voice rang out in the quiet place. You still cannot bow to heaven and earth. The plaza immediately turned even quieter. Tens of thousands of people turned their heads to look at the same time. Unexpectedly, someone dared to interrupt the Wan clan's wedding at this moment. This person was truly reckless. Xiao Qin and the others removed their Wan clan guard uniforms and walked through the empty space between the tables. They looked at Wan Baolu and the others without any fear. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin. Why is he here? Is this fellow seeking death? The Wan clan has many experts. Even if he is a king-grade true dragon genius, he has not truly matured yet. He cannot possibly deal with the Wan clan. That's not right. The person beside him seems to be the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. What are these people doing here? Strange. Father-in-law's face looks frighteningly pale. What's going on? When the 6 saw Feng Tianming's figure, they all felt that the situation was strange. Something might have happened to this wedding. This group of fellows still managed to rush over, Wan Shan said with a sullen expression as he clenched his right fist. Are the 8 great guardian deities trash? The crafty Wan Baolu was much calmer. He waved his hand and said softly, Don't get anxious. They might have come from somewhere else. However, it does not matter whether they came or not. The result cannot be changed. After saying that, Wan Feng waved his hand again, signaling one of his subordinates to call the 8 great guardian deities back. Wan Feng's expression did not change. He stared at Xiao Qin and revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. Wan Feng muttered to himself, a king-grade true dragon genius. This is an opportunity. Among the same generation, a king-grade true dragon genius absolutely could not be defeated. Once defeated, he would immediately become an ordinary true dragon genius, as the path of a king did not permit failure. If I can defeat him here when his luck in the Sky Dome realm is at its most horrifying, I might be able to steal some of his luck. Thinking of this, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. An intense intent to plunder appeared in his sullen eyes. The one with the surname Wan, are you not even letting me in for my daughter's wedding? Feng Tianming stepped forward and immediately shouted angrily at Wan Baolu. He had been suppressing the rage in his heart for too long. Now that it erupted, he did not show any courtesy to Wan Baolu. The moment Feng Tianming said that, the guests burst into an uproar. What was going on with this wedding? Even the father-in-law was not allowed to enter. Wan Baolu smiled calmly and said, How can that be? There must be some misunderstanding. Someone prepare a seat of honor for the in-laws. Feng Tianming shouted coldly, Wan Baolu, don't play this game with me. My daughter never agreed to marry your son. 4 years ago the 2 clans only discussed the matter. You took advantage of me leaving the Feng clan to kidnap my daughter. I do not blame you today. However, don't stop me from taking Feishue away. That can't be. The Wan clan is actually forcefully snatching someone else's daughter. That is too despicable. No wonder this wedding felt strange from the start. I did not see a single member of the bride's family. The expressions of the crowd as they looked at Wan Baolu immediately changed. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Wan Baolu's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, Why do you say that? My Wan clan has already given you the betrothal gifts. Your big brother has also signed for them on your behalf. There is proof here. With a flip of his hand, Wan Baolu took out a stack of betrothal gifts. Feng Tianhua's signature and handprint were on them. They were genuine. After Wan Baolu showed the betrothal gifts to the guests, he suddenly stood up. Unperturbed, he enunciated every word clearly, Brother Feng, if you want to be friendly, sit down and drink the wedding wine. In the future our clans will be in-laws. If you want to break off the engagement and slap my Wan clan's face in front of everyone, you can forget about leaving this Wan clan today. Don't even think of leaving the Wan clan castle today. My Wan clan isn't a place that anyone can fool. Right after Wan Baolu spoke, the 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches suddenly stood up. A strong killing intent surged towards Feng Tianming's group of 3. The combined killing chi of the 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs was incredibly horrifying. Combined with Wan Baolu's sinister words, their auras immediately suppressed Feng Tianming. Feng Tianming immediately felt the pressure on him increase. He could not say many things he wanted to say. The sudden change in the situation confused the surrounding guests. They did not know what was going on. Wan Baolu looked coldly at Feng Tianming, revealing deep disdain in his eyes. You want to play with me? Why don't you look at where you are? After waking Zhang Heng, who was on his shoulder, up, Xiao Qin casually tossed him aside and placed the scabbard on his back. Then he said calmly, "Tell me everything you know in detail." Zhang Heng had seen Xiao Qian's methods before, so he did not dare to disobey. He said in a trembling voice, "The Wan clan bribed Feng Tianhua long ago. The Wan clan promised to help him obtain the position of clan head, which is why he signed." Chapter 633. Pooh. Just as Zhang Heng spoke, Wan Baolu suddenly made his move. A dim light shot out and pierced through Zhang Heng's head. Where did this dog come from? To think that he dares to slander my Wan clan. How reckless. Xiao Qin could have stopped this earlier attack. However, he did not do so as there was no need to do so. After all, everything before him was just a situation. Xiao Qin had never been so naive as to rely on evidence to resolve a problem in someone else's territory. Wan Baolu stood upright with his hands behind his back. After killing Zhang Heng, he looked coldly at Xiao Qin and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. White-robed bladesman Xiao Qin, there are some muddy waters in this world that you cannot meddle in. The marriage of my Wan clan and Feng clan is not for you to interfere." Just as Feng Tianming was about to say something, Xiao Qin stopped him. He said calmly to Wan Baolu, "Whether it is for me to interfere or not is not up to you. As for the truth, you just have to get the bride to speak and the truth will be revealed." Everyone reacted. That's right. What exactly is going on? Just get the person involved to speak and everything will be clear. The red-robed Wan Shan said sternly, "Fei Xue is not feeling well. It is not convenient for her to speak. What does it have to do with you whether she speaks or not?" As Xiao Qin spoke, the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs focused on him. They wanted to use their killing intent to force Xiao Qin back. Before a strong aura, people would unconsciously lose some of their confidence, messing up their plans. This was what happened to Feng Tianming earlier. Now this group of people had the chance to use the same trick again. Xiao Qin smiled coldly to himself. Unexpectedly, they dare to play with killing intent with me. Interesting. A faint red light flickered in the depths of Xiao Qian's eyes. The peak state of massacre instantly surged out. A vast, ocean-like killing intent surged out like a flood. In that instant, it drowned out the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs. Then it continued forward without stopping. The strong killing intent stunned the 36 martial monarchs. They could not help but take a step back. Xiao Qin single-handedly forced back the killing intent of 36 martial monarchs. Such a shocking scene caused many people to take a deep breath. Xiao Qin's strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "I'm feeling unwell. I'm afraid you guys have cast a restriction on me so I can't open my mouth or circulate my energy. If I can make her open her mouth, I'll immediately turn around and leave. 10,000 Treasure Tower, do you dare?" Xiao Qian's voice was calm and indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at Wan Baolu, who was like a king in Wan Clan City, and directly asked. Now that things have come to this, everyone present felt that there was definitely something fishy about this matter. Also, the Wan clan shouldn't be in the wrong. If not for his guilty conscience, he would not have killed Zhang Heng, nor would he have kept the bride in silence. However, this was the headquarters of the Wan clan. There were many experts here. Even if he was in the wrong, it would be very difficult for this Xiao Qin to bring the bride away, almost impossible. Wan Baolu felt frustrated. He shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? This is the territory of my Wan clan. We do not welcome you here. Scram immediately." "You don't dare? In that case, I'll come and ask her personally." Xiao Qin carried the black wooden box on his back and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand. He wore white robes and gently pushed off the ground. A resonant dragon roar came from Xiao Qian's body. He stood on a blue dragon image and quickly flew towards Feng Feishue. Wan Baolu was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so bold, daring to make a move in the Wan clan's territory in front of everyone. You overestimate yourself. Block him. Don't let him get close to Feng Feishue. Wan Baolu shouted angrily as he smacked the table heavily. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Instantly the 36 martial monarchs leaped up and unleashed their strong auras. As their quintessence surged, heaven and earth trembled. They all executed their best moves, giving off a resplendent light as they charged at Xiao Chen. Even though there were no superior-grade martial monarchs among the 36 martial monarchs, their aura was still very horrifying. Quintessence gathered and tore pitch-black tears in space. Everyone outside sucked in a deep breath. The Wan clan was too ruthless. They immediately mobilized 36 martial monarchs. It seemed like they wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. First martial uncle, please make a move and stop them. Xiao Chen will die, Yu Chenxi said to the Haotian sect elder beside him. That old man muttered, if I make a move it will be useless. You should not make a move either. No martial monarch would be able to withstand the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Yu Chenxi said anxiously, then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Xiao Chen die? He agreed to join my Haotian sect. It's fine. I already sent a message to Old Feng. As long as a martial sage does not make a move, he will not be able to do anything to the Wan clan. The old man said indifferently, as for now let's just play it by ear. If Xiao Chen dies like this he will not be worth the Haotian sect nurturing. As the old man spoke the situation in the air changed. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams appeared on the surface. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram lit up, and all the attacks were reflected at an even faster speed. Po, po. Waves of air surged and light overflowed in all directions. Blurry traces were refracted in space, and miserable shrieks resounded in succession. When the light scattered and the shock waves calmed, Xiao Chen, dressed in white and carrying a wooden box on his back, remained unharmed. The 36 martial monarchs who soared into the air were all caught off guard by their own killing moves. All of them were caught off guard by their own killer moves, groaning in pain as they fell down. Such a scene shocked everyone. In merely one breath of time, the 36 martial monarchs with surging auras were beaten into such a sorry state. That Haotian sect elder gaped and exclaimed in shock, how can this be? He really blocked the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Wan Baolu said in a flustered and exasperated manner, bunch of trash. Get up and kill him. Xiao. When the 36 martial monarchs on the ground heard Wan Baolu's angry shout, they did not have time to adjust their chaotic auras. They got up and charged at Xiao Chen again. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram had suffered such a huge attack. Xiao Chen had exhausted too much of his mental energy, and he could not continue using it. Xiao Chen flicked his sleeves, and the 2 clumps of yin and yang flames on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram turned into 2 beams of light and returned to his eyes. After doing all this, the 3 martial monarchs at the front charged over again. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled coldly to himself. These people are too arrogant. They are severely injured, yet they do not adjust their energy properly. Instead they dare to continue attacking. Do they really think that they can take me down in 2 or 3 moves? Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. As the winds blew and clouds churned, thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his saber and gathered his dense quintessence on his saber. He executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Cassia. Cassia. The combined momentum of the 3 martial monarchs was instantly destroyed. The clash of states, auras and saber intents could not withstand a single strike. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell back. The injuries in their bodies had not completely stabilized in the first place. Now that they were even more injured, they could not get up and temporarily lost their combat prowess. Taking advantage of the time the 3 martial monarchs delayed, the remaining 30-odd martial monarchs formed a new encirclement and launched an unending barrage of attacks. Brr, brr. The dragon roar in Xiao Chen's body resounded endlessly. He stood on a blue dragon image and flashed through the crowd. Using his advantage in speed, he dodged the combined attacks of these people. Bang, bang, bang. The Wan clan's advantage in numbers was nothing before Xiao Chen's speed. The encirclement was full of openings. Light danced around and surging shock waves swept through the place. Occasionally Xiao Chen knocked someone back with his saber. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The shock waves of a battle between martial monarchs were extremely horrifying. Saber chi, sword chi, and fist winds immediately riddled the peaceful plaza with holes, leaving the place in tatters. The honored guests from all over the great Jin nation had already gathered and watched from afar. They were afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Most of them were not even martial monarchs. When the other geniuses on the True Dragon ranking saw this scene, they were all stunned. In less than half a year, the white-robed bladesman in the air fought 36 martial monarchs without being at a disadvantage. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His aura flourished. As wind and thunder roared, Xiao Qin used the lightning tribulation saber technique to beat up these Yuan clan martial monarchs, who were normally insufferably arrogant, until they could only passively defend. Bai Qi's right hand, which held his saber, could not help but tremble slightly. As a bladesman himself, he could feel more clearly than anyone else how horrifying Xiao Qian's current strength was. Fight! 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 Xiao Qin felt extremely delighted. Dressed in white, he stood on a blue dragon image and soared up and down. Electricity leaped around the saber and flickered endlessly. The lightning tribulation saber technique was executed to its heart's content. Many figures shot out and landed at Wan Bao's feet, crying out in pain. Wan Bao's complexion turned ashen as he watched all this. How many years had it been since his Wan clan suffered such a huge blow? Furthermore, this happened in the Wan clan's fortress. Earthly lightning chop. The might of wind and thunder finally reached its peak. Xiao Qin turned into the heavenly Tao and sent down the first lightning tribulation in the boundless dark clouds. Boom! The malevolent lightning turned into electric light and surged out. 7 or 8 martial monarchs in the air were immediately blasted away. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Another even more horrifying lightning tribulation descended. After the light scattered, there were less than 10 martial monarchs still standing in the air. Divine lightning tribulation. The sky changed color. It seemed like thunder roared in the sky 3 kilometers high. The rage of a deity and the vast heavenly might spread out. Run! The remaining martial monarchs were so frightened that they paled. They completely lost their will to fight. When they faced the final strike of the lightning tribulation saber technique, they fled in all directions. Xiao! The electric light split into 7, looking like 7 flood dragons bearing fangs and claws. They immediately caught up to the 7 fleeing martial monarchs, and 7 loud sounds rang out. The 7 fleeing martial monarchs were even more severely injured. Their clothes were tattered and their skin was charred black. The saber chi invaded their bodies and damaged their internal organs. It was a tragic sight. When all the light vanished, the world regained its calm. Only Xiao Qin remained in the air. The entire plaza fell silent. Xiao Qin dealt with 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs with just 1 lightning tribulation saber technique. These martial monarchs could not retaliate at all. They were in a passive position, unable to even launch a decent counterattack. If not for the spatial tears in the sky that had not mended yet, this would have been the result of a battle between martial monarchs. No one believed that Xiao Qin really defeated 36 inferior grade martial monarchs. Chapter 634. Martial monarchs were monarchs among martial cultivators. Even an inferior grade martial monarch would be considered a peak expert anywhere in the Tianwu continent. However, to Xiao Qin had defeated him like he was chopping vegetables. The rumors are indeed true. A king-grade true dragon genius is unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. To them, challenging those of higher cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. Xiao Qin cannot use the standards of ordinary people to judge these people. This insignificant sky dome realm will not be able to hide this true dragon. The people below discussed as they looked at Xiao Qin, their gazes filled with astonishment. Favored by luck, king-grade true dragon, all sorts of glory. Regardless of whether one was willing or not, the current Xiao Qin had already risen in the sky dome realm. He had left the people of the same generation far behind. In this sky dome realm, Xiao Qin stood out like a crane among chickens. Only the Kunlun realm was Xiao Qian's true stage. Only there could he meet geniuses equal to him, even geniuses that surpassed him. Xiao Qin slowly landed on the ground. He carried the black wooden box on his back and continued walking towards Feng Feishue without stopping. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble in the Wan clan's palace? Have you asked for our 8 great guardian deities' permission? A shout came from behind. 8 beams of light quickly flew towards the center of the plaza. A strong aura spread out, kicking up 8 strong tornadoes. Wan Bao's face lit up in joy. He shouted coldly, with the 8 great guardian deities working together, you can even defeat a peak martial monarch. Let's see what other capabilities you have. The 8 great guardian deities are here. Startled cries came from the crowd in the plaza. The 8 great guardian deities were famous. Each of them was a superior grade martial monarch. Although they were not peak martial monarchs, the 8 of them knew a set of joint attacks. With their combined strength, they could severely injure a peak martial monarch. In the past few years, they had been guarding the Wan clan's palace. Their names struck fear in the hearts of all the thieves and bandits, preventing them from being impudent in the Wan clan. The vast wealth that the Wan clan had accumulated was not something that anyone dared to touch unless a martial sage appeared. This was all thanks to the 8 great guardian deities. Xiao. The 8 beams of light were as fast as lightning. They spread out and formed a simple encirclement around Xiao Qin. Their ferocious auras merged together and pressed down on Xiao Qin. Tuoba Yun, help me teach this brat a lesson. Let him know the consequences of causing trouble in the Wan clan, Wan Baolu said rudely with a sullen expression. Tuoba Yun revealed a ferocious smile. He said in a deep voice, I will listen to clan head's orders. In that case, I will give this little bastard an unforgettable lesson today. 8 great guardian deities attack. Chi. The 8 flipped their palms at the same time, and an incredibly sharp weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then they charged at Xiao Qin at lightning speed. Xiao Qin Emperor's S's Dao. Spirit Chen's SS, Emperor's Spirit. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, and saber lights danced around, blocking the 4 attacks in front of him. The 8 martial emperors worked very well together. Just as Xiao Qin blocked the attacks of the 3 in front, a sword light flew at him from his left and right. The sword light was bone-chilling, heading for a fatal acupoint on the side of Xiao Qin's head. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from behind him. Without needing to turn his head, Xiao Qin could see it with his spiritual sense. It was a martial monarch using a thick saber. As he hacked down, purple electricity leaped around his saber. The state he comprehended was the same as Xiao Qin's, a peak lightning-attributed state. Xiao Qin's path of retreat was sealed, and the 3 martial monarchs in front had regrouped and were waiting for him to charge over. There was also the elusive Tuoba Yun who was hiding somewhere. He watched Xiao Qin coldly like a venomous snake. When the 8 great guardian deities attacked, they forced Xiao Qin into a dead end. If he was not careful, he would fall immediately. The other cultivators in the plaza all felt their hearts leap to their throats. There had long been rumors that the 8 great guardian deities could defeat a peak martial monarch, a half-sage powerhouse, when they worked together. In the past, some people did not believe it. However, now that they saw the 8 of them attacking, no one dared to doubt it. These 8 people worked together perfectly. Furthermore, they were all pretty strong. Their cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and combat experience were not lacking. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Qin shouted, and his figure split into 9. 3 of them flew forward, and 2 of them attacked from the left and right, holding the lunar shadow saber. One of the figures turned around and clashed with the storm-like saber strike behind him. The remaining 4 figures soared into the air, standing on azure dragons. Dragon roars resounded. The 4 clones made it hard to tell which one was the real one. In the time it took for a spark to fly, 9 figures suddenly appeared and attacked from all directions. In an instant, that terrifying crisis was resolved. Insignificant tricks, and you dare to embarrass yourself? A cold shout resounded in the air. Tuoba Yun, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly made his move. It was unknown where he came from, but he held a short sword with a flowing light in his hand. He stabbed at Xiao Qin's true body. Unexpectedly, he found Xiao Qin's true body in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The other 8 great guardian deities also used their various means to destroy the 5 afterimages below them in the blink of an eye. The 7 stout men trusted Tuoba Yun very much. When they saw him attack one of the clones, the weapons in their hands gleamed with sharp lights. They soared into the air and did not hesitate to charge over decisively. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he did not panic at all. He merged the 4 clones together and turned into an ancient blue dragon. As the dragon tail swayed, it kicked up a strong wind. Xiao Qin's body arced through the air at lightning speed. He was so fast that a spatial tear appeared in space, allowing him to dodge Tuoba Yun's attack. Xiao Qin arrived before the last person of the 8 great guardian deities. He instantly unleashed the peak state of massacre hidden in his eyes and merged it with the immortal state of thunder. Purple and red lights flickered strangely on the saber's edge. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre caused the last stout man's heart to tremble for some reason. This person had experienced hundreds of battles and was also a ruthless person. The number of people he had killed was no less than Xiao Qin's. After being distracted for a moment, he recovered his wits. However, in a fight between experts, a single mistake in one breath could instantly determine the victor. Four-season saber technique, spring saber, thunder shaking the world. Xiao Qin used his quintessence to drive the four-season saber technique. Using the power of the cycle of seasons, heaven and earth trembled as Xiao Qin hacked down with his saber. The aura on the saber was boundlessly majestic. The four seasons cycled and spring thunder boomed. Everything in the world came to life. All sorts of birds, beasts and bugs chirped continuously. Eighth brother, be careful. Tuoba Yun cried out when he saw this scene. He had not expected Xiao Qin to be so crafty. With one glance, Xiao Qin saw the weakest person among them. When he found an opportunity, he decisively executed a killing move. The face of the eighth stout man sank. At this critical moment he did not panic. He sheathed his weapon at his waist and pushed his hands toward the sky. A dazzling golden lotus platform formed above his head. He infused his quintessence into it, trying to block Xiao Qian's saber strike. Clang! When the saber struck the golden lotus platform, it gave off an intense metallic clang. Boundless shock waves surged out, forming ripples that layered over each other, turning everything blurry. The saber's hum suddenly rang out. Xiao Qin infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into the saber, instantly increasing the might of this saber strike by 30%. Kasie! Kasie! Cracks appeared on the golden lotus platform. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Tuoba Yun said sullenly, 8 great guardian deities, execute your combined attack. Shield. Shio. Shio. Figures flashed and the remaining 7 lined up behind the 8th stout man. They sheathed their weapons at their waists and pressed their palms together in that instant. Rings of 5-colored light spread out from the 8 people. The 8 great guardian deities used a mysterious method to perfectly link everyone's aura together. Bang! The lotus platform shattered, and the four-season saber technique spring saber descended on the 8th stout man. When the surging energy struck the rings of light, it immediately scattered. At this moment, the energy contained in the spring thunder chop was evenly distributed among the 8 people. Its might immediately decreased significantly. Blood leaked out of the corner of the 8th stout man's lips. However, he did not show much pain on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Retreat. Originally, Xiao Qin had intended to use lightning-quick means to severely injure the weakest person first. Who knew the other party's combined attack could be used defensively, splitting the might of the spring thunder chop. Xiao Qian's surprise attack failed and he lost the initiative. The blue dragon under him roared ferociously, and Xiao Qin quickly flew backward. As the blue dragon moved, he retreated 500 meters in the blink of an eye. You think you can retreat? The 8 overlapping figures quickly switched positions, rearranging their positions according to their strength. Tuoba Yun appeared at the very front, and the other 7 lined up behind him. Tuoba Yun shouted, and a tiny flame spear appeared in front of him, flickering with a faint light. Pok, pok, pok. The 8 great guardian deities placed their right palms on the back of the person in front, sending out their quintessence. Tuoba Yun, who was at the very front, received the power of 7 people. His aura soared and the flame spear crackled as it burned. The fierce flames lit up the surroundings, and the temperature of the entire place soared. Combined attack, blazing flame spear. The flame spear pierced through space with a shio sound. In an instant it appeared before Xiao Qin, sending out surging heat waves. A vast expanse of pitch-black emptiness formed in the air. It was as if the void itself was being burned away. When the people below saw this scene they were frightened pale. If it were an ordinary person before this flame, they would have melted under the high temperature. They would not be able to resist it at all. Xiao Qian's face sank. The energy that the flame spear carried made his heart palpitate. The combined attack of these 8 people seemed to be quite extraordinary. Shio, shio, shio. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin took 7 steps back in the air. With each step he left behind an afterimage. Soon he left behind 7 identical afterimages, maintaining the same posture as when he drew his saber. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop, the martial technique that Xiao Qin comprehended himself. He did not dare to underestimate this flame spear. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his dantian. Bang! The 7 afterimages merged in that instant, separating and merging. This happened in less than a breath of time. The people below could not react in time. Chapter 635. Xiao Qian's saber chopped down on the blazing spear. There was a loud bang, and a surging heat wave spread out. A huge force exploded out and Xiaoqin moved back 100 meters. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. A strange look flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. The peak attacks of the 7 afterimages overlapped. Unexpectedly, the force that erupted out was slightly weaker. Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and said, "Ignorant! You dare to clash head-on with our 8-division Heaven Dragon combination technique? White-robed bladesman, today is the day you die." Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and waved his right hand. The horrifying blazing spear's might did not diminish as it continued flying at Xiaoqin. 4-season saber technique, Great Summer, burning to desolation. The blazing spear pierced through space, moving even faster than lightning. With no way to retreat, Xiaoqin decisively made his move, executing the most tyrannical move of the 4-season saber technique. The blazing sun hung high in the sky on a hot summer day. When Xiaoqin swung his saber, it was like the sun was descending from the 9 heavens, wanting to burn everything to desolation. Bang! Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaoqin did not choose to just defend. Instead, he continued to use force to break through. An even louder sound came from the sky as boundless flames spread out like fairies, turning into tiny arrows that shot out in all directions. Countless black dots appeared in the paper-like sky from the clash between burning to desolation and the blazing spear. Every black dot was a tiny spatial tear. However, due to the vastness of the sky, they looked as insignificant as black dots. When the fire wave scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqian's lips again. However, there were no wounds on his body at all. Xiaoqian's limbs and bones were intact. As he stood in the air, his aura did not diminish. Doubt appeared in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He muttered, "That should not be the case. I know how strong his physical body is. However, the shock wave of this blazing spear should be able to tear a peak martial monarch into pieces." "Big brother, that brat seems to have a high-rank defensive artifact on him," a person behind him said quickly. Tuoba Yun looked carefully and discovered a faint blue light slowly fading from Xiaoqian's clear wind robes. Greed flashed in his eyes as he smiled maniacally. "It is indeed a superior-grade defensive secret treasure. This is a good item. Even the Wan clan only has a few superior-grade secret treasures. Brothers, disperse first. Later we'll launch a few more joint attacks and kill him directly through the artifact. This high-rank inner vest will be ours." Hoo-hoo. The 8 figures quickly separated and turned into 8 beams of light. With a wave of their hands, the weapons at their waists appeared in their hands once more. Then they charged at Xiaoqin. Clang clang clang. A thrilling and intense battle once again unfolded in mid-air. The 8 of them cooperated with tacit understanding, suppressing Xiaoqin on the battlefield. The barrage of attacks continued without end. Xiaoqin's expression was calm, and his mind was not in a mess. He did not intend to use his full strength. The 8 great guardian deities were not Xiaoqian's true enemies. Wan Feng, who was watching him from below, was the true opponent. Although the killing intent in Wan Feng's eyes was very well hidden, it did not escape Xiaoqian's notice. There is no such thing as perfect cooperation in the world. There will definitely be openings. After making up his mind, Xiaoqin hid some of his trump cards. Under the barrage of attacks, he brandished his saber lights and dealt with them calmly. Xiao. The elusive Tuoba Yun suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the moment Xiaoqin retreated, he thrust his short sword towards his heart. Xiaoqin had expected this long ago. He lowered his saber, and his saber intent, combined with the state of massacre and state of thunder, chopped down. Boom. Tuoba Yun was knocked back. In this one-on-one clash, he was knocked back by Xiaoqian's saber. Xiaoqin easily repelled Tuoba Yun's several sneak attacks. Shock flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes as he said, "Form the formation. 8-division Heaven Dragon combined technique." Xiao. The 7 gave up on attacking and returned to Tuoba Yun's back. Then they sent out rings of 5-colored light and merged their auras. Combined technique. Blazing spear. Kill. Bang. Bang. Xiaoqin first used the Thunder Shadow Chop to dissipate half of the spear's energy. Then he executed Burning to Desolation, shattering the spear. The shock wave pierced through Xiaoqian's protective quintessence, penetrated his superior-grade inner vest, and struck his internal organs. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqian's mouth again. He blocked it again. Xiaoqin blocked the combined technique that can severely injure a peak martial monarch to the point of death again. The tens of thousands of guests in the plaza were all shocked. The 8 great guardian deities had used this combined technique to kill many peak martial monarchs. However, Xiaoqin blocked it twice today. Not only did he not get torn to shreds, but he did not even show any signs of severe injuries. Wan Baolu was somewhat shocked as well. However, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "The 8 great guardian deities have never failed before. This time they will not. What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to behave atrociously in my Wan clan." Tuoba Yun's expression turned sullen. Clearly he had not expected Xiao Qin to be so difficult to deal with. He said angrily, "Scatter. Let's do it a few more times. I don't believe that this brat can continue." Seeing the 8 scatter again, Xiao Qian's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The body was a vessel, and the quintessence was the liquid in the vessel. When the vessel suddenly had to endure several times the usual amount of liquid, it would definitely be under immense pressure. After enduring such immense pressure, the physical body would definitely suffer some damage and need to recuperate. Tuoba Yun was such a vessel. Suddenly enduring 8 times the usual amount of quintessence, his physical body would definitely be injured. Otherwise, Tuoba Yun would not have immediately stopped after executing the combined technique. It would have been better to continue attacking. Xiao Qin thought back to earlier. When the 8 surrounded him, Tuoba Yun always hit at the back and attacked. He was probably making use of this time to recover his physical body. Xiao Qin suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is. In that case you will not have a third chance." Right now, Tuoba Yun was at his weakest. This was the best time to make a move. Earlier, Xiao Qin thought that Tuoba Yun was the strongest. Hence, he looked for the others to break through and destroy them one by one. This was fundamentally the wrong direction. Understanding this, Xiao Qin pushed off the air and charged at Tuoba Yun, who was hiding at the back. Seeing Xiao Qin dodge the others' attacks and charge at him, fear flashed into Tuoba Yun's eyes. He said, "Stop him. Later we will burn our quintessence and execute the combined technique. He will definitely die." Clearly the other 7 knew Tuoba Yun's current state. They all stepped forward, releasing lights of various colors as they executed their best moves. Xiao Qin dodged all the attacks. If he could not dodge, he used his superior grade inner vest to block them. What's wrong with this fellow? Such a scene confused the onlookers. Xiao Qin did not chase after the weaker people. Instead he fought with the strongest. This did not make sense. Standing on a blue dragon, Xiao Qin blocked the 3 attacks. Then he took 7 steps forward and finally encased Tuoba Yun in his saber technique. He said coldly, "Where can you run to?" The wind rustled, the rain fell, and the autumn waters rippled. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. "I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" Xiao Qin executed the autumn saber of the 4-season saber technique. A gentle saber light, like a pretty woman smiling faintly, appeared magnificent. Tuoba Yun was forced into a corner. He roared ferociously and burned his quintessence. He sent out a light barrier with his short sword, trying to receive this saber strike. Bang! The gentle saber light contained a boundless force. The light barrier in front of Tuoba Yun shattered, and he went flying back, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Before Tuoba Yun could recover from the aftereffects of executing a joint martial technique, he was severely injured. His complexion immediately paled, and he temporarily lost his combat prowess. "Big brother," the other 7 exclaimed. They all burned their quintessence and charged at Xiao Qin in rage. Bang! Xiao Qin stomped heavily on the blue dragon image below, and the entire place trembled. When he saw the 7 charging at him, he smiled coldly and said, "Without a joint martial technique, what 8 great guardian deities are they?" With one of the 8 great guardian deities removed, a hole immediately appeared in their originally perfect encirclement and tacit cooperation. No matter what they did, it would be useless. Even if the other party burned their quintessence, it would be wishful thinking for them to defeat Xiao Qin quickly. The difference between Xiao Qin and them had never been in quintessence. Xiao Qin stomped heavily on the blue dragon image and infused his quintessence into his entire body. The purple thunder true fire in his right eye slowly circulated. Bang! A ring of purple flame soared up from Xiao Qian's body. At this moment, Xiao Qian's surging quintessence burned as well. Furthermore, he burned it with the extreme yang purple thunder true fire. Xiao. In just an instant, Xiao Qin felt that he had exhausted 1% of his quintessence. The benefit was that the hidden energy in his body was more than 4 times stronger than before. Xiao Qin's aura soared, becoming exceptionally horrifying. The many cultivators below only took one look and felt a deep fear. They could not help but take a few steps back. Before Xiao Qin, the ferocious aura of the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities vanished without a trace. In comparison, even though the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities burned their quintessence, they were like children before Xiao Qin, who burned his quintessence. The difference in foundation multiplied by the same amount. The person with the higher foundation would instantly widen the gap. Clearly, Xiao Qin belonged to the category of people with the higher foundation. Burning his quintessence exhausted a lot of energy. Xiao Qin no longer had any reason to continue wasting time. He shouted ferociously and took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Qin took 7 steps in the air, each step leaving behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike, and each saber strike contained a different state. If they did not have the same appearance, others would not be able to tell that these were the clones formed by Xiao Qian's afterimages. It was hard to imagine that a clone could reach such a level. Even its expression was different. When Gong Yangyu, who was below, saw this scene, the usually calm Gong Yangyu could not help but stand up excitedly. He pointed at Xiao Qin in the air and muttered, "It really is my everlasting universe. How can it surpass me by so much?" Earlier, when Xiao Qin used the Thunder Shadow Chop twice, Gong Yangyu only felt that it looked familiar. However, he could not be sure. Now that Xiao Qin executed the Thunder Shadow Chop after burning his quintessence, he was finally sure. When Gong Yangyu looked at Xiao Qin, he felt that Xiao Qin was very scary. What kind of talent does one have to have such a strong learning ability? Bang, bang, bang. 7 muffled groans resounded. The saber strikes from the afterimages knocked the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities back. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Merge. The 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Qian's saber strike contained a 7-fold attack power. When it swept out, the person in front of him blocked for a moment before his weapon shattered. Chapter 636. He turned into a beam of light and moved a kilometer. Then he landed on a tall building in the Wan clan's palace. There was a startling explosion, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The remaining 6 were startled. As they looked at Xiao Qin, who was like a killing god, they could not help but reveal expressions of horror. Xiao Qin smiled gently and pushed off the air. Then he charged at the remaining 6 at lightning speed. When he attacked, saber lights flew everywhere, showing no mercy. When Wan Baolu saw the 8 great guardian deities on the verge of defeat, his previously calm expression finally showed some panic. The 8 great guardian deities had been famous for decades. They had helped the Wan clan defeat many enemies. Unexpectedly, they were about to be defeated by a brat today. Wan Shan quickly ordered people to bring Feng Feishue to the back. Then he said to Wan Baolu in shock, "Father, what should we do? We have to ask the old ancestor to come out. This Xiao Qin is too strong." Wan Baolu's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, "He is now the bearer of luck. The martial sages of the Sky Dome realm cannot make a move against him. Sima Hong is an example. There will be dire consequences. Pass down my orders. Gather all the martial king and martial saint experts in the city. Even an elephant can die if there are enough ants. Today I will wear him down." As Wan Feng watched Wan Shan leave in a hurry, rage flashed in his eyes. He gently knocked on the table twice and said calmly, "Uncle, are you looking down on my strength? You still want to call a large group of trash over?" Wan Baolu had not expected Wan Feng to really make a move. He rejoiced in his heart and quickly said, "That's not it. How could I know that with honorable nephew status, you would really make a move to deal with a king-grade true dragon genius?" Wan Feng shouted coldly, "A king-grade true dragon genius? Ah, if he loses to me then he is not. No matter who it is, they will not be able to stop the Wan clan from swallowing up the Feng clan and cutting off my source of income. How can I just sit back and watch?" While Wan Baolu spoke, Xiao Qin, who had already burned his quintessence, took advantage of the situation to defeat the remaining 8 great guardian deities. Then he sheathed his saber and quickly extinguished his burning quintessence. In merely 10 breaths, half of Xiao Qin's 99 drops of quintessence were gone. The rate of consumption was horrifying. Xiao. Wan Feng smiled sinisterly. While Xiao Qin extinguished the quintessence flames, he suddenly stood up and attacked at lightning speed. With a cold whistle, a long line of ice floated in the air and arrived in front of Xiao Qin at an incredible speed. With a wave of his palm, a wave of yin qi spread out from the center of his palm, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. It was a chill that penetrated deep into their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Qin finished his battle and retreated to launch a sneak attack, such actions were extremely despicable. Many of the guests could not help but speak in disdain. Even if Xiao Qin had some expectations in his heart, he didn't expect this person to be so despicable. The dignified seal envoy of Bushin Palace shamelessly launched a sneak attack without declaring war. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin did not have time to draw his saber. He clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, circulating the dragon claw fist's berserk dragon stance. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. Surging shockwaves spread out in layers. Countless snowflakes could be seen drifting out from the shockwaves. A white figure flew back from the shockwaves. It was Xiao Qin. Caught off guard, he suffered a huge disadvantage in the clash of strength. However, the unmoving Wan Feng was not unscathed. There were 3 faint claw marks on the right side of his face, the work of Xiao Qin. Before Xiao Qin retreated, he suddenly changed his move, turning his fist into a claw and catching his opponent off guard. Clearly, Wan Feng had not expected Xiao Qin to have an opportunity to counterattack in such a situation. Pu Si. After landing, Xiao Qin did not forcefully suppress his injuries. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and felt much more comfortable. He had a superior grade inner vest. Although this palm strike was uncomfortable, it was not as severe as it looked. Only his right arm was covered in frost. Xiao Qin's arm turned stiff, unable to move for some time. His opponent's quintessence was extremely strange. As the welcoming envoy, you actually sneak attacked me? You are too much. When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiao Qin was injured, she ignored the old man beside her and flew up, sending a punch at Wan Feng. Yu Chenxi had never been a good-tempered person. She had long since felt uncomfortable with Wan Feng's gaze. Now that she saw him sneak attacking again, she did not hesitate to make a move. A rising sun flickered behind Yu Chenxi, and the light on her fist burst forth, turning into a boundless fist wind as she attacked Wan Feng. Wan Feng's lips curled up as he smiled disapprovingly. What is this last no? All is fair in war. The victor does not need to care about what others think. Scram. Wan Feng's figure flickered, and before anyone could see him move, the boundless light froze, turning into ice shards that fell from the sky. It looked extremely strange. Unexpectedly, the light froze. This was the first time Yu Chenxi had seen such a situation, so she was stunned. Only when Wan Feng rushed over did she react. You are making a fuss over nothing. We are in the middle of a battle, yet you are letting your imagination run wild. Go back, lowly ant. Wan Feng smacked Yu Chenxi's fist with his palm. He laughed loudly and a cold energy erupted. Yu Chenxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, sliding far away. The old man from the Haotian sect was enraged. He stood up and said, Wan Feng, you are too heavy-handed. Wan Feng looked at the old man, and an unhappy expression flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, You are asking for it. What does it have to do with me? Also, don't act like a senior in front of me. If you were an elder of the Haotian sect, I would give you some face. Unfortunately, you are not. Don't go overboard. The old man shouted angrily as he pointed at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's expression changed. He charged over and demanded in a cold voice, You still dare to put on airs? Bang, bang, bang. Wan Feng sent out 3 palm strikes at lightning speed, sending the old man flying. The old man vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. A ferocious aura spread out. Wan Feng appeared incredibly tyrannical. With just one glance, he could make anyone tremble in fear. You overestimate yourself. Wan Feng smiled coldly as he looked around. He did not care about these lower realm people at all. Then it shot towards Xiao Qin, whose arm was still numb like an arrow. Feng Tianming reacted and said, We can't stop him. Don't let him take advantage of the situation to defeat Xiao Qin. Whoosh. Feng Tianming and the other 4 personal guards instantly ignited their quintessence. They did not hold back at all as they charged at Wan Feng. They did not hope to defeat him. They only hoped to buy some time for Xiao Qin to recover and buy some time. Wan Feng laughed loudly. He did not slow down at all. Motes of white light appeared on his palm, making it look smooth and transparent. There was no bright light or horrifying quintessence fluctuation. When Wan Feng threw a palm strike, the quintessence fluctuation of the guard in front of him froze. As Wan Feng advanced, the ice shattered, turning into ice shards. The scene of what happened to Yu Chenxi earlier replayed. Bang! This guard vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could disperse the cold qi in his body, he turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Cassia! Cassia! The ice sculpture shattered, and the guard's body, which was originally made of flesh and blood, shattered into pieces. It was a tragic sight to behold. A bona fide peak inferior grade martial monarch was reduced to nothing in one move by Wan Feng. The surrounding guests were all heroes of their regions, the powerhouses of their sects, young talents, and the top rankers of the True Dragon ranking. When they saw this horrifying scene, they all paled. Their hearts trembled in fear. Bang, bang, bang. Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent out 3 palm strikes. Snowflakes drifted down, and another 3 ice sculptures fell, shattering into pieces. His methods were extremely cruel. When Feng Tianming saw the 3 people who had followed him for decades die just like that, his eyes turned bloodshot. He burned all the essence in his body. A fiery red lotus flower bloomed under Feng Tianming's feet, and his aura soared to peak martial monarch. Then he sent out a palm strike carrying a heat wave. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "If your quintessence is not dense enough, it is useless no matter how many you have." Scram. Compared to Feng Tianming, Wan Feng's aura was very reserved. Only his right palm gave off a cold light. He did not leak any essence anywhere else. Bang! Wan Feng clashed head-on with Feng Tianming's full-powered strike, but he only took 3 steps back in the air. Feng Tianming flew back like a meteor and fell to the ground, severely injured, unable to get up again. Wan Feng waved his sleeves and laughed softly, "You are really powerful. You did not die from my palm strike. However, in the end, an ant will just be an ant. A lower realm martial monarch is not even worth a fart to me." Originally, Wan Baolu had been watching Wan Feng display his might and defeat the group of people. When Wan Baolu, who was already beaming with joy, heard this sentence, his face involuntarily twitched. Wan Feng said that lower realm martial monarchs were not worth shit. Since Wan Feng himself was a martial monarch, did that not mean he was scolding Wan Feng as well? The geniuses in the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking all showed unconvinced expressions, glaring at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's words were too hurtful. Seeing their expressions, Wan Feng laughed loudly and said, "Are you not convinced? When you go to the Kunlun realm, you will know what you are. You will know why I look down on you. Don't think that I am boasting. Your so-called True Dragon ranking is just a joke in my eyes. If 2 or 3 of you can rise up in this great era, then you will be lucky. Damn it, I Bai have a taste of your skills." Bai Qi was slightly angered in his heart. He was also a prideful person. Being looked down upon by Wan Feng, coupled with the fact that Wan Feng was young and impetuous, he was naturally furious. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. Xiao Chen soared up, and a saber light flickered as he executed the strongest move of the 4-season saber technique. I Gong Yangyu would also like to experience the might of the guide envoy. I Lu Xiaoyan would like to give it a try as well. I Nangong Ziyue would like to experience your skills as well. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. 7 figures soared into the air. The top few of the True Dragon ranking all flew up at the same time, charging at Wan Feng. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless. Before going to the Kunlun realm, I will first suppress your pride, which is not even worth shit." Suddenly, Wan Feng released his aura, which he had been holding back. A strong icy aura spread out. That icy chi was bone-chilling, heartless and heartless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding energy, sword wind, and fist lights turned into ice shards under the assault of this cold chi. They fell and blasted deep pits in the ground. Chapter 637. Gong Yangyu's group of 7 had unsightly expressions. They had not expected such a situation. Their quintessence could not get close to Wan Feng at all. They could not even execute their moves. After you go to the Kunlun realm, remember to tuck your tail between your legs. Not everyone is as benevolent as me. Scram now, you ants. Bang, bang, bang. Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent a palm strike at each of the 7, knocking them back and causing them to vomit blood. Their internal organs were all in a mess. What strong quintessence! It is at least 10 times denser than mine. Is he really an inferior grade martial monarch? Bai Qi exclaimed in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Gong Yangyu said hatefully, "Furthermore, the density of his quintessence is not something we can compare to. He either cultivated some heaven-ranked cultivation technique or ate some natural treasure. His state of ice is also very strange. Even when we combine our states, we cannot compare to it." The 7 were shocked as they looked at Wan Feng, who stood proudly in the air with a disdainful expression. They felt a strong sense of helplessness. At the same time, all the experts above Marshal Saint gathered in the vast Wan Clan city and rushed to the Wan Clan's palace from 8 directions. There were at least 500 people in each direction. When the 8 gathered, there was a total of 4,000 people. With so many experts, even if a peak martial monarch was surrounded, they would be able to kill him with a single attack. Quick, quick, quick. The clan head has ordered that the Wan Clan's palace is in danger. The group rushed down the street. The somber atmosphere made the people on both sides of the street feel uncertain. Isn't today the Wan clan's young master's wedding? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble? Who knows? The quintessence fluctuations at the Wan clan's palace were very intense. There might really be a huge battle. In an inn by the street, a fatso watched the Wan clan's guards pass by. He chuckled and said, "This fat lord loves to take care of small fries." In the plaza of the Wan clan's palace, Xiaoqin looked at his stiff right hand with a grave expression. The upper half of his right arm had already lost all feeling. He could not move it at all. A cold qi rushed down from his arm like a raging river. Xiaoqin revolved his quintessence and formed a dam to block this cold qi. As the cold qi burned, Xiaoqin's quintessence drained continuously. If not for the purple thunder divine incantation, which was much stronger than ordinary people, he would have died. The density of his true essence was quite high. Right now, he was like an ice sculpture that would shatter at the slightest touch. His opponent's state of ice has probably reached the might of a will. The will of ice has already touched upon the door. When combined with his strong quintessence, it will reach a horrifying lethality. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. However, it was still a beginner's skill. He could not use it as he pleased. The pure yang purple thunder true fire could dispel it. Sizzle. Wisps of purple flames appeared on Xiaoqin's arm and spread out. The cold qi was burned by the purple flames and turned into wisps of hot air that rose into the air. When the cold qi scattered, Xiaoqin's arm immediately moved. He clenched his fist tightly, and the blocked meridians opened up again. Xiaoqin glanced at Feng Feishue, who was being pulled behind Wan Baolu. Then he walked over step by step. No one could change the things he had decided on and the path he had chosen. No one could stop him. Wan Feng's eyelids sank and his gaze turned cold. He looked at Xiaoqin and said in a cold voice, "Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, you still dare to come forward. Do you really think that you are not an ant?" A cold wind howled and snowflakes drifted down. Wan Feng turned into a white beam, charging at Xiaoqin with a boundless baleful aura. Xiao. Just as the cold wind was about to strike, Xiaoqin drew his saber. A purple flame burned on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. When the saber light shot out, it burned the cold qi into a puff of white smoke. Wan Feng's invincible state of ice slowly receded before Xiaoqin. Then the saber light chopped down at him. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed, giving off a loud sound. Xiaoqin, who was on the ground, took 7 steps back. Wan Feng, who was in the air, spun around 7 times before he slowly stabilized. Wan Feng revealed a horrified expression as he muttered, "This is a lightning-attributed flame of extreme yang. However, even if it counters my state of ice, my quintessence and speed are sufficient to suppress it." Wan Feng's figure flickered and snowflakes filled the air. He pushed off the ground and charged at Xiaoqin again. This time Wan Feng raised his speed to his limits. Everywhere he passed, only white beams could be seen. No one could see his figure clearly. Bang! 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 Snowflakes drifted down in the air. In that instant Wan Feng sent out 50 or 60 palm strikes. The palm winds were like an avalanche. Rumbling sounds resounded in the air without end. The sky shook and the ground trembled. The entire plaza trembled due to the continuous palm winds. Instantly the plaza was filled with flowers and countless tables. Crunching sounds came from it. The originally auspicious and auspicious wedding turned into a mess, a scene of chaos. There were also some palm winds that flew out uncontrollably. When they struck the unlucky guests, they immediately froze them into icicles. They shattered upon contact, dying without a complete corpse. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. The density of Wan Feng's quintessence were no weaker than Xiaoqin's, who cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. A blue dragon appeared under Xiaoqin's feet. As the dragon roared, it carried Xiaoqin up and down, flickering in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The saber light was like lightning. Xiaoqin swung his saber repeatedly, relying on his instincts. A purple flame burned on his saber, destroying the incoming palm winds. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the two fought an intense battle. Soon they had exchanged 100 moves. Xiaoqin did not know what movement technique Wan Feng cultivated. His figure could not be seen at all. As his figure moved, he turned into white lines that wrapped around Xiaoqin. From a distance, one could see countless lines forming an oval-shaped ball of light encasing Xiaoqin. From time to time, shocking explosions could be heard from the ball of light. That ball of light was not stable. Sometimes it was in the sky and sometimes it was on the ground. This frightened the many guests into standing far away, afraid that the shockwaves would affect them. Bang! The ball of light shattered and a white figure flew out. He vomited a mouthful of blood. When he landed, the ground cracked, revealing a long crack. Yu Chenxi exclaimed in shock, "It's Xiao Chen." The one that got knocked out was indeed Xiao Chen. Wan Feng moved increasingly faster in the ball of light. In the end, the entire sky was filled with palm winds. Ah! Is a king-grade true dragon genius that slow? You can't even withstand a single blow. Take another move from me. Extreme Yin tyrannical heavenly palm. Wan Feng laughed loudly as he stood in the air. The boundless cold wind in the surroundings suddenly surged into his body. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It was not because Wan Feng raised the temperature but because he sucked in all the Yin energy in the place. When Yin and Yang were out of balance, only the chaotic pure Yang energy remained. That was why the temperature increased explosively. Defeat. Wan Feng shouted ferociously and threw a palm strike without moving from his original position. A palm of flesh descended from the sky. That palm was only several times the size of an adult's palm. However, it gave the illusion that it covered the sky and earth, leaving no place to hide. As that palm landed, the chaotic pure Yang energy on the ground was pushed out and turned into clumps of Yang flames. Then they shot out in all directions like 10,000 arrows. Bang! 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 The flames crashed into the buildings of the Wan clan's palace and exploded with horrifying energy. They blasted the buildings into smithereens, filling the air with dust. Such a strange martial technique driving Yin and Yang Qi to form a method to attack the enemy was an eye-opener for the surrounding cultivators of the older generation, leaving them flabbergasted. Xiao Chen's face sank. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness quickly surged as he drained it without holding back. A purple light lit up in the depths of Xiao Chen's right eye, and a white light flickered in his left eye. The two lights were as resplendent as stars. As they shone, they looked very magnificent. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. His mental energy was completely drained. Two beams of light shot out and quickly formed a Taiji diagram. The 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram welcomed the attack with its strongest stance. Bang! The Taiji diagram gave off a golden light and clashed with the palm. An intense explosion came from it, and a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. The palm made of Yin Qi and the Taiji diagram exploded at the same time. Wan Feng was knocked back 100 meters but Xiao Chen did not move at all. Wan Feng's expression changed. He muttered, "How can this be? This extreme Yin tyrannical heavenly palm has no frost. Even several famous experts of the upper realm do not dare to receive it head-on. You are just an ant from the lower realm, yet you managed to receive it." Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he said calmly, "You are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There are many things in this world that you cannot imagine. Didn't you want to compete with me in speed? Now let's compete in speed and see who's the weakest." Roar. Xiao Chen executed the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art. A boundless dragon roar came from his chest. Suddenly, 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen turned into an invisible azure light and shot towards Wan Feng. His speed was more than 4 times faster than before. Bang! 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 Sharp saber lights rained down like a torrential storm. Thunder roared in the sky as they chopped at Wan Feng. Unknowingly, an immortal attribute appeared in the lightning. The lightning was eternal, immortal and inextinguishable. This completely suppressed Wan Feng's basic will of ice. Xiao Chen did not beat around the bush with Wan Feng. He pressed forward bravely, pressing forward step by step. Relying on the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art, he forced Wan Feng back again and again. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's speed could not compare to Xiao Chen's. The immortal state of thunder and purple thunder true fire suppressed his will of ice. Wan Feng paled as he retreated again and again. His earlier arrogance was ruthlessly suppressed. He roared a few times wanting to turn the situation around. However, Xiao Chen mercilessly suppressed him. Scram! Extreme Yin Annihilation Palm. After failing to turn the situation around several times, Wan Feng became thoroughly enraged. He burned all the quintessence in his body as he sent out a palm flickering with a cold light. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly destroyed, like a piece of white paper being torn into numerous cracks, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Is this your trump card, Wan Feng? In that case I'll return what you said earlier to you. Put away that bullshit pride of yours. In the future, when you come to the Sky Dome realm, behave yourself with your tail between your legs. Chapter 638. Strength Character Formula, 33-fold increase in combat prowess, Blue Dragon goes to sea. A boundless sea appeared behind Wan Feng, and 9,999 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water tore a pitch-black hole in space. A 3-kilometer-long saber light burst out of the saber. It pointed to the sky and stomped on the ground. That kind of destructive might caused fear to appear in Wan Feng's eyes for the first time. Bang! The saber light swept out, and that destructive palm immediately shattered into pieces, turning into nothing. Could not resist at all. The saber light did not stop there. It continued forward and struck Wan Feng's body, knocking him back like a sandbag. Wan Feng seemed to have a defensive superior-grade secret treasure. As such, this saber light did not immediately split Wan Feng in half. However, the force contained in the saber light was sufficient to injure Wan Feng's internal organs. He would not be able to recover within a month. When Xiaoqun fought Sima Hong, he had the experience of executing the Blue Dragon goes to sea with the strength character formula. This time Xiaoqun was prepared. After Xiaoqun landed, he quickly consumed a peak-grade medicinal pill to replenish his qi and blood. Although it did not have any special effects, allowing him to recover instantly, he would not be as helpless as before. Xiaoqun looked at Feng Feishue, who was behind Wan Baolu. His white robes were stained with blood. Then he did not hesitate to continue walking forward. No one could change the path that Xiaoqun had decided on. Even someone as arrogant as Wan Feng, the welcoming envoy, could not do so. The entire place fell deathly silent. No one could imagine that the nearly undefeatable Wan Feng would be defeated by Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun chopped him down with one saber strike, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. No one knew where he went. Wan Shan was so frightened that he hid behind Wan Baolu. His body trembled as he said in a quivering voice, "Father, he is coming over. What should we do? What should we do?" Wan Baolu's expression was extremely unsightly. His body could not help but tremble slightly. He forcefully pulled himself together and said, "Damn it! Why are those guards still not here? This fellow is already a spent force. 4,000 guards can definitely wear him down." At the 8 checkpoints leading to the Wan clan's palace, the Wan clan guards cried out miserably without end. There were 4 or 5 black-clad martial monarchs at each checkpoint. As long as those guards got close to the checkpoint, they would be mercilessly killed by the black-clothed men. With a martial monarch guarding the checkpoint, these people would never be able to get past the black-clothed men. On top of a tall building, Kim Taeho was watching the one-sided situation with 4 or 5 servants with great interest. "Young master, all 8 paths have been blocked. Not a single guard has been let through." With the young master taking action, this bunch of people still dare to barge in. They really overestimate themselves. "Young master, you have incredible foresight. In the blink of an eye, you destroyed this group of fellows." A group of manservants rushed to flatter Kim Taeho. Kim Taeho's chubby face was filled with enjoyment. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "They're just small fries. What's there to say? Do I look like someone who can't stay calm?" Bang! Right after Kim Taeho spoke, a figure fell from the sky, shattering the tiles on the roof. When Jean de Bao landed in front of Jean de Bao, he was startled. His fat figure moved at an incredible speed and quickly hid behind a few manservants. However, when Kim Taeho saw this person's appearance, he laughed loudly. He pushed the servants aside and walked over. Naturally, the person who fell from the sky was none other than the Kunlun Realm's Bushin Palace's welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Xiaoqun's Blue Dragon goes to sea shattered Wan Feng's quintessence and damaged his internal organs. His external and internal injuries were severe. At this moment he was as strong as a cripple. Wan Feng coughed intensely a few times and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he looked around and saw the smiling Kim Taeho. Disdain and disgust flashed in Wan Feng's eyes. He said casually, "I remember you. You are the young master of the Great Tang Nation's Golden Rock Merchant Association. I'll give you a chance now. Find me a place to treat my injuries, and I can consider returning that Azure Phoenix Spirit Core to you." Kim Taeho chuckled and said, "Elder Brother Feng is indeed Elder Brother Feng. You are not even worth shit now, yet you are still so magnanimous. Why are you all still not helping Elder Brother Feng up?" When Wan Feng heard this, a murderous intent flashed in his heart. "Damn you fatso. When I recover I'll kill you first." However, Wan Feng was currently severely injured and could not afford to flare up. He looked at the manservants helping him up and smiled. "At least you are sensible. I am the welcoming envoy of the upper realm. If you work for me you will obtain unimaginable benefits. If you serve me well I can give you a spot to go to the Kunlun realm. It is not impossible, Pa. The manservants loosened their grip. Wan Feng, who had just gotten up, fell back down with a bang. This affected the injuries in his body. He could not help crying out in pain. Kim Tae-ho demanded angrily, "How can you all help me up? Don't you know that this is the welcoming envoy of the upper realm, elder brother Feng? If you offend him he can flick you to death with just one finger." Elder brother Feng. Elder brother Feng. Let me help you up. These fellows do not know how to do things. Dragging his fat body, Kim Tae-ho wobbled over and helped Wan Feng up again. I'll endure. At this moment Wan Feng no longer had any temper. He only wanted to find a place to treat his injuries before dealing with this group of fellows. He forced a smile and said, it's fine. I can still afford to fall with such minor injuries. Come help me down first." Kim Tae-ho gently let go of Wan Feng's hand and chuckled. "No problem. This fat lord will send you down now. Stand firmly and don't move. Don't ever move. That's right. Just maintain this posture." Wan Feng's originally unstable body suddenly started thumping. He felt that something was wrong for no reason. Before he could react he suddenly received a heavy blow to his butt. Suddenly he received a heavy blow on his buttocks. His body was like a rubber ball rolling down the roof with banging sounds. Bang. After falling from a height of nearly 100 meters, Wan Feng's body bounced heavily twice. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he cried out in agony. Up on the roof, Kim Tae-ho retracted his leg and went to the eaves with a few manservants. When they saw Wan Feng in a sorry state they all laughed loudly. "Elder brother Feng, I'm sorry. Your butt is too stylish. This fat lord really could not help it. I apologize to you." Kim Tae-ho chuckled as he fanned himself with a golden fan. The fat on his face jiggled. Wan Feng, who was on the ground, flew into a rage out of humiliation. At this moment he finally understood that this fatso did not care about him at all. From the very start, fatso had been toying with him. "Damn you fatso. You can laugh all you want now. When I recover in the future I will definitely kill your entire family." Wan Feng said to Kim Tae-ho coldly and mercilessly as he struggled to stand up. If looks could kill, Kim Tae-ho would have died long ago. "Bastard. How dare you scold my young master? Are you tired of living? I will spit on you to death." Bah. Before Kim Tae-ho could say anything, the manservants behind him found an opportunity to curry favor. All of them immediately spat on Wan Feng. Under the joint efforts of the manservants, their spittle really fell like rain, and it didn't stop. Wan Feng's face turned green, startled. Since he entered the extreme Yin sect, he had never received such treatment. Even when he was humiliated in the past, it had never been this severe. Unexpectedly, he was being bullied by a few inexperienced manservants from the lower realm, spitting on him. However, Wan Feng did not have a good way to deal with this. He could only drag his severely injured body around miserably, fearing that the spit would land on him. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and smiled. "Stop right there. What did this fat lord teach you all normally? This is the Kunlun realm's elder brother Feng. It is not easy for him to come to the Sky Dome realm and this is how you greet him?" Wan Feng stopped and wiped off the spit on his face. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. This fatso finally knew his limits. He did not dare to offend Wan Feng to death. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew over. Wan Feng raised his head and saw a golden coffin lid falling from the sky, slamming heavily on his body. The huge force sent Wan Feng tumbling in the air. His nose caved in and a few of his front teeth fell out. Then he vomited blood in the air. His entire body flipped 360 degrees over 100 times before landing heavily on the ground. Holding the coffin lid, Kim Tae-ho smiled heartlessly. "How can this be considered a reception if it does not hurt or itch? Is that right, elder brother Feng?" Elder brother Feng feels so good that he is speechless. "In that case let me do it a few more times." Hearing Kim Tae-ho's approaching footsteps, Wan Feng, who was on the verge of fainting, suddenly jolted awake. Kim Tae-ho's harmless smile was like that of a demon in Wan Feng's heart. No, even a demon would not be as scary as this fellow. Recalling the encounter from before, Wan Feng suddenly came to his senses. He took out the Azure Luan inner core from his spatial ring and handed it over. "I was wrong. I'll return this inner core to you. We don't owe each other anything." Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. This feels really good." Bang! After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the wide coffin lid smashed Wan Feng into the air again with another bang. Intense pain caused Wan Feng's entire body to tremble. He felt like he was better off dead. I really couldn't tell that elder brother Feng had such a hobby. In that case, this fat lord will reluctantly slap you a few more times. Xiao Qin did not show any mercy. This time Wan Feng completely lost all hope. He handed over the spirit core and said with teary eyes, "Lord Jin, I was wrong. I should not have worked with the Wan clan to cheat you." "What did you say? Speak louder." "This fat lord does not have elder brother Feng's cultivation," Kim Taeho said with a chuckle as he placed the coffin lid in front of him. Plop. Wan Feng knelt on the ground, enduring the indescribable pain. He said loudly, "Lord Jin, I was really wrong. I will not dare to cheat you again." Kim Taeho smiled and said, "I told you long ago. This fat lord has never suffered a loss in my life. Since you admit your mistake, this fat lord will be a great person and forgive you. The treasures on you should be barely enough to make up for this fat lord's losses." Kim Taeho waved his hand, and the manservants immediately understood what fatso meant. They rushed over and pulled out everything on Wan Feng's body, taking out everything of value. At this moment Wan Feng could not resist at all. He felt grief and indignation in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Soon everything was pulled out and he lay naked on the ground. "Young master, this is the most valuable thing. It seems to be a superior grade secret treasure." One of the manservants handed a damaged inner vest to Jean Fatso like he was presenting a treasure. Chapter 639. Kim Taeho's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "No wonder this fellow can withstand the beating. It turns out that he is wearing a superior grade inner vest. Let's go and see what the situation is like in the Wan clan's palace. Let's see if there are any more benefits to be gained." "Young master, what should we do with this fellow? He is just lying here naked. After all, he is the welcoming envoy of the Kunlun realm." Kim Taeho thought for a while and casually took out a pair of underwear from his spatial ring. Then he tossed it to Wan Feng and said casually, "This fat lord has been extremely benevolent to you. Don't forget the favor of this fat lord giving you underwear." That looks like a woman's underwear. Young master. Damn it. This fat lord's hobby has been exposed. I am too embarrassed to face others. Quickly scram." Kim Taeho moved forward at lightning speed with a shio sound. He left behind a few manservants to exchange glances. Since when did this fellow have any face? After everyone left, the naked Wan Feng hugged the red underwear and curled up into a ball. Wan Feng could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. His cries were filled with sorrow and grief. Those who were not in the know would think that 10-odd strong men had taken away the most precious chastity of a girl. Naturally, the people in the plaza did not know what happened to Wan Feng. Otherwise they would be flabbergasted. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the white-robed bladesman, who was walking continuously towards Feng Feishua. At this moment Xiao Qin did not seem to be in a good state, looking like he would collapse at any moment. However, Wan Baolu and his son, who were blocking Feng Feishua, trembled in fear, not daring to make a move. No one could say for sure how much strength Xiao Qin had left. Even someone as strong as Wan Feng lost to him. If he still had trump cards, only death awaited them if they made a move. The Wan clan's father and son enjoyed glory and honor. Their days were much more leisurely than ordinary people's. The more this was so, the more they feared death. As the Wan clan's father and son approached, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. They did not dare to step forward and fight, but they were also not willing to hand over Feng Feishua after spending so much effort. Enough. Just at this moment, a deep and cold snort suddenly rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth. That voice contained boundless power. These two words were like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. A powerful aura pressed down on Xiao Qin like a mountain. That power was many times stronger than Xiao Qian's. Just the aura alone was enough to make Xiao Qin unable to move. His feet felt like they were filled with lead stones. Wan Baolo's face lit up and he said, "The old ancestor took action." An old man in embroidered robes seemed to appear out of nowhere and appeared in front of Xiao Qin, blocking his path. His deep eyes stared at Xiao Qin. The guests in the plaza all showed fear on their faces. They all shook their heads and sighed. In the end, the white-robed bladesman cannot advance any further. The Wan clan's martial sage has made a move. Isn't there a rumor that if one makes a move against Xiao Qin in the Sky Dome realm, there will be bad consequences? This is just a rumor. Might not be true. Furthermore, the Wan clan is already forced to this extent. If they still do not make a move, are they really going to let Xiao Qin bring Feng Feishua away in front of everyone? At this moment, Xiao Qin is already an arrow at the end of its flight. A martial sage can destroy him in one move. I really don't believe there will be any bad consequences. All sorts of discussions resounded. Although there was a rumor that if a martial sage made a move against the bearer of luck in the Sky Dome realm, there would be bad consequences, not many people believed it. This was because the current Xiaoqin looked too weak. First, he defeated 36 martial monarchs. Then he defeated the 8 great guardian deities. Finally, he sent the Kunlun realm's Wanfeng flying. All these were already incredible. With Xiaoqin's current cultivation, even if he did not exhaust his quintessence, he would be close to it. If any martial monarch among them dared to take a gamble, they would be able to stop Xiaoqin. What more, a martial sage in perfect condition? The Wan clan's martial sage said sullenly, "Little friend, today, you caused a huge commotion in the Wan clan, showing off before everyone. My Wan clan also suffered heavy losses because of you. If you leave now, I will not blame you for today's matter." In reality, the moment Xiaoqin arrived at the Wan clan's palace, this person had already noticed him. However, he feared the rumor and did not dare to make a move. The bearer of luck carried the luck of the great thousand realms and was protected by the heavenly Tao. Martial sages already touched the threshold of the heavenly Tao. If they made a move against the bearer of luck, the heavenly Tao would immediately notice. Sima Hong did not believe this and tried to kill Xiaoqin. However, this was the will of heaven. Not only did Sima Hong fail, but he was also hung at the gates of Saber City, losing his reputation and face. With Sima Hong as a precedent, the Wan clan's martial sage had to be cautious. He had been holding back and not making a move. However, at this moment he had no choice but to make a move. Since ancient times, Xiaoqin was the first inferior grade martial monarch to be treated so politely by a martial sage. Everyone looked at Xiaoqin, waiting for him to speak to see how he would answer. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "I have not seen the person I want to meet yet. I will not leave." Such an answer was unexpected, shocking everyone. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin rejected a martial sage's suggestion. Where did he get his confidence from? The Wan clan's martial sage's expression turned grave, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said, "Have you made up your mind to barge in?" A vast quintessence surged in Xiaoqin's body. Winds blew and clouds churned behind him. Suddenly, the clear sky turned dark, looking even more terrifying than the old man's expression. This person was truly angry. All the guests felt the strong killing qi in the surging winds and clouds as vast as the sea. Before that aura, Xiaoqin was as insignificant as an ant, not even an ant. Xiaoqin said calmly, "I have never thought of destroying the Wan clan. I just want to lift that red veil and ask her if marrying into the Wan clan is her original intention. If it is, I will turn around and leave. If it is not, I will follow my promise and bring her away." This person was very clear on how Feng Feishui came to the Wan clan. Naturally, he would not let Xiaoqin ask her. "Since you insist on doing this, don't blame me for bullying the weak." The Wan clan's martial sage was going to make his move. Everyone could already guess what would happen next. When they saw Xiaoqin's blood-stained white robes, they could not help but reveal an expression of pity. "Xiao." Just at this moment the situation changed. The black bag on Xiaoqin's back suddenly opened up, and a simple rectangular wooden box flew out and landed heavily on the ground. It was like an invisible wall spread out from the wooden box. In that instant, the pressure that the martial sage's aura exerted on Xiaoqin vanished, and his body returned to normal. The Wan clan's martial sage narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Divine weapon!" The might of the divine weapon shook the Tianwu continent. The Wan clan's martial sage no longer dared to delay and immediately made his move. However, it was already too late. Kaxie. Kaxie. The 4 wooden boards fell, and the divine weapon, the heavenly universe sword, floated quietly in the air. An ancient and strong aura burst forth from it. The divine weapon shattered the momentum of the Wan clan's martial sage's attack, collapsing on its own. The holy seal in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness turned into a clump of golden flame and burned quickly. All sorts of wondrous energy spread throughout his body, giving him the right to use the divine weapon temporarily. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and clenched it. A resonant sword hum tore through the clouds. The divine weapon was drawn. In an instant, the sky turned dark. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. The tens of thousands of people in the plaza felt like they were standing in the boundless starry heavens. Xiaoqin grasped the divine weapon tightly and felt an unparalleled energy circulating in his meridians. It felt like he could pluck the stars and grab the moon, twisting the universe, omnipotent. Chop. Xiaoqin shouted ferociously and chopped with his saber. The world regained its calm. Everyone looked up and saw the unparalleled Wan clan's martial sage flying backward. Space shattered behind the Wan clan's martial sage. After flying for an unknown distance, the Wan clan's martial sage crashed into a mountain outside Wan clan city, turning that tall mountain into dust. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard, and a strong energy flowed out of Xiao Chen's body like flowing water. He felt dizzy and extremely weak. Even the Wan clan's old ancestor had been sent flying by Xiao Chen. The Wan clan's father and son were frightened out of their wits. They completely lost their courage and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen calmed himself and walked forward step by step in front of all the heroes of the world. The distance between him and Feng Feishui grew shorter and shorter. Soon he arrived before her. This fellow really walked over. Martial monarchs cannot stop him. The 8 great guardian deities cannot stop him. Now even a martial sage cannot stop him. Such an incredible scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The shock in the hearts of the many guests could no longer be described with words. In the distance, the Wan clan's martial sage walked out from the collapsed mountain peak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The automatic recovery function of the sage body seemed to have lost its effect. Blood flowed out continuously from the wound. You dog. You actually brought a divine weapon. Let's see how many more times you can use it. The Wan clan's martial sage raged, wanting to soar into the sky. Bang! A strong palm wind tore through the air and knocked back the Wan clan's martial sage. It was the myriad fiend palaces and Zixuan, who had promised to protect Xiao Chen. And Zixuan, since when is it your heavenly fiend palace's turn to interfere in the matters of my Wan clan? And Zixuan could not be bothered with the berserk Wan clan's martial sage. I can do whatever I want. Since when is it your turn to care? Just stay here obediently. The Wan clan's martial sage was flustered. However, he was not a match for Zixuan in the first place. Now that he was injured, he was even weaker. On the other side, Xiao Chen removed the restriction on Feng Feishui. Then he slowly removed the red cloth covering her head, revealing a beautiful face that could topple nations. Feng Feishui's eyes misted over. She choked as she said, "You really came." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "For years ago, outside Mo City, I promised to do something for you. I will definitely come to fulfill my promise to you for the rest of my life." Xiao Chen tore off the cloth covering his head and summoned out the scarlet throne. Then he helped the severely injured Feng Tianming onto it. Then he carried Feng Feishui and turned into a red cloud soaring into the sky, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. After a long time, the crowd withdrew their gazes. When they saw the sorry state of the plaza, they could not help but sigh. The vast Wan clan had 36 martial monarchs, the 8 great guardian deities and a martial sage. However, Xiao Chen single-handedly turned it upside down, inflicting heavy losses. After this day, the Wan clan's reputation in the continent would plummet. It might even lose its position as the top merchant association. A king-grade true dragon genius is indeed extraordinary. The Sky Dome realm really cannot hide him. Chapter 640. Back then, even the Thunder King was not this unbridled, challenging the top merchant association of the world for a promise. It is really hard to imagine that Xiao Chen really charged into the Wan clan and even brought the person away for the sake of a promise. The group of people discussed the matter. In this greedy world, there were still people who could keep their promises, daring to risk their lives. This was truly rare. This was especially so when Xiao Chen still had a bright future ahead of him. Despite knowing that a martial sage was holding down the fort, he still risked his life and rushed over. "Let's go. There is nothing more for us to do here. This wedding is just a farce for the Wan clan." The guests that came all scattered, heading for the gates of the Wan clan's palace. The experts guarding the underground treasure room of the Wan clan's palace all fell to the ground. Their corpses were all dead from one fatal strike. In the treasure room, a group of black-clothed men were excitedly plundering the treasures in every corner of the room. One of the black-clad people was particularly eye-catching. His large body was forced to wear black clothes, which looked extremely awkward. He looked like he might burst at any moment. "Young master, unexpectedly, it is so easy to break through the Wan clan's treasure room. We are rich this time." That fatso chuckled and said, "That brother Xiao of mine is too awesome. He injured all the 8 great guardian deities. Otherwise we would not have come so easily." The group of people were like hungry wolves entering a sheep's den. They moved around continuously, and the various treasures in the treasure room disappeared quickly. Normally, there were many people who targeted the Wan clan's headquarters. However, with the 8 great guardian deities guarding it, practically no one succeeded. Today the 8 great guardian deities were all severely injured. Kim Tae-ho led the Jin clan's martial monarchs to launch a sneak attack. This was a great bargain. If the Wan treasure tower knew that the treasure room was ransacked, he would probably die from anger. The treasure room contained half of the Wan clan's wealth. Who knew how long it would take for the Wan clan to recover from such a loss? High in the sky above the Wan clan's plaza, Wan Feng's master, the extreme Yin old man, looked down at the mess below expressionlessly. The Haoyan sect's elder Feng stood quietly behind him. Old Feng, this time your Haoyan sect has really recruited a genius from the lower realm. I reckon that he is not much weaker than the true disciples of your sect. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, Senior Extreme Yin speaks too highly of him. Compared to the geniuses recorded in Bushin Palace, his accumulations as a martial king are still lacking. Furthermore, he has not experienced a truly grand occasion. The extreme Yin old man said, These words are not wrong. Whether it is a true dragon or not, we can only know after the baptism of the Kunlun realm. After a pause, the extreme Yin old man said, You should go. Although this old man's reputation is not good, I still have this much magnanimity. I will not make a move against an insignificant martial monarch. When old Feng heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the old man before him looked amiable, he was infamous in the Kunlun realm. Even the cultivators of the other races feared him. Xiao Qin had defeated his little disciple in front of everyone. Old Feng worried that the old man would not be able to resist making a move. If that happened, even if Xiao Qin had a divine weapon, only death awaited him. Many thanks, Senior. After obtaining a definite answer, Old Feng bowed slightly. Then he turned into a beam of light and flew back to the Haoyan sect. After Old Feng left, the extreme Yin old man's expression suddenly sank. He looked in the direction of Nzishuan and muttered, Unexpectedly, this fellow is related to the experts of the fiend race. Shio. The extreme Yin old man withdrew his gaze and thought for a while. Then he stopped thinking and casually tore space apart. He appeared on a roof and smiled coldly as he looked at Wan Feng, who was wearing a pair of red floral underwear. When Wan Feng felt the gaze from above, he looked up. His body trembled involuntarily as he said, Master, this disciple has embarrassed you. I only ask for a quick death. The extreme Yin old man smiled coldly and said, Why would I kill you? It was not my tacit approval. Who in the Sky Dome realm can injure you? Wan Feng's expression froze. He exclaimed, Master, you saw everything? The extreme Yin old man nodded without batting an eyelid. He said, In the future you won't be so arrogant anymore, right? Even a lion needs to use its full power to capture a rabbit. You are not a lion yet, so where is your dog's hit pride coming from? What is the use of thinking about all these crooked paths for cultivation? You will not be able to achieve anything great. In the future, break off all ties with the Wan clan and focus all your attention on cultivation. If anyone slaps your face, slap them back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Wan Feng suddenly understood what the extreme Yin old man was trying to do. The other party had clearly seen all of his actions. The extreme Yin old man wanted to use this opportunity to teach himself a lesson. On the other hand, he wanted to temper his mental state. Many thanks for Master's teachings. This disciple will definitely turn over a new leaf. I will not embarrass the extreme Yin sect again. The extreme Yin old man did not say anything more. He casually grabbed Wan Feng and flew off into the distance. As the powerhouses left one by one, the farce of the Wan clan's wedding officially came to an end. At the border of the Great Jin Nation and the Great Qin Nation, Yingyu had been waiting with the Imperial Dragon Legion for a long time already. After handing Wan Feng over to the other party, Xiao Qin flew to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion alone. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as calm as usual. No one knew that Xiao Qin, who had just returned, had done such a shocking thing in the boundless distance. Senior, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I did not lose the divine weapon. When Xiao Qin felt the power of the divine weapon, he felt even more grateful to Lung Tianyun for lending him the divine weapon. Lung Tianyun was not in a rush to receive the divine weapon. He looked at Xiao Qin's injuries and said, Don't be in a rush to leave. Let me take a look at your injuries. After a series of battles, especially when he used the strength character formula to execute the blue dragon returns from the sea, Xiao Qin's injuries had reached a horrifying level. Lung Tianyun placed his right hand on Xiao Qin's meridians and carefully checked them. He exclaimed in shock, Your physical body is extraordinarily strong. If other martial monarchs acted as recklessly as you did, they would have died long ago. However, your situation is not much better now. There is still half a month before we leave the Sky Dome realm. During this period of time, you should stay here and focus on recuperating. Lung Tianyun personally made a move. He used his origin energy and the peak medicinal herbs that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated to help Xiao Chen recover quickly. 7 days later, Xiao Chen had completely recovered from all his injuries. He was brimming with energy and vigor. The battle at the Wan clan's palace had given Xiao Chen many comprehensions. This was especially so when he fought with Wan Feng. Wan Feng's will of ice had given him a lot of inspiration. Before martial monarch, only cultivators with a peak state could be considered geniuses. Only then could they fight above their cultivation realm. However, when one reached martial monarch, states were commonplace. Only by raising their states to a will could they fight above their cultivation realm. Wan Feng could treat martial monarchs like they were nothing. Aside from his accumulated quintessence, which was much higher than that of the Sky Dome realm's martial monarchs, the most important reason was his comprehension of the will of ice. If Wan Feng's will of ice could improve further, even with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram and the 33-fold increase in combat prowess, victory would still be difficult for Xiao Chen. I have to make good use of my time and comprehend my will of ice, Xiao Chen said with a resolute gaze as he clenched his right fist tightly. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen immediately went to look for Lung Tianyun. With such a martial sage around, it would be a waste not to seek his guidance. When Lung Tianyun found out why Xiao Chen was here, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, "How old are you? Already you want to comprehend a will?" Xiao Chen could not understand. He asked, "Could it be that the will has something to do with age?" Lung Tianyun nodded and said, "It does not have anything to do with age. However, some people live for 500 or 600 years and become a martial sage. Even so, they might not be able to comprehend their will. Raising a state to a will depends on talent, breadth of vision, and fortuitous encounters. Talent goes without saying, it is a person's comprehension ability. Since you can create the 4-season saber technique, your comprehension ability is definitely not bad. The so-called breadth of vision is the experience of a cultivator. The great 1,000 realms are boundless. There are all sorts of mysteries, countless. How much do you think you have experienced? Even if you have achieved all that, without the right opportunity, you will never be able to comprehend your own will." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. However, he felt a little suspicious. He asked, "That welcoming envoy Wan Feng is only 3 or 4 years older than me. However, he already touched the threshold of a will. Why is that?" Lung Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "That is not a will. If I remember correctly, the Extreme Yin sect has a special cultivation technique that can strengthen the state of ice. It can raise the might of the peak state of ice by 20%. If he really comprehended a will, you would not be a match for him. 10 years ago, I advanced to martial sage. Even in the Kunlun realm, my talent is considered outstanding. However, I have not comprehended my own will. To think that a will is so difficult to comprehend." Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Unexpectedly, even Lung Tianyun has not comprehended a will of his own. In terms of talent and breadth of vision, the other party should be pretty good. In that case, the time for fortuitous encounters has not arrived. Lung Tianyun stood up and waved his hand. A cool breeze immediately blew in the room. As the cool breeze circulated, it carried a gentle warmth that made one feel relaxed and comfortable. "Xiao." Suddenly, Lung Tianyun stretched out his hand and tapped. The cool breeze blew gently, but it contained a bone-chilling chill. The strength of the wind did not change, but when it struck the body, it felt even more painful than a knife. Boom. Lung Tianyun stretched out his hand again, and a strong wind blew, buzzing loudly. Even the room trembled intensely. Chi. In that instant, the strong wind stopped and turned into thousands of thin wind arrows, riddling the entire room with holes. Sunlight shone in through the holes. When the thousands of light beams intertwined, they formed mottled shadows on the ground, illuminating the room. When Xiao Chen saw all this, he could not help but feel astonished. The simple wind could produce so many scenes in Lung Tianyun's hands. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he would not be able to do so within 10 years. Xiao Chen could blow out a cool breeze or send out a berserk palm wind that could flip the roof off. However, he could not do it as freely as Lung Tianyun did. Lung Tianyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He muttered, "I have already touched the threshold of the will of wind. All I need is a fortuitous encounter and I will be able to break through." You cannot imitate the earlier demonstration. Just treat it as broadening your horizons. There is a huge difference between thunder and wind. How you comprehend it depends on yourself. Xiao Chen quickly performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. This demonstration had indeed made him feel enlightened. He discovered that his previous way of thinking was too limited. Chapter 641. In a few days you will be going to the Kunlun realm. I have a request. Xiaoqin said, Senior, please speak your mind. If I can do it, I will do my best to do it. There was a trace of worry in Leng Tianyun's eyes. He muttered, however, during the Golden Age there will be a great calamity. However, the 5,000 years of Golden Age will slowly come to an end amidst peace. However, the laws of history will not change. The great calamity this time might be a great calamity that happens once every 10,000 years. In the future, if you really manage to ascend to the Great Tao, I hope that you will take care of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly and said, The Great Tao is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. Senior's words are too far-fetched. The so-called great calamity is just overthinking it. Leng Tianyun sighed softly, I am not overthinking it. 10,000 years ago, there was a vast demonic calamity. The Qianwu dynasty, which had been glorious for tens of thousands of years, vanished like smoke. The 9 dragon veins of the Qianwu continent escaped, and the spiritual energy of the world turned chaotic. Even today it has not recovered. Xiaoqin still felt that Leng Tianyun was exaggerating. However, after thinking for a while, he still agreed. If one day I really manage to ascend to the Great Tao, I will definitely not sit by and watch the Heavenly Saber Pavilion ignore me. After leaving Leng Tianyun's room, Xiaoqin spent another half a day refining the countenance-halting pill. Then he handed it to Lu Ruyue. His train of thought had expanded significantly. Xiaoqin decided to leave and spend the last moments of his time in the Sky Dome realm at Thunder Emperor Valley. He wanted to see if he could find his own fortuitous encounter in the immortal will that the Thunder King left behind. Tears welled up in Lu Ruyue's eyes as she hugged Xiaoqin, unwilling to let go for a long time. Xiaoqin, will this be an eternal parting? Xiaoqin felt a slight sourness in his heart. He wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. Definitely not. Wait for me to return. This night the two spent a long time together. As Lu Ruyue slept soundly, Xiaoqin gently kissed her forehead. Then he put on his clothes and left quietly. Before the sky brightened, Xiaoqin took one last look at the beautiful Qingyun Peak. He had too many memories on this peak. After this parting, Xiaoqin did not know when he would be able to return. However, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only hide the bitterness in his heart. Let's go. Since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. From the moment you decided to walk the path to the peak of cultivation, you were destined to be lonely, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Back then she had witnessed the rise of the Thunder King. Now that a similar situation had occurred once again, she was filled with mixed emotions. Xiaoqin took a deep breath, no longer reluctant to leave this mountain and grass and bid farewell. When Xiaoqin flew over Saber City, he discovered a girl standing at the top of the city wall. When he looked carefully, it was Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing. She had a faint smile on her face as she watched him fly in the air. Xiaoqin's figure flickered, and he instantly landed on the city wall, standing across from Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xiaoqin. She said, The Dragon Phoenix cauldron that you left with me. All the materials that the Feng clan has for refining secret treasures are in there. Finally, there are 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. I hope they will be of help to you. 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones was a large sum. Right now, Xiaoqin only had a total of 80,000 superior-grade spirit stones on him. Xiaoqin urgently needed superior-grade spirit stones. Be it for cultivation or as currency after he went to the Kunlun realm, they would be very useful. Many thanks. Feng Feishue smiled gently and suddenly kissed Xiaoqin on the lips. She said, Take this kiss as a token of my thanks. Now that I have complete control over the Feng clan, I will help you look after the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Xiao clan. Xiaoqin touched his lips and could not help but smile. I only found out today that this kiss of mine is so valuable. Do you want to kiss me a few more times? Feng Feishue blushed and giggled. I would not dare to mess around. That person from your clan would kill me. Let's go, stop being so wishy-washy. As the sun set, Xiaoqin arrived at Thunder Emperor Valley. When the many old men in Thunder Emperor Valley saw Xiaoqin's arrival, they were startled. Several of them were the old men that Xiaoqin had knocked down previously. Without saying anything, these people immediately scattered, leaving one by one. These fellows are really cowardly. It is as though you will eat them up. With such courage, what fortuitous encounters can they obtain in Thunder Emperor Valley? Ao Jiao said indifferently. Chen found a place to sit down cross-legged. He said calmly, "It is good that they left, it is peaceful." Thunder roared in Chen's ears, and a horrifying might spread out. The will of thunder wandering in the clouds did not show any signs of dissipating even after thousands of years, as though it would exist forever. Suddenly Chen had an idea. He said, "Ao Jiao, do you think that if I subdue this will, I will comprehend the will of thunder?" Ao Jiao snorted coldly and said, "That is easy for you. Since it is the immortal lightning, how can it be subdued by others? Unless your strength surpasses that of the Thunder King back then." Chen smiled and did not say anything more. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend. The half-step martial monarchs that Chen chased away did not go far. They all floated a kilometer away from Thunder Emperor Valley, smiling coldly as they looked at Chen. This fellow is really reckless. Thunder Emperor Valley never allows cultivators above martial monarch to remain. Let's wait and see how the lightning strikes him to death. That is the immortal divine lightning. Even a peak martial monarch would not be able to withstand it. When he dies, we will split the treasures on him evenly. Chen did not open his eyes. However, he sent out his spiritual sense and clearly heard the expressions of these people as well as what they said. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. As the successor of the Thunder King, he had the lunar shadow saber to back him up. How could the immortal divine lightning attack him for no reason? These people were probably going to be disappointed. In the ancient desolate land, a man carrying a sword on his back walked calmly on the surface of the vast heavenly extermination lake. As this man walked, ripples spread out on the surface of the water. White clouds drifted in the clear sky. However, there was a pitch-black mark in this paper-like sky, looking very out of place. When one got closer, one would discover that the mark was actually a thick patch of black clouds. Below the thick black clouds was an island shrouded in yin qi. When the youth carrying the sword looked at the scene in front, he smiled faintly and said, "The headquarters of the Dark Church is not much different from what I expected." This person was Chu Chaoyun, who had not appeared for a long time after the Five-Nation Youth Competition. For some reason he actually appeared here. Behind Chu Chaoyun stood several strong cultivators with unfathomable auras. Among them were the Sacred Heavenly Church's bishop, the mysterious master of the Devil Savannah's Black Knights, and the Black Dragon Group's chief. At this moment, all the influential major characters stood behind Chu Chaoyun. However, they all appeared strangely respectful. In a secret room of the palace on the island, a man shrouded in black qi sat cross-legged. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this black-clad man's appearance actually resembled Chen's. An image of the black-clad man sitting cross-legged stood up. The image slowly turned solid and soon looked no different from the real person. The black-clad man pushed open the door to the secret room. The guard standing at the side was startled and said, "Church Master, you are out of closed-door cultivation. Quickly go and inform the Church Master." "It is just a clone. There is no need to make a big fuss about it." The black-clad man smiled faintly and walked forward. Soon, the Church Master rushed over with a group of disciples. When they saw this person, they immediately knelt and said, "Church Master, why did you come out of closed-door cultivation?" The black-clad man waved his hand, and a formless energy instantly wrapped around this group of people. He said, "Come with me to meet the guest." Wuxia. The mysterious black-clad man from the Dark Church waved his hand and led the group of people into the air. In a few breaths they arrived before Chu Chaoyun. The mysterious black-clad man looked at Chu Chaoyun and smiled faintly. "Interesting. Unexpectedly, a group of descendants of the Qianwu dynasty that I destroyed 10,000 years ago came to work with me today." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "As long as our goal is the same, it does not matter who we work with. However, your strength disappoints me." Zizi. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a golden flame suddenly burned in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. A golden heavenly flame poured out and instantly set the black-clad man ablaze. "The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, it is too slow. This insignificant clone of mine can easily dodge it." The mysterious black-clad man reappeared before Chu Chaoyun and smiled. Then he used his palm as a saber and thrust it at Chu Chaoyun's chest. Dang! A golden light descended from the sky and turned solid. The black-clad man's palm stabbed into Chu Chaoyun's chest, giving off a metallic sound that shook the sky. Kasia. Kasia. The materialized light shattered inch by inch like a mirror. When it landed on the calm surface of the lake, it erupted into pillars of water that soared into the sky. When the light scattered, the mysterious black-clad man smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Your comprehension of the ancestors' technique is not bad. You too. Back then, the sword strike of the Qing Emperor did not cripple you. Chu Chaoyun retorted, not showing any fear of this person. He said, cut the nonsense. Open the gates to the demonic world. The mysterious black-clad man said unhurriedly, there's no rush. We still have to wait for one more person. Without her, even if you go to the demonic world, you will not be able to learn the high-ranked martial techniques of the demon race. Oh. Just at this moment, a girl wearing a purple dress and a veil descended from the distant sky. This girl had a purple mark on her forehead. Her spirited eyes were very captivating. With just one glance, one's heart surged with emotions, wanting to sink into it forever. Chu Chaoyun showed a startled expression. He felt a formless danger from this girl. He asked, who is she? Lung Yu, one of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, the black-clad man said indifferently. As the sun rose and set, the rumbling thunder in the Thunder Emperor Valley never stopped. It has already been 5 days. Why is this fellow not dead yet? This is illogical. This is really strange. For the past 5 days we have not moved a single step. However, that immortal divine lightning seems to recognize this brat. Nothing happened to it. I feel a little dizzy. My essence is almost depleted. If we continue waiting like this, before this brat dies we will fall into the sea. Let's wait a little longer. This fellow is a true dragon-grade sovereign genius. He must have a lot of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and treasures on him. Indeed. This opportunity is hard to come by. This is a free benefit. The half-step martial monarchs waiting for Xiao Qian to be struck by lightning were almost out of essence. However, they still gritted their teeth and waited with intense anticipation. Chapter 642. Up in Thunder Emperor Valley, Xiao Qian opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with purple electricity. In the past 5 days, Xiao Qian's understanding of lightning had improved by another level. Originally, there was no lightning in the world. Lightning was not like wind, fire, or water which existed for a long time. Only when wind and clouds gathered would lightning appear. Lightning did not exist in isolation. If there was no wind and no clouds, there would be no lightning. It was just like the immortal divine lightning above Thunder Emperor Valley. Without the dark clouds that moved with the wind and lingered for a long time, no matter how powerful the Thunder King was, his will of thunder would not be able to last forever. After comprehending this point, a vague image of the will of thunder appeared in Xiao Qian's mind. Although Xiao Qian had not formally grasped the basics, he now had a general direction. He would not be as confused as before. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Today, I have to gather at Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Qian muttered as he stood up. Xiao Qian glanced at the half-step martial monarchs waiting for him to be struck by lightning. He could not help but find it funny. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and a blue dragon image appeared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Qian silently arrived behind these people. He smiled and asked, Old sirs, what are you all waiting for? What else can we be waiting for? Waiting for that brat to be struck by lightning, of course. An old man said dispiritedly. When these people turned around and saw Xiao Qian behind them, they paled and retreated in fright. Aha! You are not very capable, but your heart is very vicious. In that case, I will let you have a taste of being struck by lightning first. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand and pointed. Winds and clouds moved in the sky. The clouds clashed, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the person who spoke into the water. Only when the clouds move can there be lightning. However, clouds cannot move without wind. Hence there needs to be wind. Xiao Qian thought to himself. Then he casually executed the comprehensions he had gained in Thunder Emperor Valley. Instantly lightning flashed. A group of half-step martial monarchs waiting for Xiao Qian to be struck by lightning were struck by lightning. They cried out miserably as they fell into the water, charred black. Let's go to Dragon Sealing City. Seeing that the old men were all struck by the lightning, Xiao Qian did not make things difficult for this group of people. He stood on the blue dragon and headed for Dragon Sealing City. Gulp gulp. Xiao Qian walked far away. On the surface of the sea below, there was a burst of bubbles. One by one, black and swarthy heads popped out of the water like refugees. They still did not understand each other. Feeling confused, they said, that shouldn't be the case. Why is it that this brat is not struck by lightning but we are? In the sky above Dragon Sealing City, the Bushin Palace's jade ship was overflowing with light. Celestial music lingered in the surroundings and colorful clouds drifted. The thick, dark clouds that had not melted for 10,000 years were split into two halves. Golden light shone from the center and poured down. Every building in the simple and unadorned Dragon Sealing City seemed to be covered in a layer of golden paint, looking very beautiful. The geniuses of the Sky Dome realm in the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking stood at the bow of the ship. As they looked at the boundless Sky Dome realm, they were all in high spirits and felt very nervous. In the vast Sky Dome realm, there were thousands of heroes. However, only the 20 of them could obtain the opportunity to enter the Kunlun realm. What kind of glory was this? However, they also felt very nervous in the depths of their hearts. After suffering at Xiao Chen's hands, they now had a clear understanding of their own strength. Perhaps if they went to the Kunlun realm, the pride that they had for the past 20-odd years would be gone forever, vanishing into the crowd. However, everyone here was a strong and confident person. The anticipation and desire in their hearts far outweighed their nervousness. No one believed that they would lose. As long as they had a chance, even if they went to the Kunlun realm, they could still rise up and obtain the glory that belonged to them. There was no need to worry so much when they were young. As long as there was a dream in their hearts, no matter how cruel this world was, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, Yu Chenxi and Old Feng were looking into the distance. It was clear that they were waiting for someone. Gong Yangyu stood behind the two with a calm expression. His sect was much weaker than the Haoyin sect in the Kunlun realm. It was only a rank 8 sect. After setting some conditions with his sect, Gong Yangyu decided to go to the Kunlun realm. That was to say, he headed straight for the Haoyin sect. If he went to his own sect, the treatment he would receive would be better. In a relatively small and weak sect, it would be easier for him to gain the attention of the upper echelons. If he went to the Haoyin sect, where there were more geniuses, the competition he would face was something that the main sect could not compare to. The treatment he received would be worse as well. This was a choice between being the head of a chicken or the tail of a phoenix. In the end, Gong Yangyu chose the latter. Actually, most of the people here chose the latter as well. Those whose sects had not reached rank 9 were prepared to look for a better place. A smile appeared on Yu Chenxi's face as he said, "He is here." Gong Yangyu recovered his wits and quickly looked over. He saw a figure in the distance standing on the image of a blue dragon. As the figure moved up and down, it traveled 1 kilometer. This figure quickly flew towards the jade warship. That person looked very graceful and extraordinary. He did not reveal himself, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling, one that no one could defeat. Naturally, this person was the top ranker of the True Dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman who dominated the younger generation of the Sky Dome realm and defeated Wan Feng, the king-grade True Dragon genius Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is here. It was not just Yu Chenxi but also the gazes of everyone else focused on Xiao Chen. This white-robed bladesman seemed to always be able to create miracles. Back then at the Wan Clan's plaza, the many outstanding young talents had been humiliated by Wan Feng. Although they were not convinced, they all suffered miserable defeats at his hands, unable to retaliate at all. Only Xiao Chen, after defeating 36 martial monarchs and the 8 great guardian deities, still had the strength to defeat Wan Feng. Xiao Chen managed to gain some glory for the youths of the Sky Dome realm. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Xiao Chen looked around at the situation. He had not expected the others to arrive so early, so he said apologetically to Old Feng. Old Feng smiled gently and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. There are people who came even later than you." Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered that there were already 19 people in the top 20. Only Chu Chaoyin was nowhere to be seen. Strange, given Chu Chaoyin's talent, it would be too much of a pity if he did not go to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen thought doubtfully. At the same time he felt somewhat disappointed. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyin had not truly determined a victor yet. The battle on the Wind Cloud platform was just the beginning. In the future, when the two of them reached the peak, there would definitely be another battle. If Chu Chaoyin did not go to the Kunlun realm, he would only be left far behind, never able to catch up. "I'm not waiting anymore. He is just a lower realm genius and he dares to put on airs in front of me. If he does not go, then so be it. Bushan Palace does not lack people like him." The extreme old man's displeased voice came from the ship's hold. "Hu Qi." The instant the extreme old man spoke, the jade warship immediately soared into the air. Then it flew at an extremely fast speed towards the boundless golden light above. The thick, dark clouds that had been split in half slowly merged together like two pieces of the ceiling. Finally, they merged completely, and a huge shadow-covered dragon sealing city once again. Time passed slowly. Only when the Age of Geniuses began would the dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City open again and send down a golden light. The dense golden light surrounded the jade warship. The many cultivators on the warship, including Xiao Chen, were all very curious as they looked around. However, all they could see was golden light. They could not see anything special about it. How exactly did this warship reach the Kunlun realm? Xiao. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding golden light suddenly dissipated. Boundless stars and a vast heavenly river appeared before everyone's eyes. Normally, no one dared to look at the blazing sun. However, at this moment, it was just a small ball of fire in everyone's eyes. It looked very wondrous. From time to time, huge flying rocks with long tails whizzed past everyone's eyes. The scene was quite thrilling. The jade ship was surrounded by a transparent golden membrane, protecting it from being hit by the flying stones. This is the starry heavens? As someone from the modern era, Xiaoqin discovered that the starry heavens here could not be measured by the knowledge of Earth. A jade warship could float in the starry heavens. No matter how much the people of that world imagined it, they would not dare to believe it. When Xiaoqin looked back, he discovered that the original Sky Dome realm was actually just a small stone stele with talisman scripts shining on it. Xiaoqin was sure that the size of that stone stele surpassed that of the jade warship. However, the radiance it emitted enveloped all the stars in it. Such a strange scene left people puzzled even after much thought. After we pass the whirlpool in front, we will reach the Kunlun realm. Old Feng's voice came from behind Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin looked to the front. At some point in time, a seven-colored whirlpool had appeared in the boundless starry heavens. At some point in time, a seven-colored whirlpool had appeared. This whirlpool was incredibly huge, comparable to a planet. Old Feng said gravely, Xiaoqin, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, now that we are here, I should tell you about the situation of the Kunlun realm. The group quickly listened, not daring to miss out on anything. Aside from humans, there are many other races of various sizes in the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is ridiculously large. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as boundless. The region that our human race controls is the Qianwu domain. For the sake of resources, the various domains frequently erupt in great wars. The Bushan Palace is a faction formed by all the sects of the human race. It is the supreme sect that rules the Qianwu domain. You don't have to know about the other races and the larger domains for now. Just the Qianwu domain is more than enough for you to explore. You might not even be able to finish exploring it in your lifetime. Gong Yangyu asked out of curiosity, how big is the Qianwu domain? Compared to the Qianwu continent, it is slightly bigger. When Gong Yangyu heard this, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, there is no comparison at all. The Qianwu domain has 108 continents. Even the smallest continent is larger than a nation in the Qianwu continent. The slightly larger continents are the size of 2 nations. This is just the places with human habitation. If we include some desolate mountains and ancient remnants, it is even larger. When Xiaoqin and the other two heard this, they could not help but be flabbergasted. Just the Qianwu domain of the human race was already so large. In that case, how large was the entire Kunlun realm? I'll say one last thing. You are all geniuses. Otherwise, the Haotian sect would not have called you in. But if you want to do nothing and the Clear Sky School directly spends resources to support you, that is absolutely impossible. It is the same for the other sections. If you want to obtain more resources, you need to bring out your strength to prove yourself and stand out from the other disciples. Chapter 643. Old Feng's last sentence sounded extremely grave. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu exchanged glances. They both felt a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Xiaoqin, on the other hand, did not feel much. He had already expected this. Regardless of whether it was the genius disciples of the Haotian sect in the Qianwu domain or the luck geniuses from the other great thousand realms, the Haotian sect would not be able to defeat them. In this great world there were definitely no mediocre people. The competition would probably be even more intense. In a situation where the resources were equal, the only way was to stand out. He had to show that he was more worthy of nurturing than others in order to get what he wanted. As everyone on the bow of the ship cried out in alarm, the jade ship entered the rainbow vortex with a whoosh. Everyone felt a powerful suction force. In front of that force, their bodies were unable to resist at all, and they were disintegrated into countless particles of various sizes. At this moment, his soul and body were separated. He could still think, but he couldn't control his own body. Such a strange state was extremely frightening, but fortunately, it didn't last for long. The particles of his body, big and small, reassembled like a platter. His body returned to his control, and the world before him suddenly opened up. In the boundless sky, a huge sun hung high in the sky. There were many mountains and cities on the ground. The tall buildings were as small as ants. Looking from above, the Kunlun realm was no different from the Qianwu continent. My cultivation base seems to have increased a little. It has become more condensed. Me too. Earlier, It felt like the veritable essence energy in my body was reorganized. Several of my blocked meridians were cleared. This is the Kunlun realm? The many young Sky Dome realm cultivators on the bow of the warship all spoke excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Xiao Qin circulated his quintessence and discovered that it was indeed so. His cultivation had advanced to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. The circulation of quintessence in his meridians became smoother, saving him half a month of bitter cultivation. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "The rules of the lower realm and the upper realm are different. The first time you enter, everyone's cultivation will receive some benefits. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. Properly experience the spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm. Before you go to Bushin Palace, you should get used to it." Even without Old Feng's instructions, the many youths on the bow had already closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged, greedily absorbing the spiritual origin around them. Xiao Qin was not in a hurry to sit down cross-legged. Instead, he circulated the true essence in his body and made a grabbing motion in the air. A water ball formed from spirit chi appeared in his palm. The light blue ball of water was plump and full. It contained a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi. Xiao Qin muttered, "With just a casual grab, there is already so much spiritual energy. It is more than 10 times stronger than the Great Jin Nation, which is rich in spiritual energy." With a flick of his hand, Xiao Qin poured quintessential essence into the ball of water. It spun and shot into the distance before exploding. The water ball turned into droplets of rain and dispersed in all directions. Not even a faint ripple appeared in the space. Strange. In the Sky Dome realm, I can tear space with a casual strike. Earlier, I infused a drop of compressed quintessential essence into that ball of water, but there was not even a ripple in space. Shock flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he muttered to himself. The space of this Kunlun realm seemed to be much firmer than that of the Sky Dome realm. The restrictions of the natural laws on cultivators were even greater. Let's try again. This time Xiao Qin got serious. He exhausted 50% of his quintessential essence and 60% comprehended saber intent. Then he used his fingers as a saber and sent out a strand of sharp saber chi to the side. The sharp saber chi was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Soon, it vanished before Xiao Qian's eyes, disappearing in a flash. Wherever it passed, faint ripples would appear on both sides. Ripples would appear in the space around it, as if a stone had been dropped onto a calm surface of water. At this point, Xiao Qin was certain that the space of this Kunlun realm was much firmer. If one compared this empty space to a building, then the space of the Sky Dome realm was a wooden building, and the building here was a tall tower made of steel. The two could not be compared at all, the difference was too great. Xiao Qin withdrew his hand and said softly, "In such a tight and firm space, cultivation progress, flying speed, and the might of martial techniques will all be greatly restricted." No wonder Wanfeng's quintessential essence was so pure. The heavenly Tao's restrictions on cultivators were much stronger than in the lower realms. Given this, the lower realm cultivators were naturally at a disadvantage compared to the geniuses who were already used to the Kunlun realm's laws. If there were any arrogant and unruly people who were not convinced by the local geniuses, they would immediately be taught a severe lesson. In the distance, two girls stood on an azure lawn covered in flames. The girl on the right wore a green dress. She was very pretty and had an otherworldly air. She appeared quiet and cute. This girl was already a rare beauty. However, the girl on the left, wearing a red dress, was even more beautiful. Her skin was fair, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like a blazing flame. As the azure wand flew quickly, a sharp saber chi with a flourishing aura flew over from the side. The girl on the right reacted very quickly. She flicked her finger and a resonant phoenix cry rang out. Then a fiery sword chi shot out from her fingertip. The fiery light was dazzling, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. When it clashed with that saber chi, it quickly melted. After a while, the saber chi turned into mist and scattered. The girl on the left asked in shock, "Who sent out that saber chi?" To think that elder sister Nuan had to use the vermilion bird holy flame. The girl with the family name Nuan looked at the jade ship that was already far away. When she saw a blurry white figure, she said softly, "This strand of saber chi contains not only dense quintessential energy but also a 60% comprehended saber intent. If I want to casually destroy it, I have to use the vermilion bird holy flame." At the same time, the girl with the family name Nuan felt somewhat astonished. She recognized the symbol of that jade ship. It was the escort ship that passed by Bushin Palace. If there were no surprises, this strand of saber chi came from one of the lower realm geniuses on the ship. However, there is no killing chi. It should be a casual probing from someone from the lower realm. That is not a problem. I will bring you to the proud son of heaven ranking. Let's go. As Xiaoqun pondered, the youths on the bow all opened their eyes. Their eyes shone with great confidence and some of them even laughed out loud. What dense spiritual energy. No wonder that Wan Feng is only an inferior grade martial monarch, but he surpasses us by so much. His accumulations are simply too bountiful. That's right. Give us some time and we will definitely surpass him. It is not that his talent surpasses ours. Rather, he has been in the Kunlun realm longer than us. Sooner or later we will teach him a lesson. After cultivating for a while, the cultivators felt a lot of spiritual energy in their bodies. Lofty aspirations filled their hearts, sweeping away all the nervousness in their hearts. Their expressions were filled with excitement as if they had come back to life. Xiaoqun frowned slightly and did not say anything. Wan Feng's strength was not that simple. Even in the Tianwu domain, Wan Feng's state of ice, which surpassed the limits, was not something that just anyone could grasp. Furthermore, everyone could obtain spiritual energy. In the Kunlun realm it was like cabbages. There was no need to be so excited. In the end they are all youths. Their mental states are not mature enough, Old Feng said softly as he shook his head. Boom. Just at this moment, boundless golden light came from the front. A huge palace floating in the air appeared before everyone's eyes. The surroundings of the palace were shrouded in mist, causing the mysterious palace to appear somewhat hazy. When the group got closer, they discovered that the signboard above the palace read, Bushin Palace South Gate. We have arrived. All of you quickly go down. The elders of your respective sects will inform you of the arrangements for the remaining matters. The extreme old man's voice came from the warship's hold in an indifferent manner. Old Feng said, Go down first. I'll bring you to Bushin Palace to register yourselves. After that, we will attempt to enter the proud son of heaven ranking. Just as Xiaoqun was about to leave, he suddenly felt an intense, hateful gaze. He turned his head to look, and the windows of the warship were open. Wan Feng looked at Xiaoqun coldly, a boundless hatred gathering in the depths of his eyes. That hatred surged like a flood, extremely terrifying. It felt like even if Wan Feng ate Xiaoqun alive, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Xiaoqun found it strange. Where does this fellow get so much hatred from? I merely defeated him in front of everyone. If he is not satisfied, he can just challenge me again. There is no need for him to show such a horrifying gaze. Naturally, Xiaoqun did not know that Kim Taeho humiliated Wan Feng. Wan Feng blamed the humiliation of that day on Xiaoqun. If Xiaoqun had not severely injured Wan Feng first, how could Wan Feng have been beaten to the point of kneeling and admitting his mistakes by someone like Kim Taeho, whom Wan Feng could easily crush? Xiaoqun, let's go, Yu Chenxi reminded when he saw Xiaoqun in a daze. Xiaoqun withdrew his gaze and smiled in response. Then he jumped off the warship with Wan Feng. Wan Feng clenched his right fist tightly and said coldly, I'll let you be cocky for now. When I break through to medial grade martial monarch, I will definitely go to the Haoyan sect to take revenge. Amid the dense spiritual fog, the majestic palace gave off a faint golden light. It looked like a paradise on earth. From a distance, the floating Bushin Palace looked like the forbidden city of Xiaoqun's previous world, floating in midair. Pavilions, terraces and halls filled the city. Simple and imposing buildings lined the streets, one after another. One could even vaguely see tall mountains, lakes and rivers. Rather than a palace, it was more like a miniature continent. Under the lead of their sect elders, the participants on the warship arrived at the south gate of Bushin Palace. 2 rows of golden-armored warriors with deep cultivation stood below the simple and imposing gate. They expressionlessly inspected the cultivators lining up to enter the south gate. Occasionally, people rode on spirit beasts and descended from the sky. There were also all sorts of small birds with overwhelming spiritual energy flying by in flocks. When one looked carefully, one would be shocked to discover that the feathers of these unremarkable birds flickered with dazzling light. The spiritual energy in their eyes indicated that they were actually rank 7 spirit beasts. Some of the bolder birds did not fear the cultivators on the ground. They flew around the crowd and chirped non-stop. When the young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm arrived at Bushin Palace, they all looked around curiously. Chapter 644. Old Feng did not find this strange. He smiled gently and led the 3 past the long queue, going directly to the golden-armored guards. After handing over their identity documents and identity medallions, the guards at the south gate let Xiaoqun and the others through. They did not even have to queue. Purple gold vine. A purple gold vine that is at least 1,000 years old. Unexpectedly, It is planted by the roadside and its fruits are all ripe. There is also the fire dragon tree. It is at least 1,000 years old. White profound flower. After entering, the group could not help but exclaim when they saw the spirit trees and flowers casually planted by the roadside. When they looked around, they saw the spirit trees and spirit herbs that were very valuable in the Sky Dome realm growing everywhere like weeds in the vast Bushan Palace. Xiaoqin was not too astonished. Spirit trees that could be casually planted by the roadside were definitely not rare. Since they were in the Kunlun realm, they could not look at things from the perspective of the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng led the three through a few familiar streets in the Bushan Palace. Soon they arrived at a majestic hall. The plaque above the door read, "Proud Son of Heaven Pavilion." After entering the hall, Old Feng got the three to wait for a while he went to get their identity medallions. The few of them felt bored as they waited. There were also some cultivators around their age who were waiting excitedly. "Are you cultivators from the lower realm?" 3 cultivators, male and female, walked over and asked the three curiously. The one who asked the question was a pretty girl. This girl was about 24 or 25 years old. She was already an inferior grade martial monarch. Her aura was very stable, not chaotic at all. Clearly she had advanced a long time ago. The three exchanged glances. Then Yu Chenxi made the introductions. "Yes, we are from the Sky Dome realm. I am Yu Chenxi, he is Xiaoqin, and he is Gong Yangyu. I am Bai Shi. These two are my junior brothers Bai He and Bai Yu. They are from the rank 8 sect of the Jingzhou province, Baiming Palace." The girl's smile did not diminish as she introduced them warmly to the three. When the 2 male disciples behind her heard that Xiaoqin and the others were from the Sky Dome realm, they revealed disdainful gazes. "I thought it was the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms. So, it is the last rank Sky Dome realm. Senior sister Bai, let's go. There is nothing to say to them." The Baiming Palace disciple named Bai Yu said faintly. Bai He also said, "The people of the Sky Dome realm want to enter the Proud Son of Heaven ranking? That is simply impossible. What a waste of an opportunity." White Brook unhappily said, "How can you two speak like that? How rude." "Ah. In that case, senior sister, you can just waste your time here. We'll go make our preparations. Once senior brother brings back the Sage Sky Lantern, we'll attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking." The 2 of them didn't even look at Xiaoqin and the other 2. They just turned around and left. Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao learned a little about the 10 great battle realms as they chatted. Of the 600 great realms that the Bushan Palace controlled, the 10 great battle realms were the top 10 great thousand realms. There were countless experts in the battle realms. Many of them were natural combat geniuses. Every year, the experts of the battle realms would enter the Kunlun realm, making a name for themselves in the competitive Tianwu domain. The battle realms had already become a signboard. The people who came from the battle realms were publicly acknowledged to be extraordinary. Even the people of the Tianwu domain wanted to befriend them. "My apologies. My 2 junior brothers are rather proud and arrogant. However, they are definitely not vicious people," Bai Shi said apologetically. This was not the first time Xiaoqin met such realistic people. Given his mental state, these 2 would not affect him at all. He smiled faintly and did not say anything. Yu Chenxi felt dissatisfied in his heart. However, when he saw Bai Shi's sincere attitude, he did not say anything. He changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk about this. Elder sister Bai Shi, can you tell us what this Proud Son of Heaven ranking is?" Bai Shi was very enthusiastic. She smiled and said, "Naturally I can. The Proud Son of Heaven ranking is a ranking that measures the strength of the young cultivators in our Tianwu domain. It is the most authoritative ranking. In the Tianwu domain, as long as you are not older than 40, you have a chance to make it onto the ranking every year. After you make it onto the ranking, not only will you become famous in the Tianwu domain, but you will also receive many benefits. The first benefit is that the Bushan Palace will give you spirit gathering pearls and medicinal pills as a monthly reward based on your rank on the ranking. The second benefit is that as long as you make it onto the ranking, you will obtain the will of an ancient sage. The ancient sage was as strong as a martial emperor. This will enter your sea of consciousness and save your life at a critical moment. The third benefit is the one that has the closest relationship with you all. If you can make it onto the ranking, you will receive more attention after you enter the sect." When the group heard Bai Shi's explanation, they could not help but feel anticipation for the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. "Senior brother is here. Come, let's go quickly. After cultivating for 3 years, I must make it onto the ranking." Just at this moment, Bai Yu and Bai He rushed over. Bai Shi smiled and said, "My first senior brother is here. I will take my leave first." Xiao Qin and the others turned their heads to look and saw a young swordsman with an extraordinary air and unfathomable cultivation. 3 lanterns floated in front of him as he slowly walked over. The group also saw Old Feng behind that young swordsman. There were also 3 lanterns floating in front of him. Old Feng walked over and said to the 3, "Come, follow me to the sage's wall to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking." Following Old Feng's footsteps, the 3 arrived before a wall in the middle of the hall. There were many paintings of sages on this wall. An ancient aura came from it, making them feel solemn and heavy. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. There were 1,000 lanterns arranged in a pyramid shape on the wall. When the lanterns lit up, the sages on the wall shone brightly, making the strong auras of the sages even more prominent. As for the wick, it was an eye-opener for the 3 of them. They were actually miniature figures made of flames. Although the flaming figures were small, as long as one focused, the figures in the lanterns would be magnified infinitely. It was like they were real people, imprinted in one's mind. The first row had only 1 lantern, the second row had 2 lanterns, and the third row had 4 lanterns. The 1,000 lanterns were arranged according to this pattern. The 3 lanterns at the very top had golden wicks. The light from their flames was the most dazzling, practically overshadowing the light from the other lanterns. Each lantern represented an outstanding talent of the Tianwu domain. With these 3 people occupying such positions and giving off such light, it would be hard not to notice them. Old Feng sighed softly. "You should have heard of the masters of those 3 lanterns. They are the holy son and holy daughter of the 3 holy masters. The one at the very top is the divine martial gates Feng Wuji. The 2 below are the Phoenix's passion palaces Nuan Muyun and the White Emperor cities Xiaohoju." Old Feng continued, "The 3 holy masters are a sovereign sect that is even stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families in the Tianwu domain. They are also the only 3 sovereign sects in the Tianwu domain." Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. When he thought of his blue dragon martial spirit, he could not help but enter deep thought. The 3 holy masters are probably even stronger in the Tianwu domain. However, most people would not compare themselves to them. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation does not include these 3. Normally, it is very difficult to meet these 3. Old Feng pointed to the 7 lanterns at the bottom row and said, "These 7 people are either from the 9 ranks of the great families or from rank 9 clans. They're all very strong. The weakest is a superior grade martial monarch. The one with the strongest cultivation would be able to withstand many moves from a martial sage and retreat calmly." When Xiao Qin heard this, he could not help but feel startled. It was clear that it was much harder to raise one's cultivation in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. Martial monarchs were also much more valuable. The difficulty of fighting someone of a higher cultivation realm was not something that the Sky Dome realm could compare to. It was almost impossible. With Xiao Qin's current strength, if he met a medial-grade martial monarch of the Kunlun realm, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. If the other party was also a genius cultivator and had a higher cultivation than Xiao Qin, victory would be hard to predict. These 7 people were all superior-grade martial monarchs and had the backing of the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, they were genius cultivators as well. They could easily kill Xiao Qin. Aside from these, there are also some proud sons of heaven whose strength is second only to the 7 giants. They are heroes among men and are terrifyingly strong. In the Sky Dome realm, even a regular martial sage would not be able to do anything to them. As Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu listened to Old Feng's explanation, they felt a strong pressure when facing these 1,000 lanterns. They felt somewhat dispirited. Compared to Gong Yangyu and Gong Yangyu, Xiao Qin also felt immense pressure. However, he did not feel dispirited at all. His expression did not change. When Old Feng saw Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu's expressions, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink this. The average lifespan of the Kunlun realm's cultivators is 200 years. So, even 40 years old is still considered part of the younger generation. The average age of the 1,000 people on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking is 30 years old. Compared to them, you are still too young. This is your first attempt at the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, just to let you broaden your horizons. I do not expect you to obtain any results." As Old Feng spoke, the other participants of the Sky Dome realm, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun and the others, arrived before the wall under the lead of the various sect elders. Everyone had newly obtained identity medallions at their waists. The words Sky Dome Realm were written on the back so the surrounding people knew their origins. So they all stopped and watched them attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking together. Beiming Palace's Baiyu smiled and said, "There are quite a few people from the Sky Dome realm. However, I do not see a single medial grade martial monarch. No wonder they are ranked last. Bai he added, they are unable to break through to medial grade martial monarch in the lower realm. This means that their aptitude is not very good. Senior sister Bai, you are still chatting so intimately with them. You are lowering your own status. Bai he is right. Given their talent, even if they enter the 9 ranks of the great families, they will only be outer sect disciples. At best they will be inner sect disciples. Although our Biming Palace is only a rank 8 sect, you are all true inheritors. There is no need for you to befriend the minor characters of a large sect. The young swordsman behind the 3 said slowly, befriend experts of similar strength to you and exchange pointers with them. Only then will you be able to improve together. When Bai He and Lu Xiaoyun heard the young swordsman's words, their smiles widened involuntarily. Seeing their first senior brother lecturing them, Bai Shi lowered her head, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 645. Ah! The people of the Sky Dome realm are here to attempt the proud Son of Heaven ranking as well. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I came quickly and left quickly. I won't have to wait for long. The surrounding cultivators of the Qianwu domain's native sects all stood silently at the side with the intention of watching a joke. Damn it, a bunch of snobs looking down on me. I'll just charge forward and show you. Immediately, 2 people felt extremely dissatisfied. They picked up their lanterns and dripped their blood onto them. The lotus immediately ignited into flames. The appearance formed by the flames was the exact same appearance of the 2, just that they were many times smaller. Go. When the 2 of them felt the suction from the wall, they shouted angrily and hurled their lanterns at the wall. When the 2 lanterns were 200 meters away from the wall with countless human sages painted on it, the shadows of 2 human sages suddenly leaped out of the wall. The images of the 2 predecessors went from large to small. Soon they were the same size as the flames in the lanterns. Then they each leaped into a lantern. The palm-sized space above the lotus flower seemed to have become a world of its own. The figure of the sage and the little flame person started exchanging blows. Bang! In just a breath of time, the 2 lanterns' flaming figures suddenly shattered. The lanterns that had lost their wicks immediately tumbled to the ground. The 2 Sky Dome realm cultivators who made a move revealed horror in their eyes. They paled and each vomited a large mouthful of blood. Aha, you can't even pass the basic test, yet you still dare to shamelessly say that you want to enter the rankings. The young cultivators of the Qianwu domain's native sects all laughed loudly, their gazes filled with mockery. Bai Yu and Bai He nearly bent over in laughter. They said loudly, these 2 pieces of trash are making me laugh to death. They can't even block a single move from the sages, yet they still have the nerve to attempt the honor roll. If it were me, I might as well find a piece of tofu and knock myself to death. The 2 people's faces alternated between green and purple. Amidst the laughter of the local martial artists, they were extremely ashamed. Following that, the Sky Dome realm cultivators who came out to try and break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking felt very motivated, doing their best to prove themselves. However, they all failed. In the foundational test, they were defeated one after another. The one who performed the best could only last for 10 moves. Even so, they were unable to avoid the destruction of the wick, and they fell to the ground pathetically. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu also went up to try it. In the end, the image of the sage broke the wick and defeated them. Next up were Bai Qi and Shenyuan Zhantian. They managed to regain some face for the Sky Dome realm. After the 2 of them lasted 20 moves, they finally cleared the foundational test. However, in the process of officially breaking into the ranking of martial emperors, the last lantern in the last row of the pyramid shattered the wick of the 2 lanterns, failing to break into the ranking of martial emperors. The surrounding people all revealed expressions of as expected. How could the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last, succeed in breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking? Make way. Make way. You geniuses of the Sky Dome realm, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Go back and train for a few years before coming back to make a breakthrough. Biming Palaces Bai Yu and Bai He held their lanterns and waved their hands to disperse Bai Qi and the others who were blocking their way. You haven't made your move yet. The 2 of them parted the crowd and saw Xiao Chen, who was preparing to make a move on the ranking board. They asked with a strange expression. Bai Yu and Bai He had waited for a long time. They had seen enough of the joke and did not wish to waste any more time. He said extremely impatiently, don't overestimate yourself. Do you think that this is your last rank Sky Dome realm? In this life, you will never have a chance to enter the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Scram. As he spoke, he prepared to push Xiao Chen away. However, just as he was about to touch Xiao Chen, suddenly Xiao Chen turned his head around and unleashed his peak state of massacre. His pitch-black eyes seemed to contain countless evil spirits wailing miserably. I don't like people touching me when I'm trying to break into the rankings. Xiao Chen's tone was extremely calm, and he did not release any of his aura. Only the boundless killing intent penetrated their eyes and entered their minds. The two of them could not help feeling fear. Their bodies involuntarily took a step back. What a terrifying gaze. The two of them exchanged glances, clearly in disbelief. The fellow on the other side clearly had the same cultivation as them. How could he scare the two of them away? Seeing that the two of them had retreated, Xiao Chen immediately withdrew the peak state of massacre. He had just arrived in the Kunlun realm and was not strong enough. He did not want to cause too much trouble and wanted to keep a low profile. Bai Yu felt some lingering fear in his heart, but he did not want to embarrass himself. He said, "I'll let you try. Let's see what tricks you can play. I don't believe that the trash of the Sky Dome realm can successfully break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking on his first try." The surrounding native cultivators of the Qianwu domain did not believe that Xiao Chen could succeed in breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. After all, many of the people on the proud Son of Heaven ranking were already in their 30s. In the Kunlun realm, the average age of cultivators was more than 200 years old. Hence, people before 40 were considered part of the younger generation. Right now, Xiao Chen was only 21 years old. Compared to these people who had been cultivating in the Kunlun realm since he was young, the difference in experience was too obvious. Old Feng looked at Xiao Chen, who was preparing to break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. He felt some anticipation in his heart. He had expected the others not to succeed. The Qianwu domain was vast and boundless. There were tens of millions of cultivators in the younger generation. The 1,000 people who could stand out from these tens of millions would definitely not be weak or mediocre. Furthermore, due to age and experience, these people would not be able to accomplish much on their first try. They just needed to broaden their horizons. As for the humiliation they received, the various sect elders had actually done so on purpose to deal a blow to these people. These arrogant youths who had just arrived in the Qianwu domain clearly understood their situation. However, Old Feng believed that Xiao Chen, the white-robed bladesman who always created miracles, would not disappoint him. Xiao Chen looked calmly at the sage wall and the 1,000 lanterns on it. Then he took a deep breath and sliced open the palm of his right hand. Blood flowed along the lines on his palm and slowly fell on the lantern. With a piu sound, the blood instantly burned and turned into a beautiful clump of flame. In a daze, Xiao Chen felt the mental energy in his sea of consciousness flow away as the blood dripped. When the flame on the lantern turned into a human shape, Xiao Chen discovered that he was already on the lantern. The lantern, which was originally only the size of a palm, was now a world of its own. It did not feel out of place at all. Interesting. I wonder who made this lantern? After giving it a try, Xiao Chen discovered that he could still control the lantern. He could end this state with a thought, so there was nothing to fear. When Xiao Chen felt the suction of the sage wall, he stood on the lantern and shouted. Then the lantern carried him up into the air. He overestimates himself. This fellow still wants to attempt the sage ranking? He probably cannot even pass the test of the sage wall. That's right. He is still trying to block our path. He is just wasting time. Seeing Xiao Chen's lantern fly up, Bai Yu and Bai He immediately called out loudly. Earlier, the two of them had been forced back by Xiao Chen's gaze. After being forced back by a minor character, they felt very embarrassed. They wished that Xiao Chen's lantern would be thrown down before he could attempt the sage ranking. That would resolve the hatred in their hearts. Bai Shi, who had kept her head down, looked up and discovered that her first senior brother was watching seriously as well. She could not help but ask out of curiosity, "First senior brother, will that Xiao Chen succeed in breaking into the sage ranking?" The blue-clad youth with an extraordinary air had a cautious look in his eyes. He was no longer as certain as before. Perhaps others had not noticed Bai Yu and Bai He's actions earlier, but he had seen it clearly. This was already the fourth time Bai Yu and Bai He attempted the sage ranking. They had already advanced to inferior grade martial monarch long ago. In terms of cultivation, they would only be higher than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the blue-clad youth was very clear on the temperaments of these two. It was impossible for them to be forced back by just one sentence from Xiao Chen. There was definitely something strange about this. The blue-clad youth said, "It is hard to say. However, they should be able to pass the test of the sage ranking. As for whether they can enter the sage ranking or not, I am not sure." Shio. The lantern flew up a distance, and an old man with white hair and eyebrows on the sage wall suddenly came to life. In that instant, he shrank and landed on the lantern platform. In the world above the lantern platform, Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He did not dare to be careless when facing this white-haired old man. I will restrict my cultivation to 1 cultivation grade lower than yours. If you want to enter the proud son of heaven ranking, you have to receive 20 moves from me first. Right after the white-haired old man spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, leaving behind many afterimages as he chopped at Xiao Qin. The light on the sword was withdrawn. When the old man chopped down, he sent out 7 sword images. Each sword image split into 3 afterimages. In that instant, there were 21 real and fake sword images encasing Xiao Qin. As the wind howled, a fiery light flickered. The boundless sword images looked like a blazing sea of fire. Xiao Qin was astonished. What a profound martial technique. This move not only contained an extremely high level of sword techniques, but it also perfectly merged the state of fire that he comprehended with the sword technique. This allowed the original martial technique to reach a higher level, completely transcending it. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Qin. To think that martial techniques could be used in such a manner. Excellent. Senior's move is indescribably excellent. In that case, this junior will display his incompetence. When Xiao Qin saw such an excellent sword technique, he felt very happy. He had already forgotten about the test to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He only wanted to test out the true essence of this sword technique and see what he could learn. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, Xiao Qin could not separate his sword images. He could only rely on speed to obtain victory. Despite moving later, he arrived first, sending out 21 saber strikes. As the saber lights danced, Xiao Qin imitated the old man. He infused his state of thunder into every strand of saber light. The boundless saber images formed a sea of electricity leaping about. However, this was Xiao Qin's first time using it, so this sea of electricity was very crude. There was only a vague outline, far from the spirituality and nature of the sea of fire. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, interesting. However, this sword light sea of fire chop is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Da, da, da. When the saber and sword clashed, they gave off a continuous metallic sound. The white-haired old man's 21 illusory sword images were all blocked by Xiao Qin. However, that sword technique did not stop there. A blazing sea of fire burst out and easily destroyed Xiao Qin's sea of electricity. The sea of fire surged forward as if it wanted to swallow up Xiao Qin. The more dangerous part was yet to come. Within the blazing sea of fire, there was a sharp sword light hidden by the fire. It stored up power, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 646. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, even if that sword light does not kill me, it will still put me at a disadvantage. Xiao Qin had already forgotten that he only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the stage. He was now fully immersed in the fight, thinking about the drawbacks of the situation. Xiao Qin gathered quintessence in his body and forcefully endured the sea of fire. He extended his spiritual sense and quickly searched for that sword light. Boom! Even with the protection of quintessence, every inch of Xiao Qin's skin felt a burning pain. However, he ignored it and focused on searching for the hidden sword light. Found it! Xiao Qin's face lit up in joy. He did not give his opponent a chance to make the first move. He released a sharp saber intent, and electricity leaped about in the sea of fire. Then he clashed with the sword light that had not reached its peak yet. Bang! When the saber and sword clashed, there was a loud clanging sound. The light scattered and instantly scattered the sea of fire. Countless sparks flew in all directions. The white-haired old man moved back, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He stood upright with his sword in hand, not injured at all. On the other hand, although Xiao Qin managed to knock back the old man, his hair and eyebrows were burnt yellow. He looked somewhat strange. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, are you bullying me because my cultivation is not high? How dare you be so reckless?" Xiao Qin felt somewhat embarrassed. The old man was right. If he had used the same cultivation as Xiao Qin, that sea of fire would have severely injured Xiao Qin. That flaming sea of sword images could severely injure Xiao Qin. There was no chance for him to find the hidden sword light. However, your comprehension ability and eyesight are not bad. Again. The white-haired old man laughed loudly and sent out another sea of fire at Xiao Qin. However, this time he raised his cultivation to the same cultivation as Xiao Qin, breaking the rules. Xiao Qin followed the old man's example, using the lunar shadow saber to execute this sea of lightning saber light and attacking again. Bang! This time, the sea of lightning created by Xiao Qin's saber light lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, was sent flying by the sea of fire. Within the sea of flames, another swift and fierce sword light flashed like a gorgeous rainbow, and when it slashed towards his forehead, it slightly tilted to the side and sliced off a strand of his black hair. Not bad. Again. The white-haired old man appeared to be in high spirits. When he saw that Xiao Qin could last 3 breaths of time in the sea of lightning this time, he was delighted. Laughing heartily, he waited for Xiao Qin to regain his footing before charging forward once more. Xiao Qin knew that the old man had held back when he saw the wisp of hair falling from his forehead. He became even more interested in the sword-light fiery shadow. Soon the 20 moves were over. However, Xiao Qin's lantern continued to float in the air, not showing any intention of falling. What's wrong with this fellow? He has already lasted for so long and there is still no result. The surrounding crowd felt that something was wrong and asked suspiciously. However, Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "What's so strange about that? He must be flying around after getting killed, trying to delay for time." The crowd thought about it and felt that this was the only possibility. 20 moves would not take a long time. Unless Xiao Qin knew that he was not a match for the white-haired old man and used his movement technique to move around, not receiving any attacks. He said disdainfully, "If you are not capable, then so be it. To think that you are purposely delaying for time, not willing to admit defeat. So, the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm are like this." The moment he said this, the many Sky Dome realm cultivators were dissatisfied. However, they were not strong enough. Even though they felt indignant, they did not dare to argue. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel even more cocky. They looked at the Sky Dome realm's people with extreme disdain. Yuchensi said through clenched teeth, "Vile people are proud. Isn't it just because you are older than us by a few years?" Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "With your standards, if you train for another 10 years, I will be able to defeat you in 10 moves. I will be waiting for you to challenge me at Baiming Palace. However, I'm afraid that you do not have the guts. Junior brother, you overestimate her. I believe that she will not even be able to receive 1 move from you. She will never have the guts to go to Baiming Palace," Bai said softly. After Bai and Baiyu spoke, they both laughed at the same time, making Yuchensi furious. "All of you shut up." The blue-clad youth behind Bai suddenly shouted. His voice was cold and emotionless. When Baiyu and Bai thought of the blue-clad youth's methods, they were startled and shut their mouths. Bai Jian. He is one of the people on the proud Son of Heaven ranking, second only to the 7 giants. Unexpectedly, he is the one leading Baiming Palace's people to charge into the ranking. Earlier, the blue-clad youth had stood there with an extraordinary air. However, he had his own methods that prevented everyone from noticing him. Now that the blue-clad youth spoke, everyone discovered that he had been standing there for a long time. The blue-clad youth nodded to Old Feng in apology. Then he pulled Baiyu and Bai behind him. "Are the 2 of you idiots? The old men behind them are inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families. They can squash you to death with 1 hand. I don't care about you, but don't drag the Baiming Palace into this." When the 2 heard Bai Jian's reprimand, they lowered their heads, not daring to argue. The lantern was still floating before everyone's eyes, swaying back and forth without any intention of stopping. Soon, some people started to get impatient and started to complain. Baiyu and Bai lined up behind Xiao Qin. They were even more impatient, cursing at Xiao Qin's lantern. "Sea of lightning, saber light." On the lantern, Xiao Qin shouted ferociously and swung the lunar shadow saber 21 times. Each saber strike materialized a dazzling electric light. When combined, it was like a roaring sea of lightning. Compared to the white-haired old man's sea of lightning saber light, Xiao Qin's sea of lightning saber light was only slightly lacking in nimbleness. Over time it would be similar. Bang! The sea of lightning and the sea of fire clashed and exploded into surging shock waves. The instant the sea of fire scattered, the hidden sabers and swords disappeared in a flash. The 2 figures crossed each other in the air. When the sabers and swords clashed, sparks flew out. The sword chi and saber chi turned into ripples, creating boundless ripples in space. "Aha! Not bad. You have finally scratched the surface of my flaming shadow chop. When this move is truly executed, you can send out 99,000 sword images. The will of fire will spread for 500 kilometers around. The sword in the fire can even split the sky in half. Today I have exchanged 100 moves with you. I am afraid that for the next 100 years, I will not be able to test the newcomers. However, I have no regrets in passing down this move. In the future, when you are strong enough, remember to leave your will on this sage wall as well." After the white-haired old man spoke, he turned into a beam of light and scattered. Among the many sage wall paintings, the one belonging to the old man slowly dimmed. However, no one noticed this. Everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen's lantern, as it finally stopped floating and slowly descended. Bai Yu immediately cursed, "Damn it! I already said it long ago. If you are not capable, don't drag this out. No matter how long you drag, you will not be able to change the result of failure. It is my turn now, Xiao." However, before Bai Yu could finish speaking, that lantern descended to the bottom row of the proud son of heaven ranking. Then it quickly flew to the last lantern. Bai Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned for a while before he exclaimed, "That's impossible. How did this fellow pass the test? Wasn't he clearly being chased?" The others were shocked as well. They could not figure out what had happened. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen had passed the test and was preparing to challenge the last rank. This truly happened before everyone's eyes. No one could change it. The eyes of the many young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm could not help but light up, feeling encouraged. He patted Bai Yu's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Even if he passed the test by luck, he will not be able to truly succeed. We have been able to easily clear the sage's test since many years ago." Bai Yu recovered his wits and said, "That's right. This fellow comes from the last rank Sky Dome realm. How could he succeed on his first try?" Xiao Chen's lantern clashed with the last lantern, giving off a melodious sound. That fiery figure gently leaped up and landed on the last lantern. The world above the lantern was a vast, desolate land. A black-clad man sat cross-legged in the center with his eyes closed. A sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When that figure sensed Xiao Chen's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned cold as he glared at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. "Kill?" That person did not say anything. He held his sword and leaped up, thrusting it at Xiao Chen. The sword light was dazzling and dense. Not a single bit of quintessence leaked out. The fiery figure left in the lantern imitated the main body. It was no different from a cultivator. It had intelligence and could think. It just could not leave the lantern. Earlier, this person had quickly defeated Bai Qi and Shenyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless, so he did not clash head-on. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet, and a blue dragon image appeared. A dragon roared and his figure flashed, dodging this sword strike. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. As Xiao Chen dodged continuously, the black-clad man's moves became increasingly vicious. He was like a venomous snake biting Xiao Chen, not letting go. After another 100 moves, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. This person was about as strong as Wan Feng. At best, he was slightly stronger. Xiao Chen stopped and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He muttered to himself, "In that case, there is no need for me to continue playing." Seeing that Xiao Chen stopped dodging, the black-clad man revealed a cruel smile. He thought that Xiao Chen had exhausted his stamina and was waiting for him to kill him. Sea of Lightning Saber Light. However, to the black-clad man's surprise, Xiao Chen suddenly made a move. Saber lights danced around. Xiao Chen swung his saber 7 times. Then each saber light split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. Child's play. The black-clad man smiled coldly. His sword light flickered and he caught all 21 saber images. Boom. However, just at this moment, the electricity on the 21 saber images merged and formed a sea of lightning. Then it erupted and surged with the might of thunder. Caught off guard, the black-clad man was blasted by this sea of lightning. He went flying back, his body riddled with wounds. Before the black-clad man could stabilize himself and check his injuries, he saw a flash of light in the sea of lightning. A strand of saber light came out of nowhere. The saber light was as fast as a meteor. Blood spurted out of the black-clad man's neck, and his head separated from his body. With a cassy sound, the lantern below shattered into pieces. Only a fiery figure was left standing quietly in the air. Xiao Chen's lantern flew up. Xiao Chen's lantern ascended to the last position of the proud son of heaven ranking. When the flame died down, the lantern gave off a faint glow. The flame lingered for a long time. Chapter 647. Bai He and Bai Yu exchanged glances. The Sky Dome realm's Xiao Chen, whom they had always looked down on, actually succeeded in his challenge. Bai Yu said hatefully, "It must be luck. It must be that the last place is too weak." Bai He said, "It is definitely luck. If he really had the guts, he would have continued challenging." The Tianwu domain cultivators, who originally did not think highly of Xiao Chen, were mildly astonished. Xiao Chen succeeded on his first attempt. Furthermore, he was only 21 years old. This Xiao Chen's talent and comprehension ability could barely be considered an expert in the Tianwu domain. However, they were not overly shocked. This was because Xiao Chen had not truly ascended the ranking yet. He had to remain on the ranking for a month before he could truly obtain the reward of the Bushin Palace, the protection of the will of the predecessors. Xiao Chen was just the last place. The people in this position changed frequently. Every day, cultivators from all over would challenge him. There was no guarantee that he would be pushed down in the next moment. Unless Xiao Chen was strong enough to continue challenging and advance 100 ranks, he could be considered to have firmly ascended the ranking. Inside the lantern, Xiao Chen carefully felt that sea of lightning saber light earlier. He said softly, "A sword move is a sword move after all. It will take some time to change it into my own saber technique." Xiao Chen had sent out 21 saber images in succession. However, the other party had broken it too easily. The saber images that Xiao Chen sent out were not as natural and smooth as the white-haired old man sword images. If Xiao Chen met with a powerful expert, the other party could attack very quickly and break the saber technique before the sea of lightning gathered. This was a rather obvious flaw. When I have time in the future, I have to think about it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen looked forward. After thinking for a while, he gave up on the idea of continuing to challenge. Given Xiao Chen's strength, advancing another 200 ranks should not be a problem. However, advancing any further would be somewhat difficult. To Xiao Chen, the last place and the last 200 were both at the bottom. There was no difference, there was nothing to be proud of. After all, Xiao Chen could challenge it once a year. When he was strong enough, he could charge into the top 100. With a thought, Xiao Chen severed his connection with the flame images in the lantern. Then he returned his focus to his body and said to Old Feng, "Senior, let's go." Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was sufficient to prove himself. Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was enough to prove himself. The haze on Baihe's face slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of "as I expected." He smiled and said, "What did I say? I knew that you managed to get onto the list by luck. How about it? You no longer dare to continue challenging me, right? Watch as I personally chase you off." The people of the Sky Dome realm are not fit to remain on this proud Son of Heaven ranking. When Qin heard this, Xiao Chen Xiao Fein Chen and said, "Up with him." Long Xiao Chen said, "Qin to Qin," and down on at it said. He led Xiao Chen Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu out of the palace and headed for the Haotian sect's main sect. Damn it. For the sake of breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking, I prepared for 5 years. Now I am already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I cannot compare to a trash from the Sky Dome realm like you. Damn it. For the sake of breaking into the ranking of martial monarchs, I prepared for 5 years. Now I am already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I am not as good as trash from the Sky Dome realm. Baihe only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the first stage of the Sage's test. He had already cleared it many years ago. Soon Baihe cleared this stage. Then he quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chen placed on it. Soon he passed this test and quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chen had placed above. Baihe laughed maniacally on the lantern. Then his flame image leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. On the lantern, Baihe laughed maniacally. Then the flaming figure leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. Gotcha. He just jumped up, and in less than the time of 3 breaths, Baihe's lantern shattered inch by inch, and his wisp of flame was smashed into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with fear. They left quickly, but they failed even faster. They did not even have time to react and did not know what had happened. Baiyu asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" "I lost." Baihe was not willing to say much. The shock in his eyes had yet to fade completely. He walked behind Bai Jian in a daze. Outside the proud Son of Heaven hall, Xiao Chen sensed that someone was fighting with his flame shadow clone in the lotus lantern. However, after leaving the hall, there was no strong mental connection, so he could not see the battle. "Forget it, I'll come back next year. At that time I'll directly enter the top 100. Xiao Chen shook his head. He could not be bothered to worry about this matter anymore. He sped up to catch up with Elder Feng. Kacha. The next person to challenge the proud Son of Heaven ranking was Baiyu. He did not fare much better than Baihe. Like Baihe, he only lasted for a few breaths of time before being chased off. The surrounding cultivators preparing to challenge the proud Son of Heaven ranking all laughed to themselves. These two fellows had been shouting so loudly earlier. They did not care about the other party at all, swearing to chase Xiao Chen off. However, in the end they did not even last 10 moves before being defeated. Ah, it looks like the people of Baiming Palace only know how to talk. They are useless when it comes to a real fight. A stout man from the rank 8 Frost Mist Pavilion laughed loudly. This made Bai Yu and Bai He feel too ashamed to show their faces. They lowered their heads in silence. Ka. However, the result was only slightly better. After lasting for a while, his lantern shattered, and the wisp of flame vanished. He failed to break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. He is clearly just a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm. How can he be so strong? The stout man revealed a horrified expression, his face filled with disbelief. Following that, the other new disciples of the various sects prepared to challenge the proud Son of Heaven ranking. However, without exception, all of them were blocked at the final stage. The rules of the proud Son of Heaven ranking stated that one could not challenge someone above one's rank. One had to move up one rank at a time. Otherwise, how could a newcomer challenge someone in the top 10 right after making his way onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking? As for Xiao Qin, he stood at the very end. He was like a gatekeeper, blocking the ambitious disciples of the various sects, who were preparing to make a name for themselves, from entering the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Under normal circumstances, the disciples who could definitely make it onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking were all forced to stop. Only at this moment did everyone's expressions change drastically. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Unexpectedly, a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm had such strength. The blue-clad youth, Bai Jian, revealed a meaningful smile. He said indifferently, "Let's go back to Baiming Palace then." "Senior brother, I have not made my way onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking yet," Bai Shi said as she held her lantern. "There is no need. Let's come back next year. That fellow might not understand the rules of the proud Son of Heaven ranking. He probably does not know what kind of commotion he caused." Bai Jian made it very clear. If Xiao Qin did not leave, Bai Shi would not have a chance to make it onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Since Bai Shi knew that he would fail, there was no need to seek humiliation. When Bai Yu and Bai He heard Bai Jian's words, they lowered their heads even more. They wished that they could find a hole to hide in. Today the two of them had utterly embarrassed themselves. At the start, they had declared that Xiao Qin would definitely not make it onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking. However, not only did Xiao Qin successfully make it onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking, but he even stood at the very end, blocking all the people who came to make it onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Outside the proud Son of Heaven hall, a fiery red azure wand slowly descended from the sky. Two delicate girls descended nimbly. When the cultivators outside the proud Son of Heaven hall saw the pretty girl in a red dress on the right, they all stopped and looked over. Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nguan Muyun. It really is the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nguan Muyun. She is probably here to bring a new disciple to make it onto the proud Son of Heaven ranking. The inheritors of the 3 Holy Lands occupied the top of the proud Son of Heaven ranking. For many years, no one had been able to shake their position. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu continent did not include these 3 people at all. This was because these 3 people were much stronger than the 7 giants. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Nguan Muyun appeared, her radiance attracted everyone's attention. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing. Shio. Just at this moment, a boat floated high in the sky, and 2 men slowly descended. One of them had an ordinary appearance, dark skin, short black hair, and a saber on his back. No matter how one looked at him, he looked extremely ordinary. Only his eyes shone with a pitch-black light. They were filled with a ferocious wildness as if they possessed a boundless explosive power. The tyrant saber Wang Meng. Unexpectedly, one of the 7 giants, Wang Meng, is here as well. What a coincidence. Of the 7 giants, Wang Meng is the best at fighting and the most arrogant. Since the 2 of them brought their disciples to make a breakthrough, there will definitely be a fight. Given Wang Meng's character, he will definitely compete with Nguan Muyun to see whose disciple can make it higher. When the silent crowd saw Wang Meng's arrival, they immediately started discussing him. They seemed to be in high spirits. Nguan Muyun stopped and turned around. Wang Meng. There were not many people in the Tianwu domain who could make her stop. However, this tyrant saber Wang Meng was definitely one of them. Wang Meng smiled and said, "Nguan Muyun, are you bringing your disciples to make a breakthrough?" Nguan Muyun nodded gently. She already expected what the other party would say next. However, she did not fear it. The people she brought all had excellent aptitudes and comprehension abilities. Furthermore, after coming to the Kunlun realm from the Sky Dome realm and cultivating for 2 years, their cultivations were no weaker than the experts of the Kunlun realm. Wang Meng smiled and said, "I heard that the Phoenix's Passion Palace picked up a treasure from the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. How about it? Nguyen Muyun, do you have the guts to compete with the junior brother I brought? Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and said to the girl in green beside her, Liusu, do you dare to compete? It turned out that this girl in green was the daughter of the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Liusu. For Nguyen Muyun to personally bring her to make a breakthrough, the Phoenix's Passion Palace definitely valued her highly. I will do as elder sister Nguyen says. Lung Liusu's tone was calm, but there was no fear in her eyes. Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and took out a brocade box with the flip of her hand. She said, since you want to compete, then I will accompany you to the end. However, since it is a competition, there should be some stakes. There is a monarch blood grass in this brocade box. It can refine a cultivator's blood chi and obtain a trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline to strengthen one's physique. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Then he laughed loudly and said, it looks like the monarch blood grass that you obtained with much difficulty in the savage battlefield will have a new owner today. Although my junior brother is only an inferior grade martial monarch, he has a rare fire spiritual body.